None of this is true. Who would have thought within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East? You can French kiss the guy next to you, yelling abolish the police.
With your help, we will take back the House. We will win the Senate. And then a Republican president will make a triumphant return. Woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
We take great pride in our country. We teach the truth about history, and we reject left-wing lunacy.
Put the mask on! Somebody! Put the mask on! Because ain't nobody having fun while the socialists are in charge.
With your help, we will take back the House. We will win the Senate, and then a Republican president will make a triumphant return. Woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
By the way, in Washington, D.C., Bernie is wearing Castro now wants a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head.
Fortunately,
Is yes to call!
3, 2, 1.
woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
Donald Trump!
Woo, 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 will that be?
President Trump!
Wherever you are, make it easy. Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
Culture. Don't watch. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal.
More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them. Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
All right, welcome back, Truth Seeker. It is October 4th, 2023, a Wednesday. This is the Gematria Effect. I'm Zachary K. Hubbard. We're obviously still having audio difficulties. The leader of the network has been missing in action, at least in terms of communications with me, for some time now. Once again, we have the phantom person on the line who's not supposed to be on from the 302 area code in Delaware. And I don't know anyone on TFR that's out of Delaware, but anyway, hopefully they won't be interrupting this week. And part of me is starting to wonder if this is some kind of like inside joke to get the black sheep off of the network. Maybe it is. Maybe they want me, the black sheep of TFR, to just leave. But I gotta admit, I like being the black sheep, and I think we do need, different voices on the network. There's just way too many people who think politics and religion's the truth when it's the furthest thing from it. And anyhow, it being October 4th, the day that we all got this loud national emergency alert at once. And remember who's the father of it, right? It was almost 5 years ago. Well, it was 5 years ago, pretty much to the day. It was also a Wednesday in 2018 that Donald Trump was so proud of his emergency alert that went out at 2:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And today's emergency alert actually went out at 2:18 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They advertised for months it was going to go out at 2:20, but instead it went out 2 minutes early at 2:18, the same time it did 5 years ago. And for those of you guys who've been listening to TFR since we've been on here starting September 2016, one of our longtime callers, Zenith the Alpha, he would call into the show and he'd say, hey, I think there's something going on with Trump in 218. And he was making these phone calls as soon as we started this show. And at first I thought, maybe. But then as time went on, there just kept being more Trump 218, more Trump 218, more Trump 218. And then next thing you know, Donald Trump with the emergency alert at 2:18 Eastern Standard Time. So by the time that happened, I knew that Zenith the Alpha, with his research on Trump in 218, and he was pointing out how if you go and look at alarm clocks at the store, a lot of times they'll just have the clock set right at 2:18. In fact, Zenith the Alpha just put out a video today about a movie about Jupiter and how important the time 2:18 is in the film. And remember, Donald Trump recently just had that arrest with the mugshot in Atlanta on August 24th, the day in history that Pluto was removed from being a planet. And of course, again, plutocracy, being a politician of wealth, which is the story of Donald Trump. And then another story of Donald Trump is that he's friends with Vladimir Putin, and he's exchanging gifts in Helsinki with Vladimir. And lo and behold, did you guys know that not only did the United States of America have an emergency alert today on 10-4 message received, but so did Russia. Russia also did a national cell phone emergency alert, and they sent theirs out at 10:40 a.m. Moscow time. 10:40 on 10-4 for, again, in the language of numbers, 10-4 means message received. Everyone's receiving messages in the U.S. and Russia of national alerts, while there's rumors that we're on the verge of another nuclear war or Cold War. And how convenient that we went into Afghanistan once upon a time on Putin's birthday, October 7th, after 9/11, back in the time of the color alerts that you had to get through watching cable news. But imagine a future world where you get the alert for the day. It's a red alert. It's a hunt for Red October alert. You must stay inside all day. Take your extra Pfizer booster. It's coming in the mail. And make sure you don't take your slave muzzle off. Your phone's watching. If you don't comply, you won't get your weekly stipend because we're sending you checks as long as you're boosted and muzzled. You know what I mean? So again, let's go through the ritual of this happening on October 4th and just how Donald Trump it is. Doesn't it almost feel like Joe Biden's just been this stick in the wind holdover until we can get another Donald Trump 4 years of Commander-in-Chief movie? I mean, we hear more about Donald Trump than anybody, and that's been the case since he announced he was running in 2015. But again, let's go through it all here. And I know the Karens are itching to call in tonight because, yes, it is going to be Karen call-in night. I got a lot of Karens, more and more by the day. Some of them used to be good callers here. Hey, Zenith of the Alpha, he's a Karen. That's what I mean. Over the years, all these guys who've been good contributors to the community are now Karens, who now sit on the sidelines and complain about a person who's done nothing but promote them and who still promotes them because good work is what matters. Again, the message on this channel is people need to wake up to the agendas that are going on and how these are worldwide agendas and America is controlled by something that is not America. And it's been that way for all of our lifetime, and it's high time we wake up to that because it's getting worse and worse. But anyway, a lot of people like the drama more, and they want to fight with me instead of the tyrants, plugging us each day, if you know what I mean. So anyway, for the Karens itching to call in, we'll get to that. But again, I'd like you to, when you do call in, explain why you like being a Karen and whining and complaining about the things you don't like about me instead of actually focusing on, like the things that we talk about on this channel that are going on, that need to be stopped, that are evil, that are conspiratorial. Why are you more concerned about the things you don't like about me when all you could do is just turn off the channel if you don't like it? You don't have to turn into TFR. You don't have to watch me on YouTube. What possesses so many people? For people who don't know, I got more haters in the world than Alex Jones. I got more haters in the world than maybe anybody right now. There's so many people online that just work so hard every day to harass and slander me. It's just do these people not know where we're going right now? Have they actually watched the content that I've been putting out for the last decade and things we've been talking about as they've transpired? Anyway, I would still like to hear from the Karens because I'm trying to understand the mind of the average American. Is it just, I don't know. Maybe we'll find out tonight. But first, let's talk about Russia and U.S. in 10-4 and literally where the hunt for Red October comes in, and Alec Baldwin, the star of the movie who shot the Ukrainian woman on the set of Rust right before Russia-Ukraine. The guy who used to portray Donald Trump, who again is friends with Russia and Vladimir Putin. What a big joke this is. So again, here's back in 2018. It was October 3rd, 2018, a Wednesday. It wasn't quite as good as this year. You know, this year it's 10-4. But it was 5 years ago, pretty much to the day, that we got the emergency alert at 2:18 Eastern, and we were on top of why that mattered. Zenith of the Alpha, he had the groundbreaking research, really connecting what it was all about. And we've built onto it, and we have a million more examples ever since. Trump's been doing 218 ritual after 218 ritual after 218 ritual. And again, this emergency alert today is credited to him. It goes down in the history books that this is something that Donald Trump pioneered, right up there with the COVID-19 Operation Warp Speed campaign. And of course, there was a big conspiracy theory, right, that all the vaccinated people were going to turn to zombies today, like the Stephen King cell phone novel. We're going to talk about where all this comes together and just how big of a joke it is and how it's no accident that went viral online when nothing else did. That should have. How come 218 and Trump still hasn't gone viral? You know? Anyhow, gematria. Again, that Kabbalistic practice of coding numbers into words. We're going to bring up a name in today's show who's like one of these godfathers of Kabbalah, and where he fits in with today's ritual too. We're going to really connect some dots here. But again, in gematria, you know, there's a few different ways to cipher. And one of the most simple is the alphabetic order. A is 1, up to Z is 26. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, D is 4, so on. Alphabetic order, letters become numbers. You add up the letters of the word, you get a value. The letters of Trump, T the 20th letter, R the 18th, U the 21st, M the 13th, P the 16th. You add up those letters, it equals 88. If I did it too fast for you, just write out the alphabet. Try it out for yourself. It's math. It's going to be universal. There's another cipher. It's called Francis Bacon Gematria. Capital letters matter. Lowercase a through lowercase z is 1 through 26. Uppercase a through uppercase z is 27 through 52. And once upon a time, Zenith of the Alpha was calling in and saying if you write Trump's name in all caps and add it up in the Francis Bacon cipher, it's 218. And I'd go, you know, that is interesting. It's interesting. But then it just kept happening. Trump 218, Trump 218, Trump 218. And then, like I said, next thing you know, it's 2 years later after his phone call, and we're looking at the 218 Trump presidential alert. So we're going, okay, he has been right. In gematria, other ways to cipher: the alphabetic order with numerology, the alphabetic order in reverse, the alphabetic order in reverse numerology. There's different ways to do it, but if you study these methods, you'll realize how they're interrelated. If you take the alphabetic order with numerology, Holy Roman Empire equals 218. And if you take the alphabetic order in reverse, Holy Roman Empire, I might have just misspoke. With numerology, Holy Roman Empire is 88, like Trump's 88 with the alphabetic order. And when you run the alphabetic order in reverse, Holy Roman Empire is 218, also like how Trump has the 218 connection. So Trump and Holy Roman Empire, in the language of gematria, both have an 88 and 218 connection. Today, October 4th, is the day leaving 88 days left in the year. Other words equaling 88 include Vladimir, Russian. When they were in Helsinki back in 2018, at the time of the World Cup, it was a big 88 ritual. You know, they were exchanging footballs, and South Park was running a cartoon about Trump with the nuclear football. And again, we're going to bring all of this together. Now, it did go off at 218 today, but again, for months, they said it was going to go off at 220. Now, just think about this with 220 and Trump and everything we're talking about. In gematria, Donald John Trump equals 220. Operation Warp Speed equals 220. And what was, the conspiracy theory that went viral? Everyone who was jabbed was going to have graphene oxide activated in their body and become something like a zombie or die or kill over. This went viral. You know, this is what the conspiracy theorist community was sharing all over online. And they all look like morons. And now everyone who's in our families who's closed-minded and never listens to anything but the nightly news because they're like, oh, that conspiracy theory crap's always stupid and wrong. You know, they're thinking they're so smart as they sit there and watch the news and get ready for the next election cycle. And again, this is part of how the game works. But not only does Donald John Trump and Operation Warp Speed equal 220, so does graphene oxide. What are the odds? You know, this is all connected to the thing that was supposed to go off at 220. And what I'm saying is they contrived the whole fake conspiracy by the numbers too, because this is what these people do. They control both sides of the equation. Everything they put together is a perfect numeric ritual. And again, Donald Trump, he's the father of the jab. He's the father of the emergency alert. Here it comes together in a conspiracy theory, like what fueled his campaign was a conspiracy theory with a bunch of people named QAnon, who are all the most awake right-wing Christian warriors of righteousness that there ever was. Sit back and trust the plan. Exactly where the cabal wants everybody. Believing, waiting, saviors, trusting the authorities. That's the whole problem, trusting the authorities. What we're doing over here is exposing what the authorities are doing to us, how they're making a mockery of us. Kevin McCarthy ousted on National Kevin Day. And oh, rough day in MLB for the Kevins too. Kevin Cash swept right out of the playoffs. And Kevin Gausman with a devastating loss. All on National Kevin Day. But somebody even pointed out that in Gematria, 2 minutes early equals 220. How funny is that? 2 minutes early, 220? That's what the alert did. It went off 2 minutes early. And I'm not going to lie. That alert was really loud, and I had it right here because I just wanted to see what time it would go off. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. And I was paying attention to the clock. I was like, okay, it's almost at 2:20. I'm working here in the background. I'm working. It went off. I jumped a little bit. I was like, holy shit, that was the loudest my phone ever was. Thought they'd make it that damn loud. Wasn't supposed to go off yet. But anyway, that is what really happened here. Truth be told, I mean, it was loud as hell. And again, I can just see a future where, like at the beginning, I was sort of joking, but I was sort of being serious. Today's Red Alert Day. Put on your muzzle, jab yourself with the latest Pfizer shipment in the mail, and make sure your camera's facing you, or there'll be no weekly stipend. You guys, it's already a lot like that. If I try to create a YouTube channel now, because I've hit some limit, I now have to do a face scan on YouTube, where I have to do my head back and forth like this to create a new channel. I can just see the future. Make sure you're complying with the red alerts. Today we need to examine your a-hole to make sure you shoved your COVID vaccine up there. This is now China. Oh, we went through your social media history. Back in 2015, you called a woman a fat lesbo. You're going to prison. You'll also get a double vaccine on the way to make sure you don't contaminate the other cellmates. You know what I mean? Sit back and trust the plan. Hey, how about this? President Donald Trump in Gematria equals emergency. How? Emergency equals 95 with the alphabetic order. President Donald Trump equals 95 with the alphabetic order and numerology. You run it in reverse. President Donald Trump equals 112. Today's 112 days after his birthday. Donald equals 112. Remember how he hired the woman from the Cubs after they won the 112th World Series, breaking the 108-year drought, which we called in spring training because Major League equals 108. There's 108 double stitches on a baseball, and we said if they don't play Houston, they'll play Cleveland because Cleveland was the film Major League. Anyway, that's all in the past. But if you're new here, those are big numbers, 112. Catholicism's 112. Mathematics is 112. It's right up there with the fourth book of the Bible being Numbers. And the people call into the show these days. Like, a lot of times I just want to do, not TFR, and I just want to hang out with Sweet Lady. Because I'm getting calls in like, hey, did you know that the fourth book of the Bible's Numbers? It's like, holy shit, man, have I not been talking about that for a decade? Is anybody listening, or are you guys just all arguing in the chat? The earth's flat. No, it's not. Did anyone catch the show, or was it just another debate about the flat earth? That one's really helping us out here, isn't it? So anyway, check this out. Well, let's get to the Russia piece. Donald Trump, if he were in office, Ukraine would have never happened. What a great soap opera it all is. Is anything going on in Ukraine besides just like laundering money over there? I know my Grammarly account got real annoying when it started because now it's always giving pop-ups if I want to donate to Ukraine. I didn't realize the thing was designed by Ukrainians until that went off. It's like, God, I wish I never subscribed to this. No, I want to write my damn essay, not donate to Ukraine. What the hell? Then YouTube sends me an email. If you question Ukraine, you will be cut off. And you know what? That seemed to be mostly an empty threat. I've been cut off from the AdSense several times and had to re-sign up, and so far I haven't been punished for Ukraine, but maybe tonight we'll jinx it. Who cares? Who cares? Anyway, look at this. Attention, remain calm. Russia tests public warning system. This isn't exactly where here, hold on. I'm going to come back to this part. Let's just again go over this part. The emergency alert was again at 10:40 a.m. in Russia. And what's amazing, at 10:40 a.m. Moscow time when it went off, that is when it's the 40th minute of the day on the west coast of the United States. So essentially, this ritual in Moscow kind of also had to do with the U.S. The U.S. was on the same day on the Roman Catholic Church's calendar. By the way, in Gematria, Roman Catholic Church equals 104. And here we are in the time of the 104th NFL season and a nuclear football and Donald Trump and the South Park joke and predictive programming and cartoons and comedies and everywhere else. Anyway, 10:40 a.m. Moscow time. I mean, just like, come on, man. Okay. They had to also let you know it was 7:40 GMT, and for anyone who knows about Gematria, they know what's up with 7:40. But anyway, again, today leaves 88 days left in the year. Trump equals 88, so does Vladimir, so does Russian, so does Holy Roman Empire, so does some other things that are very relevant. It's a number that has a lot to do with time. The whole thing with Donald Trump and Biff and Back to the Future and 88 miles per hour and the 88 constellations of the Zodiac and famous people on the world stage being stars, and Donald Trump in 1988 asked by Oprah if he'd ever want to be president of the United States. Do you think it was all foretold? Have I not been here since 2015 documenting Trump 88, Trump 88, Trump 88? That's what I was on before Zenith at the Alpha came around and said, hey, there's a 218 thing going on too, and that's another time number. And he was right. And he's also now a Karen, which is too damn bad. That's what's wrong with the world. You know, people get, and him and I have never had a problem. He has a problem through other people. He's like, oh, I don't like the way Zach said to this person. And again, we'll get to all that drama because people like the drama more. They'd rather just die with the drama than actually do something about the drama. Or not the drama, but the world agenda, which in a way is also a bunch of drama. I'm into this politician for this reason. It's so dramatic. Okay. But here's what I did not intend to talk about when I started to look into this thing with Russia and the U.S. But I know when the media does stuff like this, it's not an accident. And I knew something about this number. So Reuters, you know, one of those things that breaks news that everybody syndicates. So Reuters is like one of the main news sources. Like if Reuters reports it, everyone's going to report it. They break news, so it's a big deal. So they posted their story at 2:07 a.m. Pacific about Russia's emergency test. And this is a little more than 9 hours before it happens in the U.S. But they emphasized the phrase, attention, remain calm. Again, I'm always teaching about how when they put parentheses around words in a headline, there's gematria behind it that's relevant. It's ritualistic. The phrase attention remain calm equals 207, like how the article was posted at 2:07 a.m., which is the 127th minute of the day. 127, we talked about that number a lot lately with Ground Zero and what happened in Maui and the massive 127 ritual. And let's not forget that Hawaii is the 808 area code and the fire happened on 8/8. There's that 88 again. And again, a few years ago, it was in 2018 as well. At 8:08 a.m., they got the accidental alert that they were about to be destroyed with a nuclear bomb. It was a huge scare that made a lot of people think they were about to die. And then they said, oh, whoops, it was just an accident. Little accident that we tweeted you in the 8:08 at 8:08 a.m. on 8/8 when you guys were made the 808 area code on August 8th in history. But look at this. Attention remain calm again, 2:07. posted at 2:07 a.m. by Reuters. The film Hunt for Red October equals 2:07. And again, it stars Alec Baldwin, who portrayed Donald Trump, and it's about it has to do with the Cold War and the nuclear threat between the U.S. and Russia. Again, 2:07 in the morning's the 127th minute of the day. Ground zero equals 127, the point above or below ground where a nuclear, atomic, or hydrogen bomb explodes. Like 9/11, ground zero, or buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell in Manhattan when the Manhattan Project was to develop the big bombs. So this 2:07 thing, Hunt for Red October, Alec Baldwin, Donald Trump, Alec Baldwin who shot the Ukrainian woman on the set of Rust in a church shootout scene right before Russia-Ukraine breaks out. A church shootout scene in Gematria, Roman Catholic Church, 104, 10:4, 10:40 a.m. Alec Baldwin, Roman Catholic. Here's some more 2:07s. The New World Order. The Number of the Beast. October 7th. That's Vladimir Putin's birthday in 3 days. Foreshadowing. Terrorist attack. New York City, New York. Statue of Liberty. Remember that was a rumor on 9/11 that there was a plane destined for the Statue of Liberty. Some people say Flight 93 that crashed was intended to go into the Statue of Liberty. From France, the land of the Jesuits, who set up the calendar and the language in the 16th century and have been hijacking more and more of this world by this code day after day. Hey, where were the Jesuits saved at again? Where was the order preserved in the time of their suppression when this country was being founded and, some of the founders were worried about what might happen if the Jesuits came out of suppression? Oh yeah, they were saved in Russia, where Catherine the Great preserved the order with 201 Jesuit priests. And again, 201. Remember, when Alec Baldwin smoked the Ukrainian woman, as we were told, it was 201 days after his birthday. And then it was compared to Brandon Lee's killing on the set of The Crow, when his father died while filming Game of Death on the 201st day of the year. And if you've never seen Game of Death, you need to see that film, because Bruce Lee's character gets shot on the set of a film, and then they report in the papers that he died, even though he really didn't. Again, in Gematria, the Jesuit order equals 201, like Order of Illuminati, founded by the Jesuit Adam Weishaupt, who died in history 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment. Like State of Israel equals 201, which was founded in a major Catholic Old Testament ritual, because there's 145 more chapters in the Catholic Old Testament. That's why Israel's born on 14/5, like 145. And David Ben-Gurion, the first leader of the nation's name, equals 145. And he died 201 days after the anniversary of its establishment. And the Holy Bible equals 201 as well. And again, the Jesuits are the military order of the Catholic Church. And DC's always been the Jesuit stronghold for longer than the feds have been there. But again, 201, right? The Jesuit order, Order of Illuminati, Alec Baldwin kills the woman 201 days after his birthday. It's compared to Brandon Lee, which is compared to Bruce Lee, which goes back to 201. Oh shit, we're already on commercial. I'll finish everything I need to say when we get back. And there's Chris Cornell, born on the 201st day of the year. Dead by the numbers. Till next time.
To have what you want. You're always going to need to push yourself. You're always going to need to parent yourself. So what is the net advice on this? What is the bottom line? The bottom line is no one's coming. No one. No one's coming to push you. No one's coming to tell you to turn the TV off. No one's coming to tell you to get out the door and exercise. Nobody's coming to tell you to apply for that job that you've always dreamt about. Nobody's coming to write the business plan for you. It's up to you. And because you're only ever going to do the things that you feel like doing right now, that feel good right now, unless you understand that you've got to parent yourself, you have to push yourself, you're not going to make your dreams come true. Just not.
Extendivite, a 7-herb combination made from garlic, cayenne, hawthorn, bilberry, ginkgo biloba, valerian, and milk thistle. Extendivite feeds our body with the right nutrients to keep us healthy. Just listen to what Arthur has to say. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Extension eyes with extension eyes.
Hey everyone, it's Mark Sargent from Strange World, broadcasting live every Tuesday evening, 10 to 12 Eastern, 7 to 9 Pacific, right here on True Frequency Radio. Strange World covers a wide range of topics, from enclosed world theory to lunar waves to the end of the world in film. It's basically doomsday with a silver lining. With the audience as my co-host, we take an optimistic approach to all things conspiracy and promote confidence, hope, and humor whenever possible. If there's a topic you want us to cover or a guest you would like to see interviewed, please email me at msargent23@comcast.net. So please join me and tell your friends about True Frequency Radio, the leader in real radio programming, bringing you quality, cutting-edge broadcasts from around the world.
Real people, real radio.
Initiating the truth frequency. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
All right, I'm going to assume the music's over. I hope I'm not talking over it. Again, the audio on my end, I can't hear anything. It's in and out. It's barely there, but I know it's there because it's supposed to be there because we've been doing the show for 7 years and we know there's little music breaks when we come back from the commercials. But yeah, again, getting back to this ritual that's being performed by a numerical code, which is as simple as ABC as 1, 2, 3. 201. We're talking about where it fit in with Alec Baldwin, back to Bruce Lee. Donald Trump last year burying his ex-wife on the 201st day of the year, 45 years after their marriage in 1977 when she died in that mega Jesuit ritual. Again, in Gematria, the Jesuit order equals 201, which Donald Trump and Joe Biden are both members of. Joe Biden from Scranton, Pennsylvania, home of The Office. Scranton has one of the nation's 27 Jesuit universities. The Office runs 201 episodes. You see the Jesuit university flag in the episodes. Joe Biden, who sacrificed his wife and daughter in 72 and 201 rituals, and then Beau Biden more recently at age 46, 201 days before the first Jesuit Pope, Pope Francis' birthday. The first Jesuit Pope is Pope Francis, and the first to live in Suite 201 is Pope Francis. And again, the last French Pope was the 201st in the history of the Church. And the Jesuits are originally from France. And in Gematria, Catholic Pope equals 201 like the Jesuit order, and that's who they serve. And in Hebrew, 201 represents light, and light is knowledge. And in English, the phrase knowledge is power is 201. And funny enough, the CIA, I bring that up because Alec Baldwin in The Hunt for Red October plays the CIA agent Jack Ryan, who's Jesuit educated at Boston College, just like Matty Ice, Matt Ryan, who went down to Tom Brady, Mr. 201 in that Super Bowl, the only one that the Pope ever blessed. And funny enough, that Pope was on 2/5, and Pope equals 25 like Falcons, and Tom Brady, who kissed the Pope's hand, came back from 25 on that day. Donald Trump said he was cheering for Tom Brady, and Pope and Trump were both 25, and then Donald Trump's over at the Vatican right after Jerusalem Day, right after getting in the White House. But yeah, if I didn't say so, again, Beau Biden, Joe Biden's son, just to make so you don't think I'm just picking on Trump, again, Beau Biden died 201 days before the Pope's birthday. And then the Jesuit priest who did his funeral also did the inauguration for Joe Biden as number 46. Leo Jeremiah O'Donovan, whose name equals 201 in Gematria. He did the funeral and the inauguration. And again, the inauguration's on the 201st day of the nation's age, on 20/1, but it wasn't always on that day. And what an awkward day to move it to. What an awkward day to move it to. The 20th day of the month? Like, how many will choose that for a first? We'll install them on the 20th day of the first month, 201. Man, this guy sounds crazy, but hey, let me share this video over here about how graphene oxide is going to make everyone's head blow at 2:18 when we get a text message. Holy shit! It's like, what the fuck's wrong with everybody? My work is crazy? My work fucking adds up every day. My work makes sense. My work's based on history and research, patterns, predictions. Event 201, do I even need to bring it up? Again, Event 201. At least you weren't in China where they made you get your asshole examined. Here, let me see if I can see the COVID up your asshole. It's coming here, though. You think you're in the clear. You're not. You're not in the clear. But coming back to the CIA and Jack Ryan, the Jesuit-educated Tom Clancy character. Remember, the CIA was created on September 18th, 1947. That's the day it officially was created with what they passed in government. And that was the Pope Pius XII. That was his 201st day of his age. And the words in the CIA's logo, Central Intelligence Agency, United States of America, equal 201. The CIA's motto, the center of intelligence, the work of a nation, equals 201. Yeah, by the way, I just lost the January 6th video I did. Hey, they didn't give me a strike. Thank you, Nazis at Google, for not giving me a strike. They just removed the video. I love when they do that. It's like, wow, that felt. It's sad that like that form of censorship doesn't feel as. It's like, well, at least they were nice enough to not suspend me for a week. Yeah, they said my video showing Woo's News' January 6th. And again, I put it on 3 different channels. So it's only been taken down out of one of the 3 channels so far. And I'm not going to take it down off the other channels. I'm going to make Google take it down off every single channel. I'm not taking it down. But the Woo's News video of showing the January 6th staged surrection, which we predicted in advance, again, which came 201 days after the only Confederate statue in D.C. fell, which came after the 201 George Floyd psyop on Memorial Day, which came out of the Civil War. Oh my God. Do you guys know who Anomaly is? I just heard him say something like, people who are trying to say that they're trying to create a civil war in America are crazy. Something like that. I was like, this guy is so fucking clueless. He's waking up in 2023 to Trump just being an actor. I mean, he got famous off a rap song called I Like Trump. Now in 2023, he realizes Trump's just an actor like Ronald Reagan. But hey, he thinks anyone saying that they're trying to brew a civil war's off their rocker. When, again, who blamed the Jesuits for the Civil War? That's right, Abraham Lincoln, who also got assassinated, at least so we're told, in a theater in a Jesuit ritual. Did he really? I mean, was it political theater? Was it all part of the story, the narrative? The point is, it's the same damn number pattern all throughout history. Over and over and over with the 201. And I didn't even get to the point about how Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day. Remember, they met on Pearl Harbor Day, of all days, to try and prevent the war in Russia-Ukraine. Let's meet on the anniversary of the U.S. getting into World War II. Let's do it on that day. But again, Pearl Harbor Day, 127. Remember, they called 9/11 the new Pearl Harbor, and buildings 1, 2, and 7 fell, and Pentagon construction began in 1941, just before Pearl Harbor, on September 11th. Again, Pearl Harbor wasn't on September 11th, but Pentagon construction began on September 11th in 41, before Pearl Harbor, December 7th, 41. Okay. But yeah, when Biden and Putin met on Pearl Harbor Day, it was 201 days after the first ever Jesuit Ignatian year began. And then 60 weeks into that calendar, which ran more than a typical calendar year, Donald Trump's ex-wife died in a ritual for the upcoming 60th presidential election, where Donald Trump, the Jesuit, equals 60. Again, he went to Fordham like Cuomo. And there's the... God, who was it again that said the Jesuits out of Fordham run the world? The Jack Ryan character in the Tom Clancy novel says the Jesuits run the world. Who said that the Jesuits were the greatest intelligence agency in the world? That's not from fiction. That's from Howard Hunt. But yeah, this is what it is, you guys. And I think we all kind of know it in a way. All the predictive programming in Hollywood and prepping our minds and, you know, Netflix with the next pandemic right before it's confirmed in the U.S. Just all this stuff. But who's pulling the show? Who's running the strings? Hey, does No Discernment Dan want to call in tonight? Because we know you're listening. Why don't you call in tonight and explain why you just put up a video saying that I'm wrong about the Jesuits? Somebody in the world who used to also be a contributor in this community literally said this week that I'm wrong about the Jesuits in the Catholic Church, and he could just as easily connect everything going on in the world to Tyra Banks. I mean, get the fuck out of here, moron. Are we on Tyra Banks' calendar? I mean, what a fucking jerk-off to even say such a thing. This fat fuck thinks he can just eat Twinkies and Cheetos into the apocalypse, and who gives a shit? I'm over here jerking off and eating Cheetos. I like Tyra Banks, she's hot. Watching the reruns. So anyway, in light of the church shootout scene, you know, Alex smoked the Ukrainian woman. That was October 21st. You know, Mr. Hunt for Red October, and we've been talking about this joke since back then. But that's the day leaving 71 days left in the year. And the word Catholic equals 71. The Whore of Babylon equals 71. A lot of people say the Catholic Church is the Whore of Babylon. But on the day leaving 71 days left in the year, the church shootout scene. And remember who was over in Russia talking to Putin on the 56th day of the year right after it broke out? You know, Pope equals 56 as well, like Vladimir, like Society of Jesus. Catholic Pope was over there right after it all got contrived. And what day did it start up? It started up on February 24th, right? The first real military action. Again, Russia went into Ukraine on February 22nd, 222, Order Out of Chaos Day. Joe Biden addressed the nation at 2:22 p.m. Eastern Time on 222, but it must just be some crazy conspiracy theory to think there was something to that. And not to mention, I'd already written a book called 9/11 to Coronavirus, talking all about 222 and why coronavirus was declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11, and where this whole order out of chaos thing comes from, and what it's all about, and how they use it over and over, giving us one big problem for their solution that gives them more power and control over our lives. But again, the thing about the shootout of you know, Alec Baldwin, Mr. Donald Trump, Mr. Russia, again, it's all connected, right? You follow me. Alec Baldwin portrayed Trump, Trump's Mr. Russia. Oh, Russia interference in the elections. Remember how that's all we heard about forever? Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. And before that it was Crimea, and it's just, ugh. Again, the USSR, that's eventually going to be the United States. Anomaly thinks he's so smart because now he's waking up to, oh, Trump's an actor. I'm such a smart guy now that I'm in my mid-30s and I finally figured it out. But now he thinks it's a joke that how they're trying to divide us up. They're going to do the same thing in the U.S. over time that they did with the USSR. And then 30 years later, now they got the former Soviet Union broken up, and now they're fighting amongst themselves, which is what Russia-Ukraine is. And now, it's just like just creating crap to keep giving us stories to, oh, that's the reason your food price is so high, and that's the reason there's inflation. You know, all of this is bullshit. It's all contrived bullshit. And what keeps the bullshit going is people nodding their head to it and complying with it. We all need to say, fuck you, big brother. There will be no tax payment this year. I'm going to figure out how to fucking live over here with my neighbors and all the shit we have. We each have 5 storage units and so much shit we don't even know what to do with it. We all have so much stuff, you guys. All we really need, we already have all the shit in the world. We don't need to work another day to buy another piece of shit that we can stick in another storage unit, rack up some more debt on the credit card for some more shit I don't need to make even more money for the banks because they trained me to be this way in slave school. I mean, did you learn how to be smart in slave school? Did you learn how to be financially smart and get ahead in the world? Well, do you remember that being anywhere of the 13 years of pledging to the 13 stripes? He'd come out like a fucking retard and a perfect useful idiot for the banks and the interest, the lender guys. Is that how it worked out? Because I'm pretty sure that's how it worked out for most Americans. Look, now the president's like, well, you guys are so fucking dumb, I'll just forgive your debt and give you even more debt and even more problems, so you'll be even more enslaved. That's where we are now. Look at how nice I am. I'm just getting rid of all your debt. See, you don't have to pay the debt. Now everybody has to pay the debt. Ha ha. Yeah, you might have racked up the debt and you too, but now you're all going to pay it. What about the person like me who didn't rack up a lot of debt because I had to work my ass off my whole life and get scholarships and work and pay my own bills? It is bullshit, though, how much debt people are in. They make school way too expensive. Anyway. Did I make the point about 71 and how Vladimir Putin turned 71 years old in 3 days? You know? Did I make that point? Because that's the point I was trying to get to. But there's just so many thoughts just rattling through my head that are just like, God, all this shit going on, man. And it's because we live in a nation. Remember when Donald Trump said he loves dumb people, or however he phrased it? Love all these dumb people at my rallies. They're going to vote for me too because they're so fucking dumb. Somebody out there's getting provoked right now. Who should I vote for then? You shouldn't vote for any of them, you fucking moron. You should... God, it's just like, you guys are like, you're just such trained fucking robots. All I know how to do is every 4 years cast my ballot. That's all I can... Is that all you can do? What about... Do you remember in the 13 years of slave school where they talked about the revolt and the revolution and how motherfuckers had to die? Hey, for the little midget guy who's ranting in his car every day about me, who's like, oh, now Zach's saying we need to revolt and it's so dangerous. Dude, you're the biggest fucking pussy there ever was. That's why you don't get any pussy. That's why you're in your car 24-7 ranting about what a little bitch you are. And I'm sorry, this shit needs to be said because he represents what's wrong with the country. Mental fucking midget in his car ranting about shit and mad at what I'm saying. We do need a fucking revolution. And I'm not calling on little tiny guys like you to help out. But don't be a little bitch and cheer against me. This must be Gavin Newsom's play toy. Who brought this rat scumbag into the community? I actually know who did. Someone who also said to put your phone in a Faraday cage. And they seem like a good supporter for the community, but I'm not sure that they are. Again, that Faraday cage shit with your phone today is what makes the people speaking truth look wackadoodle. That person I'm talking about, also for 9/11 this year, is promoting the wacko psycho rhetoric of somebody who was trying to smash what we were doing last year on 9/11. Why on the anniversary would we be sharing their shit work? Someone else who's spreading the idea that Maui burned because they rained graphene oxide on it. Oh, that was the good information to share. And these are the people out there talking shit about my work that's actually correct. It's not an accident that Joe Biden was born exactly 201 months before Hawaii, which is a fact. It's actually 201 months in a day. Joe Biden, who was with Vladimir Putin on Pearl Harbor Day, 201 days after the Jesuitic Nation year, who's from Scranton, where The Office ran for 201 episodes. It's right up there with The Apprentice, which is the honorary degree of Freemasonry, which equals 58, like secret society, like Rosicrucian, like how Trump won the 58th election. Hired the 58-year-old Steve Ray. Hillary did the book What Happened, which equals 58, about why she lost. But yeah, I really am starting to think that all these people who've been around me, and just like so many of them that hang around, they're here to start shit and cause problems and do things that are meant to rub people the wrong way and don't make sense. It's just like, the person I'm talking about, they're texting me about like, hey, have you seen Cuts' latest video? Man, he's really mentally ill. He's fucking nutcase. And then Cuts is in his live stream and he's like chopping it up with Cuts. It's like, okay, so you're texting me at night about how this guy's mentally ill and what's wrong with the world, but then you're cool with him online. I mean, what is that? And I don't even want to know what the fuck, the reason I'm getting sucked in this video is because guys texting me to go look at it. And that's what I started to realize, you guys, that's what's been going on here. What I've been putting out from the beginning is important. For people who don't know the story, in 2013 when I put out videos, within days there were like 5 channels that made a video about me. I had like 100 subscribers and there were already 5 videos online saying, Zachary Hubbard, because I used my name. Zachary Hubbard is a Mossad agent. Zachary Hubbard is a Jewish shill. All these videos just poof. Not even 100 fucking subs yet, and people were in my chat. They're like, you know what? You know how I found your channel? Somebody said you're a shill, and now I just watched your video, and it's pretty cool. And I can't believe that you already have videos like that made about you, and you hardly have a channel. I was getting used to how YouTube worked, and I thought it was weird too. I started to look up other people I was watching at the time. PK Truth. I noticed they didn't have a bunch of hater videos about him. And the next thing I know, PK Truth has a hater video about me, and here I was inspired to make a YouTube channel because of what he was doing. I was like, how did he get all that footage for the Boston Marathon bombing? This is fucking awesome. He's exposing the shit out of this. Then I show him what I found about the Boston Marathon bombing. He's got a video. This guy's a whack job that makes us look all crazy. It's like, oh my God. What I just showed you looks crazy? Doesn't that kind of make sense? What I just showed you about the number pattern and the nation's history and Patriots Day and... So anyway, fast forward to 2016. At the end of 2016, we're getting momentum because we've nailed every sports future that year. I called Prince's death, sadly. I wish none of that. I wish I was wrong about everything. But we're catching momentum. The work's growing. The channel's rapidly growing. We're finally getting views. I'm fighting censorship back then. I'm still suspended like every week. I'm back off my 1 week suspension. Here's my latest video. But I remember what happened now at the end of 2016 because I look back at it this way. I do say that I never raised any money for this work until 2018. There is one exception to that. At the end of 2016, I said, let's turn this number back on them that they put on everything, this federal agenda. Let's show that we can overpower their agenda with pennies on the dollar for what they spend to mind control us. I said, let's take their 33 number, a number that relates to their secret societies, but also us as human beings. I said, with $33,000, let's launch a network to organize the truth community, to work together to overcome the tyranny. So, two gentlemen, they step up to the plate, and they seem super legit, because I put it out there. I said, hey, I'm going to raise, and we didn't raise $33,000, by the way. We ended up raising about $16,000. But the two gentlemen stepped up, and they thought they could build a nice website with the money, and they said, here's what we'll do. We'll tell you what we're going to do, and we'll ask for the money in increments, and that's how we did it. And we built a really cool website called All for Truth. And I was blown away by how good it was. It even had like video conferencing. I was like, wow, these guys can do all this for this money? And it felt like the greatest deal ever. And then we probably had about $4,000 or $5,000 left in the budget from what we hadn't spent. And one night they said, we want you to send all the remaining money. And I said, how about just tell me what the remaining projects are and we'll just keep doing it how we have. You send me the bill, I send you what So that's how we've been working. And then they said, if you don't send over all the remaining money, we're out, or something like that. And the next thing I knew, they kicked me off the website, and then they started a campaign against me, and then they turned it into a flat earth website. And I was just like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. And then next thing you know, Derek, who built the GematriaEffectNews, which I'm grateful for, and I'll still give Derek props for the GematriaEffectNews, but he came on the scene around that time, and he asked me how he could help out the community. And I said, well, could you, I asked him, he built a calculator for Excel. And I said, can you turn that Excel calculator into a website that everybody can use? Because not everybody has Excel. And he said, well, I've never done that before, but let me see if I can figure it out. And he did figure it out. But then next thing that I knew, he's collaborating with the two guys who just sold me out on the website because I didn't send them the remaining money because that wasn't what we were doing. It was, I said to him, well, I raised the money, so I just want to make sure it gets spent right. And next thing I know, they're doing live streams together with another woman who I brought on TFR back then so she could promote her thing. They're like this group of people that I've been working with and helping out and thanking and promoting and everything's been fine. They're doing a live stream together talking about how I might be a shill and an agent. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on, man? And then when I look back at that now, I'm like, were all these people just sent here to do exactly what they did? Seem like they were a short-term help only to flip the script and then make it like me the bad guy? Because there wasn't any drama like that going on with me. There were videos being made about me being Jewish and Mossad and all this shit. But there wasn't like people like going after my character and anyway. And then the other thing that seemed funny too is, there was this woman at the time that was always blowing up my phone and sending me pictures she shouldn't be sending. I'd say, you gotta stop with that because I got a sweet lady, and I said, you're gonna get me killed. And, Derek was a single guy at the time, and I thought, well, she wants a guy so bad that's in Gematria because she likes this research. I was amazed at how fast those two met up, and Anyway, I just start to look at all this stuff at that time, and I start to think, I think all these people were just like here to fuck with me. And then again, in that same time period, I've had people coming out and meeting with me and asking me if I can buy them lunch and buy them lunch again. And then I bought them 2 lunches, and then they really racked up the bill on the second lunch. And then they're online making videos about how I'm a shill, and they know I'm a Jewish shill, and I'm hiding things. And it's just like, the fuck is going on, man? I'm like not doing anything to anybody. I'm promoting them. I'm working with them, and I'm the bad guy. And then like Zenith the Alpha, who I brought up. I'm not going to say anything bad about that guy because he does great work and he remains neutral. But I know that he thinks I'm bad now because he doesn't like what I say about Derek. Well, I say what I say about Derek because I just told you exactly what it was. Plus, the other thing that people don't understand about Derek is him and I used to Skype, and I was teaching him gematria in the early days all the time. He was always blowing me up. I was always teaching him everything I knew, sharing with him. And then he'd ask me sometimes like weird personal questions, and I'd be like, maybe guy talk, or he just wants, I don't know. And I'd answer. And then like after like the 8th time of Skyping with the guy, he goes, by the way, just so you know, I'm screen recording always when we have these conversations. And I was like, maybe that's why he asked me some of these things. But yeah, again, so for all the Karens out there that don't like what I do or the things I say or the way I rant against people, you guys can call in tonight and let me know what it is so much that you're so mad about over here, why I'm such a bad guy and all that. Like, where did you hear that I was a bad guy? From anonymous people like Russian vids, whose face you don't know and whose name you don't know, and who always every day has to remind you that Bill Hicks is Alex Jones and the earth is flat. And then who seems to attack everybody who brings something relevant to the community. He knows they're a shill. The most important things in the world are the earth is flat and Bill Hicks is Alex Jones. How many people know through him that I'm a bad guy? A lot. How about a call for an uprising? Who knows who he is? You know who his face is? Do you know his real name? How much time did he spend slandering me? How many people know about me through him? Oh, I ride with a call for an uprising because he claims Christianity. Yeah, he's a Jesus guy. Yeah, I know he says crazy shit, and he said he wanted to... we're talking about a guy who said he wanted to murder me and bathe in my blood. I mean, isn't that a weird thing? It seemed like he was drunk that night when he was going on and on about that. And if you guys don't know I've shown how weirdo of a guy that is. Now he'll like spam me all day on Skype, just like a million weirdo messages. But all of these people just attacking me unprovoked for all these years. And my take on it is, well, I know why people are trying to undermine me and slander me. I'm putting out a message that's fucking undeniable. If you have a brain, I'm exposing what the fuck's going on. I'm exposing these billion-dollar sports leagues, these bullshit elections, what the news really is, who runs the whole fucking show. I'm actually doing something, you know? And sadly, a lot of people who look like they were real, like PK Truth and Red Silver J, all those people ever did for me complimenting them and saying how they inspired me, all they ever did was attack me back too. Even when I was a small channel, Red Silver J had like 1 million subs. He's like, I'm not doing that weirdo gematria shit. Weirdo gematria shit, man. It shows exactly what they did with Sandy Hook. Same fucking number pattern. Lenny Posner's wife, her name's 201. I don't think they're really married. That's all for TV, but she's Miss 201, always running around about how we need to undermine the Second Amendment. We got another commercial. We'll be right back, everybody.
Hi, my name is Ella, and I'm 10 years old. I'm one of the millions of children born to parents suffering from the sheeple virus. Symptoms include the inability to think for oneself, the attention span of a goldfish, and a strong belief in government and the mainstream media. It is estimated that 1 out of every 2 children are being raised by parents infected with the sheeple virus. But there is a cure. For as little as 19 cents per day, you can become a TFR supporter and help children like me get their daily dose of truth. Together, we will make sure every child has protection from deception.
You don't hear them talking about COVID. COVID. To be specific, COVID-19. That name gets further and further away from China as opposed to calling it the Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. How do you understand, you dumb son of a bitch, calling it Kung flu? The Chinese virus. Testing is a double-edged sword. They test and they test. People don't know what's going on. We got this. They got this. You do testing. You're going to find more cases. So I send them up, people. Slow the testing down. You know what? Another word over here. The young man's 10 years old. He's got the sniffles. That's a case. That's a case. Thank you, China. Send us the plane. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. How do you understand, you dumb son of a bitch, calling it Kung flu? The Chinese virus. Despite the fact that I've done a phenomenal job. He lied. I saved hundreds of thousands of lives. There was only one person that died. I ran for politics and want to spin up the campus. You're so lucky, President. There's a limit to what we can receive. I stand before you today to declare Kung flu. The Chinese virus. Kung flu. The Chinese virus. How do you understand, you dumb son of a bitch, calling it Kung flu? The Chinese virus. If I lose an election over that, you know what? This country's in big trouble. Big trouble. What the fuck?
This is the Truth Frequency Radio Network. TFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the hash key.
Ouch. Don't watch. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Question authority.
This code has been compromised.
Okay, I'm assuming the sound is over again. The audio is not right, so it's hard to tell. But, yeah, just talking about the Karens and just all the people that seem to come around and instigate. And it's like the only reason they were ever here. And it's just like this guy that's just making videos every single day, like literally 8 hours of videos every day, just about what a scammer we are and CIA agent and fraud. And he obviously doesn't know shit about the work, because whenever he starts, he's like, Zach doesn't even know anything about 322 besides Skull and Bones. It's like, okay, is that true? I mean, I've been educating about all different types of things with 322, especially with Kabbalah and the Tree of Life and Genesis 322. But I mean, these psychopaths that just sit on here and just slander and talk shit all day. It's like, where do they all come from? Why do they got so many rodents in the world harassing? And then you just see all the people that are falling into it, you know? They're now over there supporting like the rodents and the scammers and the liars and the slanderers. And it's a fucking joke. It just makes me think like, God, what a society of fucking losers and how easily people are duped. And man, you hung around here, but you were barely on like that? I mean, it's just a joke. It's like they don't have enough discernment to figure out who's actually legit and who isn't. Oh, here's my gematria decode. I'm now dressing up like I'm a genie, and today's decode is how this story is about from this eclipse in this other part of the world that wasn't even where the story was from 400 years earlier. It's like, then I look at the video, I'm like, well, I thought it was because the person was 38 years old and died 38 days after their birthday, and we're talking about murder by numbers and death and killing and RIP, and then you watch this person's video after 40 minutes of the eclipse from 400 years ago, which is apparently the reason for the ritual today. Then they're like, oh yeah, and then Zach would probably point out that the 38 death thing, but that's so basic and simple and easy. It's like, well, it's kind of what they're doing each day. It is basic, simple, and easy, and no one's seeing it. A national emergency on 911. 10-4 message received on 10-4. Let me put my phone in the Faraday cage. A national text message. But at the same time, yeah, there is something to be concerned about with this shit because the point I was making about these texts is, again, it is going to be a future like that. It's a red alert day. You got to do this, this, and this. Got to be in compliance this way or else. I mean, that's where they're taking us. But yeah, again, all these Karens of the world. And you know, like some of the people... Here, I'm going to make a point, too, about people who've been real active on this show who don't call in anymore and now sit around and spread drama and lies and crap. Marco. You know that name, Marco? He used to call in all the time and his decodes, you know... In a way, I'm glad he doesn't call in because I had to be nice to Marco, and I'm glad he supported the work, but at the same time, I was like, is he actually calling in to make the work look dumb? I didn't want to be mean to him on the phone, but he'd be like, oh yeah, I want to do some additional decodes in addition to what you had. And it's like, when I show something, I try to hit the key numbers that are ritualistic, that are not arbitrary. He'd be like, did you notice that there were red bricks on the ground? And red bricks equals cement. And I'd be like... okay, red bricks equals cement. Hey, thanks for the call tonight, Marco. I'm sure that just won everybody over with how important gematria is. We needed those additional details. Red bricks equals Nike. It's like, was Nike a part of the story? And I don't know if I'm just saying these are the kind of things he'd call in and observe, and I'd be like, okay, is there anybody in the world that like can actually help out the movement and call in instead of Marco every week? But now I'm not surprised that Marco's one of the trolls. Because I almost kind of felt that way when he was calling in. I was like, is he serious? I don't want to be mean. I mean, it seems like he's enthusiastic about the work, but my God, another decode like this? I mean, I've told you about those books that are written that I don't agree with, but it's like Marco trying to call in and support those books where they say, you know, these people, like the type of people that live over in Israel, they have the highest IQs, and then these people over here who tend to live in like, you know, poorer environments because of the system they live in and who get the most shit education, they have the lowest IQs. It's like, is Marco trying to support the claims of these books with these calls? And now I got Marco all over, man. Zach did Angel wrong. Again, and even I saw Daria say, I wish Zach would have handled the Angel thing more privately. I didn't say Angel's name. It wasn't even a big deal. I was talking about just one of the things I was not comfortable with what was happening in New York City last year is that, you know, a mother who just had an incident at another gathering where the police pretty much came and shut it down because something about she left her child unattended. I told her not to come out to New York City either because she called in and made it sound like we were all going to get arrested and be in the NYPD locker for the whole time. And I was like, oh, thanks for calling in for my New York hype stream and setting it off that way with how we're all going to get arrested in New York City. And we can't be like how we are out in Seattle and other places. I told her after the stream, I said, you know, please don't come out to New York City. I said, that was not what this stream needed. It didn't need more fear-mongering and anxiety. We need people to gather and stand up. And then she shows up, and then she's dragging her daughter around, and her daughter, and another moron who I helped out. All I've ever helped do for him is raise funds for him, but now he's online slandering. He's like, I know it's a lie that Angel's daughter fell asleep in public and got scolded. No, it's not a lie, you fucking moron. Were you there? She did fall asleep and Angel did scold her. And now I am putting Angel's name out there, but before I kept it all anonymous. Again, it's just like all this shit's so annoying. Are there people in the world that actually want to fucking help me and do something? Or do we just got drama queens coming around and people that are so fucking sensitive? Before, Angel said she was down for the cause because I saved her life by preparing her for the Valentine's Day power outages, which I said were coming before they happened because we know what the fuck's going on in the nation. So she got all sensitive because I didn't even mention her name. I just said, there was somebody in New York, and she said she was going to keep her daughter out there, and she was going to be out there until the day I went home. And I kept telling her that, you don't need to be out here every day, and you probably need to take your daughter home. It was the beginning of the school year. The daughter was it was awkward. And the daughter was begging to go home. She's saying, Mom, I'm getting behind so far in school. And I just kept saying to her, I was asking nicely in person. It was keeping it between her and I. I was like, you got to take your child home. She needs to go home. It doesn't look good. And anyway, if anybody's got a problem with me over that, it's because you're a fucking loser, okay? And I know I might not be a parent, but you know what? I've helped raise a lot of children in this world. From all the children I've worked with in group homes to schools, I've done a lot for children. Yeah, I might not have any children of my own, but I've been a good influence for a lot of children. And I knew that was a fucked up thing. And like I said, she just got another gathering locked down because the cops got called over the neglect of the child, okay? Oh, well, that's not true. The child was... Just shut the fuck up, all you drama queens. That is true, and that's exactly what happened, okay? And she did try to call in and pour rain all over the New York gathering with all this paranoia and fear, which was bullshit. We went to NYPD and did exactly what the fuck we wanted to do and made a lot of noise and planted a lot of seeds. And out of doing this important stuff and being successful, more and more dramas come, more and more drama agents. And now people are taking sides. Oh, maybe Zach is bad. That's not cool that he did that to a mom. What did I do? I kept the story anonymous. They made it public. They went on and started all bitching over my remarks. Nobody even knew what I was talking about. Sadly, people thought I was talking about Yeah, Right, the Matrix. I wasn't talking about Yeah, Right, the Matrix. It's kids were cool and wanted to be there. It was a different situation. And you know what? Credit to Angel. Her daughter actually was really cool. When she wasn't tired and upset, she was helpful. She made signs. I talked to her for a while at Yale, and she was a bright young girl, but it just wasn't right. She didn't want to be there. She wanted to go home, and Mom wasn't taking her home. Mom's like, no, we're staying with Zach as long as... It's like, I don't even want you here. I don't even want you here. And again, part of the thing was, too, I asked her not to come to Buffalo. She showed up in the middle of the night in Buffalo, calls me in the middle of the night, needs a ride from the airport, has nowhere to stay, got her hotel for her. She ended up staying there extra days. The hotel bill ended up being over $1,200. Because I didn't have it booked in advance. It was weekend rates, and and what was the contribution? In the morning when I want to go out and be where I need to be, I'm waiting in the lobby. She says, I'll be out in 5 minutes. I'm sitting there for like over an hour waiting for her to come out in the morning. I don't even need her to be there. I'm paying all this money. And I remember the guy at the hotel, he's like, why do you put your girlfriend in another room? I said, that's not my girlfriend, man. He's like, oh. He said, men don't usually pay for either. I was like, it's a work thing. He's like, okay. It was just the morning I was sitting out there in the lobby waiting for her. No, so anyway, I'm going to air out all this shit because it's fucking annoying. It's like I'm not doing the wrong things. I'm trying to help people out. These people are fucking drama queens. People can just get so offended so easily. You think it's right that the child was exhausted? I mean, we were out there day and night, you guys. We didn't sleep in New York City. It's not normal to not sleep. I could understand why the child was falling asleep in public, but then for the mom to be scolding her, it's just like, this whole thing is wrong. Go home, take your child home. You weren't even supposed to be here in the first place. Why are these people here? She was so worried the whole thing was going to get locked down at the NYPD. Why is she even out there? Does that make sense to bring your child to that? You thought we were all going to get arrested. Why are you there with your child? Is that what parents do? I think it's going to be a bad scene. We're all going to end up in the locker, so I'm going to bring my child out there? It doesn't even make sense. Who are these people, seriously? That's the problem. I get what it is, you guys. Most of them are so busy in America. They're working. They're going to school. They're trying to keep up. There's not a lot of people who have extra time. Well, maybe that's not so true either because everyone's sitting on their ass on the weekend watching football. But still, a lot of people are so busy with their lives, they don't have time to catch up or do anything or fly out and do something like that. It's interesting circumstances for the people who can. And all I really expect when I go out to New York City is the people who live in that city to come out for the weekend on the day that hopefully they have off. Not drag your child out from Texas and just have an awkward scene the whole time. And then for all the little beta males, what do you think you're going to get laid from Angel by sticking up for her online? Marco thinks he's going to get a piece. Marco said, fuck the truth and what Zach's standing for. Oh, maybe I get a piece from Angel. Single mom. She's my type. Truth Vibration podcast, always online as a Debbie Downer pessimist, asking me to promote his show. I'm nice to him too. He said he was in jail and needed money, and so we promoted it and we helped raise money for him. That's all I've ever done for that guy, but at the same time, I gotta be honest. I always wondered why he's around here. You know? Why is he really here? Do you watch his videos? His videos are so pessimistic. The world's never gonna change. Oh man, traffic sucks today. I hate my job. Oh man, this just happened to me. Like, oh, thanks, dude. You're really making a difference in the world. Maybe get your shit together and then come back and try to help out the world. First, you got to take care of yourself. See, that's something I did. First, I took care of myself. I was smart. I worked my ass off for my whole life. Saved up a bunch of money. Found an affordable house by buying it at a smart time, by being an intelligent person. Got it so my life expenses were so small and my savings was so big so that I could get out of the rat race. Because I saw how fucked up the world was, and I wanted to speak out and do something and try and change it. Not a lot of people in America smart enough to plan like that or even fucking achieve it. That's why I got so many haters. Ooh, I wish I could do what Zach did. Then fucking do it. Work your ass off your whole life. Be smart. Be disciplined. Put yourself in a position to do something. That's what I did. Now I got losers. Oh, all Zach does is squander off the truth. I mean, fuck you, sorry ass motherfuckers. I gave up a really profitable business, essentially, for doing this. Sometimes I wish I just said, fuck it. I'll just worry about my weed business and making money. Here, I'll use the gematria knowledge to bet myself. I bet I'd still be hitting every fucking wild card narrative like we did for the first 5 years. It's not the same in 2023 because I taught the information, and now there's 1,000 people in the world that want to use my name as some marketing gimmick. Oh, Zach sucks at picks. I'm even better. Subscribe to my sports Patreon. Fuck you, sorry-ass motherfucker. That wasn't ever the point. The point was to teach the knowledge so that people could wake the fuck up to how rigged the game is. Just like National Kevin Day yesterday, as Kevin McCarthy gets ousted, and the two Kevins that were in baseball in the playoffs both got their asses kicked. Not an accident, just like how we show every year the sports and the politics is scripted. Zach's fake. What seems fake about me, stupid motherfucker? How about being out on the corner, speaking my shit, talking shit, and not really having a problem? Nobody's really fucking with me on the street, except for the weirdos in Seattle who don't know their place. But they're not getting away with it either. What are you doing in the world? Were you out there in the freezing ass cold and the pouring rain all day on March 13th, 2020 in front of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, giving out over $2,500 in shit to get a crowd in front of there to try and get the news media out to talk about Event 201? We almost did it. We got Deborah Horn of Cairo 7 to come out, but they never put it on the news. Maybe had more people come out, maybe we would have got there. Where were you at? Oh, I was online doing a video about how Zach's Mossad because Russian vids said so, because I'm a fucking dipshit. Yeah, Russian vids believes in Jesus, and the earth is flat. Yeah, and you're both fucking morons. Zach, Jesus is coming back any day. He's gonna save us all any day. You're so wrong. God, you know how many times I've heard that over the years? The fuck's this Jesus at? Yeah, I am a spiritual person. You know what I think? I think we're all the children of God, and we all have God inside us, and we can all use our powers to make a fucking difference. Not wait for fictional man in the sky that the Catholic Church gave us. Yeah, that's why you celebrate Jesus' birthday on Christmas. The same day they celebrate the sun in the sky's birthday. Remember, 274 AD, 274 for the sun, 320 AD for Jesus. Both on the same day. Sun, keyword, English, credited to a Catholic monk. The calendar, credited to a Catholic pope. 1225 square root 35. Catholic equals 35. JFK number 35, the first Catholic, Joe Biden the second, inaugurated on the Pope's 35th day of his age. Think that's an accident? If you do, it's because you're a fucking moron. I think it's more important to know the earth is flat and Jesus is coming. Who wants to call in? I'm sure I'm pissing off all kinds of people. Call in, Karens. Here's a real human being who's been here for 10 fucking years, actually doing something that matters, proving what the fuck's going on, and you're still, well, I'm more stuck on the story in my head from when I was a child, because if I don't believe in that, I'm not going to get the eternal afterlife. Is it really any better than Joseph Smith and the Mormons? Joseph Smith, they had to rewrite the Mormon documents. Joseph Smith had affairs, so actually polygamy is actually what God told him. Or what was it, Moroni in the woods, the angel Moroni. It was a mistranslation. Moroni actually said, fuck as many women as you want. Fuck it. Just fuck it. And yeah, if you just fuck as many women as you want and have as many kids as you want, you can all live happily ever after on your happy planet. It's all on the golden tablets in New York or Pennsylvania, or maybe they're in Utah, or they're at Brigham Young's ass. See, a lot of you guys don't care about that, but oh my God, you touched Jesus! Don't you see it's all the same shit? Some asshole authority in a costume told you that that was the real shit. It's the real shit, trust me. If you don't trust me, if you don't believe it, eternal hellfire for you. You're a bad person. So I remember my cocksucker neighbor, driving to church every Sunday in the same pickup truck that I owned, which he bought because he was part of the robbery of my house, which bought another house, a car, a whole bunch of shit, a complete house remodel in his case. And again, why was all that money in my house anyway? Because I had a business in a bullshit nation where you can't deposit the money or the bank will seize it because marijuana's bad, okay? Might actually make you think about something, okay? Anyone remember smoking weed for the first time and having a good experience and being like, holy shit, how come I never thought of that before? I think Chris Geo, he might have taken it to the next level with the DMT and fallen off a DMT island. Where is Chris Geo at to fix the fucking network? It's another thing I want to rant about. If Chris Geo wants to call in tonight and tell me what's going on there, that would also be appreciated. So anyway, let me go over the phone line here and look for some new numbers because I'm hoping we got some Karens to let me understand what it's all about. 347, you're wrong. Hold on. It didn't work. I'm going to fix it. There you go. You're on.
Hey, Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
Zach, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to ask you, are you going to New York next year for 9/11?
I don't know. It depends on if people support the work. And somebody just made a video about that too. Zach makes plenty. He could have gone to New York this year. Yeah, I could have gone to New York this year, but why should I go travel across the country again? I do know it's important, but literally I traveled all over the fucking place and support for the work went down by more than 50%. So what is the motivation when I'm trying to build the movement and get resources so we can actually do something bigger where I have proven that I put the resources towards the community every fucking day for years? What is the motivation of going and speaking out, which only takes a lot of time and energy out of me and cuts out of everything else and is expensive when it's not building the movement and it's not making enough of a difference? But yeah, I would like to be back in New York City, and I'd like to be back there a lot more than 9/11 because there's a lot of people to speak to, and ideally, if I lived there, I'd be out on the streets every day. So I do want to go back, but support needs to come back from the work, and if it's not going to come back, I'm probably not going to come back either because I live on the West Coast.
The reason I was asking is because did you know next year it's going to be on a kill date?
Well, I mean, I can talk about it from here. So if support doesn't go back up, I'm sure I'll be talking about the ritual from here.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know what you thought about it being on a kill date, like if you think something's going to go down or what.
Well, we know shit's always going down. All right, man. Appreciate the call. Thank you.
All right, thanks.
So, and here, one other thing I forgot to talk about with this 207 thing. Again, what they coded in this article in the post time, and where again, if you got here late, just rewind the stream and watch from there. I don't want to explain it all, but from the beginning, we talked about 207. Remember, all these headlines with Trump, the calm before the storm is coming. The storm is coming is another 207 phrase. But one of the most key people in history and Kabbalah is Sabbatai Zevi, whose name equals 207 as well. And Turkey's had a big year, as we know. We know how the year started in Turkey with the tribute to Revelation and the quake. In Turkey, where the, Biblical Church of Philadelphia is. Remember, they were doing the Synagogue of Satan tribute at the Grammys as Turkey got rocked. the gay guy on the stage, and the tranny. But, oh man, say anything about those, you're a bad fucking person. It's like, this whole generation of fucking losers they're raising up that only care about stuff like that, it's just like, God, they've literally fucked society up the ass. That's all they care about. Oh, how dare you speak up against people who get fucked in the ass and like it. You guys, it's just like, if we are the, never mind. It's just, this stuff is gross. Do it in your bedroom if you like that, but it doesn't need to be Pride Month and parades on the street, and yeah, I fuck guys in the ass, and I get fucked in the ass. It's like, what the fuck society do I live in? Oh, you cut your genitals off. Who gives a fuck? I mean, this is what people care about, though, now. No, I want to stand up for it so I can cut my genitals off. Well, I want to get fucking free over here, and I think my opinion should be able to stay up on YouTube, too. Okay? Jeff Young sent me the best fucking tweet the other day of what the community looks like. I was laughing my ass off. If you haven't seen that tweet, the community with the community standards, you need to look up that tweet. But yeah, again, 207. I look at the Turkey leader. His name's got it. Again, Turkey's so central to everything going on too. So I'm wondering what could pop off next. And there's a reason they renamed Turkey and its spelling with these gematria freaks. And we talked about that with the earthquake, but. Anyway, I want to get back out to the callers. And again, do me a favor. Hang up on the line and call into listen to the listen-only line or watch on YouTube. If you're not on the line and a Karen right now, just hang up. I don't even want calls like the last call, honestly. I want to hear from the Karens. Because these people are a fucking nuisance, and they are having a real impact and fucking up what I'm trying to achieve here. And that's a fucking problem because there's not many people in the world that are standing up for the right things and have the right message. So if you're a Chagozi Truth who's now riding with the trolls, what the fuck's wrong with you? God, you're a big, strong guy, but you're a fucking pussy inside. And that's why you don't have a woman either. And don't get mad that I'm saying that to you. Reflect. Women are not attracted to sensitive, wimpy guys inside, especially when they're huge muscle men. It's like, how is this even possible? What did they do to this generation? All of these people that have gone this emo route, who are probably coming back with Jimmy Butler's hairstyle in the following NBA season, I want you to call in and explain to me why you're such a soft marshmallow person who wants to dedicate their time now to sabotage me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Hang up. If that's not your call, okay? I'm going to get annoyed if I go out to the phone line and you're like, oh, actually, I'm calling it. No, you're not listening. Hang up and call into the listener line. 480, I assume you're a Karen. What's going on?
Well, I definitely want to talk about the vibration war. I mean, let's talk about fear, anger. Pretty much all hatred is what the people that are above us want us to feel and breathe and push onto each other. And I don't feel like you're winning that war right now. You're not living in love. You're not pushing good things. You're actually just shit talking. And if people are hating on you, let go of it and move on and don't shit talk back.
Okay, shut the fuck up for a minute. No, shut up and listen. Listen to this dumb motherfucker. So, again, what this fucking loser doesn't get is that, again, I used to not respond to all the trolling and slanders. And that became a problem because then everyone thought it was true. We'll be right back with this fucking loser, and hopefully some more of you guys call in so I can put you in your place.
My hero. That's who I chase. Now, when I was 15 years old, I had a very important person in my life come to me and say, who's your hero? And I said, I don't know, I got to think about that. Give me a couple of weeks. I come back 2 weeks later. This person comes up and says, who's your hero? And I said, I thought about it. You know who it is? I said, it's me in 10 years. So I turned 25 10 years later. That same person comes to me and goes, so are you a hero? And I was like, not even close. No. She said, why? I said, because my hero is me at 35. So you see, every day, every week, every month, and every year of my life, my hero's always 10 years away. I'm never going to be my hero. I'm not going to attain that. I know I'm not. And that's just fine with me because that keeps me with somebody to keep on chasing. So to any of us, whatever those things are, whatever it is we look up to, whatever it is we look forward to, and whoever it is we're chasing, to that I say amen. To that I say, all right, all right, all right. To that I say, just keep living, huh?
The reviews for Extendivite are amazing. Here are some from Amazon. By Christine, great for heart palpitations. By Ann, before I started using this product, every afternoon, my ankles and my hands would be swollen. That doesn't happen anymore. So if that part of their advertising is true, I have to assume that the rest of it is also. Not to mention that when I had my yearly blood test, only a few weeks after beginning to use this product, my cholesterol had dropped over 30 points. I'm going to continue to take it. By Croc, I love this product. It really works. By Brad, works great, thank you. Tell us your story. Get your Extendivite today. To order, call 1-877-928-8822. That's 1-877-928-8822 or visit heartdrop.com.
Exchange life with Extendivite.
We exist in the security and comfort of our worlds. Paved paths, lights, and manicured lawns give us peace of mind that our world has been tamed, and we are its master. But other worlds exist on the edge of our sight. On the edge of our awareness, the shadows move. The woods fill with the unblinking eyes of the nightmares our ancestors warned us about. Some of us have stumbled into these forgotten realms, whether on purpose or completely by surprise. I'm Brent Thomas. Join us on the Paranormal Portal Friday and Saturday nights from 10 p.m. to midnight Pacific Standard Time as we journey into the world of paranormal phenomena.
No hate. No hype. No fear. We are Team. Team Radio.
Climbing!
All right, we're back, Truth Seeker, and again, I'm going to go back to this caller who's on the line when his little voice, hey, he's a shit talker. Here's what I want you to answer. I am addressing people shit talking about me who are slandering me and trying to undermine what I'm achieving and making people focus on me for all these things. Again, big channels created this conspiracy that I'm a Jewish shill Mossad agent who undermines Jesus Christ, as if only Jews have a problem with the Jesus freaks and the bullshit religion. Again, some of you have an opinion about me who don't know anything about me, and it has been detrimental. A lot of people won't even talk to me or address the work because they learned about me through people they trusted, like a call for an uprising, a nameless, soulless fucking loser. And again, that's part of the problem. But the other thing is, what I want you to talk about and address is my work important? Is what I'm exposing important? Am I not exposing something that's never been exposed before? Because I don't know anybody else who ever showed any of this. And it is very important because it can suck people out of the things that are really fucking up this world, like politics and news and bullshit entertainment and agendas. And people can actually see the agendas and how they're being duped into wanting to let another man experiment with their asshole, which I have a feeling you're one of those people. I have a feeling that's why you're calling in, because you don't like that I might be, you get what I'm saying. So here's your response time, and if it doesn't sound right and you're just talking more bullshit, you're just going to get hung up on, and I'm going to look for the next Karen who might be able to actually address the points. So to the Karen in Arizona, the 480, you're back on.
Oh, Zach. Well, since we're on the subject of why people are upset, I think we should talk about, how much money you're making a year. And at 201 Brandon Street in Washington, where your LLC is registered, I think we should talk about how your company is working with Mighty Networks and Mighty Networks.
Okay. So again, it's just a troll. And again, it is true. I do live at the house 201 right now, which is a really weird thing. And I moved here last year after I got back from New York educating about 201. And how did that happen? Again, the life is strange. And we've talked about the organic side and how talking about certain numbers can make them come to your life. Again, if you guys do not know what happened last year while I was in New York, sweet lady had just started working, and then they moved her on her first day of her first official job to a location 50 miles from where she thought she was going to work. She thought she was going to work where we lived, and they said, actually, we're going to have you work here. She's not comfortable driving on the freeway, so we had to go look for a home where she now works. And it's a really tiny little town, and there was like 3 homes available on the market. 2 were really old and not very nice to live in, and there was 1 new construction home with the address 201. That was the one that she happened to like, and there was actually 1 other home on acreage that was newer that I would have preferred to live in, which I thought was meant for me because the number was 217, which is like my birthday, 217. But again, if you've ever been in a relationship, you do what makes your woman happy. And I thought, how funny is this that she's working in this industry now, and then house 201. And it reminded me, though, when I was in New Orleans, when I first learned about 201, I was staying at a hotel while educating about all the people who died for Joe Burrow's championship. And I didn't know anything about 201 really yet, other than a few documentations. This was back in early 2020. And again, I was staying at the Treme in New Orleans, and the only hotel room available was 201. And as soon as I got into the hotel, like 30 seconds after checking into that hotel, my phone started getting blown up by a stranger that said I needed to research event 201. And I was so creeped out at the moment. I was like, what is going on? The number didn't have any relevance to me. But I look back at that, and it's a reminder. There's a reason they use these numbers. These numbers, it's that hermeticism. Everything has a vibration. Again, there is a sorcery side to this. And I think somehow it's like you might be using it by accident. I'm teaching the world about 201. Now, the house we're moving to is 201. And why does everyone know that I live in house 201? Because I shared that story right when I moved in here. So this fucking loser, who's just another one of these trolls who hangs around all day, and I guarantee he's one of the pieces of shit on my Patreon spamming shit all day, he calls in like it's some fucking conspiracy. Fucking moron, you learned about it from me. That's what's annoying. I shared the story about how my dad was adopted by a man named Hubbard. So we don't have a bloodline to the name Hubbard. And once upon a time, he was told that his father might have been a Greenblatt. I told that story. People use that as a conspiracy. Oh, Zach's a Jewish shill named Greenblatt. It was already going on before that. But then I said, I do look a little bit Jewish. It could be in our bloodline, but I wasn't raised Jewish. I can prove with my genitals I'm not Jewish. Again, people keep saying I should set up the OnlyFans for my trolls to fund the movement. It's probably true. Hey, sign up for Zach's OnlyFans to see his dick so you can know he's not Jewish. Should I do it? I'm going to have Sports Gematria ringing my doorbell here. Stay away. But seriously, it's just these people are fucking a nuisance. So that's not, that's who's harassing. And for all of you Karens out there, like from Marco to Chigozi, who've fallen under this spell of the online harassment. You guys saw when I was talking to Chigozi last year on there, he started going, you're a Jewish shill. I was like, listen to him. He just called me a Jewish shill. The same guy who's been here supporting him and promoting him and helped build up his channel. And, he's now I'm a Jewish shill. Just a fucking joke, man. How much money am I making? Hardly anything compared to what is deserved for this work and what I've taught and how much money I've made for other people. That's the other part of the answer. Fuck you. Why do you go knock down Jake Tapper's door? I think Jake Tapper makes about $10 million a year to lie to you every day. Faggot. How about 616? Do we got another Karen on? (616) Karen. They hung up. 708. 708, are you on?
Yeah, Zach.
Yeah, what's up?
You hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, did you know that Sunday, Patrick Mahomes in his 84th game broke Dan Marino's record for fastest to 200 touchdowns 34 years after the record was set? And you know how the next day the dead Dolphins story came up, and you know Dan Marino played for the Dolphins. And then in the duodecimal numerology, 61, which Daniel Marino equals, is the 18th prime. Patrick Mahomes had 18 completions that day. And you know, 61, after that, 61 is between 73 and 51 in duodecimal numerology, right? So Patrick Mahomes had 51 rushing yards on a 7.3 average, and 61 is between 73 and 51 in duodecimal numerology. Isn't that something?
It's not a surprise at all, and that's exactly what they're doing. And for people who don't know, that dead Dolphins story did break right before the Dolphins lost their first loss of the season, and it was in the Amazon where all these dead Dolphins are. Amazon equals 70, like Miami Dolphins, like how the weekend before 2 players drafted in 1970 died before the game where they scored 70 points, and this past week Josh Allen became 7-0 at home versus the Dolphins. But this is also way off topic, and you must not have heard what I said because all I want to talk to are the Karens, but good research. Thank you. Marco's supposedly on the line, but he won't answer the question of which area code it is. I don't see his name on the call board, so I'm just going in order. So, 346.
Hello.
Hello.
Did you already talk about the eclipse?
Have you been listening to the show tonight?
Hello?
Okay. I'm sorry. I got to move on. 603. There's only one other person on hold after this, so the next person's got to be Marco if this isn't him. 603.
No, I'm not Marco.
Well, thank you for calling in.
No, I just, so here's the thing, Zach. Geez, hopefully I can get out what I want to say because I feel like you're looking for Karens and I feel like you're so incredibly pissed off. But I just want to say I think you're a genius, and I don't say that lightly. I've been listening to you for a couple months. I've turned people on to you. I've been on this app called Clubhouse, been on Facebook through Gematria, been learning Gematria, and I feel like you've had a very positive, you are spreading like a good thing throughout the truther community, people that are, but I feel like you are letting the incels, and I don't even know if you know what an incel is, but you're letting the incels, guys that can't get laid, they're usually gamers that stay in their parents' basement. You're letting them get to you and the Karens when that is not, they're not worth your spit. They're not worth your spit.
But again, I don't think you heard the point I'm making. The point is they're having a huge impact, and it's really fucked up this work in a huge way from the beginning. You don't know how many people won't even look at this work because they learned about me from literally a shill channel about what a big shill I was. That's how they know me, and that's what they associate the work with, and there's a lot of people who fall under that spell more and more. It's had a huge problem. Huh? I know I'm not, but it's had a huge problem, so these need to be addressed. Trust me, I learned the mistake of not responding because I didn't respond to any of the crap that was being said about me for like the first year of doing it, and then I realized, then it became like, see, why do you think Zach doesn't respond to anything? You cannot win at this game.
Yeah, no, you can't. I think we're in such an apathetic society, and your generation is a really rough generation because it's so incredibly apathetic, and everybody, this government and this World Economic Forum is trying to, I mean, the parasitic elite have been brainwashing us for years and years and decades to hate one another, to be divided, they've been watching us for how long? Through Google and Amazon and all this shit. They've been watching us. So they want us all to become misanthropes. So the last thing I'm just trying to reach you, and I don't think I can reach you. Trust me, I'm very humble. I've been through a lot in life. And I don't say that for empathy or sympathy. You know, I joined the government when I thought 9/11 was real. You know, and hindsight is 2020, right? It's perfect. But that was over 20 years ago when I joined 9/11, right? When I joined a government agency that was to fight against what happened in 9/11. It was all a big lie and an inside job. Did I know that at 30, over 20 years ago? No. So yeah, it took me losing my friends to cancer. It took a government cover-up. It took me getting cancer. It took everything. I didn't even realize. You know, the only time I realized is when I was out on cancer treatment getting chemo and my breast removed. So, you know, not everybody's a Karen. And I just think that you should just vote. I wish, and I can't tell you what to do. I know that I'm only, 15 years older than you. But I feel like, I feel like you focus on these dickheads that are not even worth your time, and they're trying to drain your energy purposely. They're like energy vampires.
Well, the good news is I have endless energy. If you've been following me, you should know that I'll get up tomorrow and bust my ass again, and then I'll stay up extra and fight all night if I have to. I mean, it doesn't drain my... They're not energy vampires. You can't drain my energy. I will fight back all the time, 24/7, 365. That's why you don't understand. How many people do you guys see go out in a major city and speak for 12 fucking hours all day and not eat, not drink, not piss? How many times have I done that? Sex or fraud? Fuck all of you. Oh, I'm waiting for Jesus. Find the Jesus inside you. You're the child of God. Use your spiritual energy to do something positive. All of you fucking losers who hate me and love Jesus, you don't even know what Jesus is. You're just a fucking little child moron that doesn't know shit about shit, that believes little stories that are based in fear, because we all know it comes down to, for all of these callers who call in, if I don't believe I'll get in trouble, it means inside you're a little child, you're a little pussy, okay? That's the facts. You don't understand what real spirituality is. You don't know what the right thing is to do right now as a child of God. You're waiting for some bullshit fantasy story like you're a fucking kid on Christmas Eve. Santa's coming down the chimney. Just wait, Zach. He's coming to save us all. Fucking losers.
Zach, who cares about them?
Well, you don't get it either. I appreciate your calling. You're a nice person, but you don't get it either. So thank you. And you know what? I love all the ladies that support the work, but I call on men to fucking help, because men are supposed to be fighting this shit. Some women do get it. We got some women that are down for the cause, but a lot of women they just don't get it. Okay? That we aren't the same, men and women. We're equal. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but there's different purposes we have in life. When the war needs to be fought, you don't say, hey, little sister, come out here with your nice scrawny arms and fight the fucking war with me. No. Stay home and take care of your little brother. Make sure mom's good. Make sure the house is kept up. I'll be back when the fucking war's over. Got women out there and be like, oh, he's the cutest one. And then, have you guys been in a workplace where women also work? Be in one with men. The job is getting fucking done. Men just want to get the job done and go home and be with their woman. You get in a workplace with women, it's like, oh, gossip and stories and drama and, ooh, man, oh, now they're having sex and, oh, this person's jealous. Same shit in school. That's why back in the day it used to be all boys school, all women's school. What happens when it becomes both? You got people fighting over girls and distracted, and I always tell the story when I was, when you're going through puberty and you're a guy and you got all this shit going on, like sometimes it's hard to control what's going on down here. It's like the joke, like you should have duct taped before you went to school. I got assigned seating in math class, and like the hottest girl in the school is right next to me, and I'm like a 10th grader, and she's a senior, and she's way more developed, and she's a beautiful woman. And I'm like, fuck, how am I supposed to listen to this math lesson when my pants, I'm like embarrassed. I'm like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Again, there's a time and a place for everything, and they know exactly what they've done to us. They fucked up society. And now they got women with like enhanced yoga pants that make their asses look even better, and everybody's having an affair now. And now you're at the workplace, and whoa, she's wearing those yoga pants again. Oh my God. What? You know what I mean? Like, this whole thing is by design. Society is just so broken because we've been manipulated in every way we can be manipulated as human beings. Sexually manipulated, mentally manipulated. Where's Marco? Marco's saying he's calling in. He's not on the fucking call board. Marco, you're full of shit. Call in. You're not even on here. Take up my call. You're not even on here, you fucking pussy. You want to fuck Angel? Come on. Get on here and tell us how much you want to fuck Angel, and it's way more important to you than what we're actually standing for. Come on. Come on. And for that sorry-ass motherfucker Truth Vibration podcast, who all I ever did was help donate money and build up money for your broke ass, who's now on there like, oh, RPM Trey's a fucking loser. He just wanted to fuck Angel. Fuck you, man. RPM Trey's a loser? Fuck you. Go say that to his face. Another Napoleon complex midget. Fucking moron. Call in, both of you. Trolling all the time. Trolling in psychopaths chat. Call in. Stop talking shit and saying you're on the line. You're not on the line. 678. Six, 7, 8.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you could hear me or not. Hey, I was just calling in on a lighter note. I just wanted to let you know that I really, 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 really love your show. I got turned on by you by my boyfriend. He actually does similar line of work, and he always shares your podcast. Well, this on there all the time. His page and stuff got shut down. So I'm just calling to let you know that I really, really love you. He loves you too. You should definitely check him out, and y'all should too. Burrow on Instagram, Burrow_Burrow, and then his podcast is General Policy. He does like a whole segment basically praising you. So I just wanted to call in and say thank you and love what you're doing.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, you have a good night. Okay. Yeah, there's nobody on here on a block number. No. This person's playing games. They don't want to call in because they know they don't got shit to say. It's easier to just spam bullshit in the chat than actually call in and say something. 860.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up?
Tuning in, and not much. I hear you with all these, I don't even want to call it feminine energy, but the people who are like, why are you doing this? This just bolsters them. This just gives them stuff to work with. It's like, you'll go for weeks and months without addressing it, and you see what happens then. And, you know, these people don't have any comments for that, and then you take one stream to kind of address it or, you know, expose these people, and they're just like, I don't know why you're devoting all your time and energy to this. This helps them. Again, the people who think that way have never put out content, never been trolled, harassed. And then, you know, you imagine you do it for a decade. So I don't know what's happening with all these people who kind of betray. I wouldn't be shocked. I mean, they work kind of menial jobs, right? So it's like, I wouldn't be shocked if they're like, okay, let's pay this guy $500 and, you know, he can still do his YouTube thing, but now he's just going to harass Zach. Because it kind of comes out of nowhere, right? Kind of, I don't really ever see there being a reason why they do it. And it's so, you know, like in stages. It's like, okay, you'll have all these people do it, and then those people do it. And then it's like you'll look at their chat, and it's like they have like more people than they've ever had before, but it's like people we don't know. So it's like, you know, they kind of prop up a network at the same time. You got to think about what you've done. There are people who kind of just live off, you know, trolling you, and as you know, and even their audience to a degree. It's like, where did these people come from? We've never seen these people before. But all of a sudden, they're just all here.
But Itachi, again, there's tons of people in the community who aren't in the chats and wasting time and creating drama. Just like anytime we go out and pound pavement, real people come out who say, yeah, I don't participate in the chat because it's all bullshit. And I agree. And Itachi, I like you, but I mean, seriously, like I see you always like attacking people. I know you were attacking Martin recently. Martin's a good person who's been around for a lot longer than you, and you're saying shit like, these people only come around to talk about sports. Itachi, all you talk about in the community is the drama in the sports. So also at the same time, I'm going to call you out tonight too. I do appreciate and I do think you're sincere and want to help, but at the same time, it's like the pot calling the kettle black all the time. You're saying people only come around to care about sports What other work do you do on decodes besides sports?
Well, I mean, I've had a few of those.
Think about that and stop talking shit about so many people. But have a good night, Itachi. Okay, again, you guys, I'm direct. Like, what I don't like are indirect people. I don't like people who text me at night about what a weirdo fucking loser Cuts is, and then they're chopping it up with Cuts in his live stream. That's some weirdo shit to me. I don't like that. And there was somebody who was just on here under unknown, but they just hung up. So I was thinking that was Marco next, but now it's gone. And I don't have anybody else on. So where are all these fucking Karens that are harassing me all the time? You know? How about Gary the numbers guy? Because we know you're out there with your pack of trolls. Why don't you call in and remind me what a little bitch you are? For people who used to listen to this show back in 2016, he'd call in every week until he got his ass handed to him too many times. And then he just employed his trolls, because he's part of that Saturday School network, to come harass. And I really do think that he might be a major source of the many people that are around here. So, yeah, again, you guys, I mean, and the thing about Itachi is, he bitches about people all the time and does the exact same thing. And recently he said he was leaving the community because there's too much drama, and he wrote out this big thing for me to announce about why he's leaving, and then he doesn't even leave. It's just like, this is just, dude, I mean, make up your mind, okay? And you can't be telling people about how to be online when you know what just happened to you in your own life. You're not in any position to coach for how people's behavior should be online. So, again, I'm not here to be friends with anybody, and I'm a very direct person, and I say what needs to be said, and that also hurts a lot of these marshmallow people that live in this society that are so passive-aggressive and indirect and can never confront anybody about anything, but then are backstabbing these people. See, I don't backstab people. I talk shit forwards. You know exactly what I said. Ooh, Zach's bad because he said Derek's, a limp dick loser who can't get any pussy. You know why I said it? Because it's fucking facts. Because I set the guy up with a smoke show dime piece, and he's got a little limp willy, and she told me about it. You know why I'm putting that out there? Because he tried to fuck with me and undermine what I'm doing and slander my name. You can slander and talk shit and do whack-ass decodes to try to make me look bad. I know the facts about you, little limp dick loser. No wonder you don't have any pussy. No wonder your woman left you. Okay? Oh, I'm going to side with Derek. That's probably because you're a beta male too. Okay? If you think what I'm saying is wrong, you're wrong. I'm saying direct facts. No man goes and dogs another man who sets him up with a dime piece and probably got him his best piece of ass in his life. And I'm not saying that's right either. I think people should, not be just having sex to have sex because you're attracted to someone. I think sex is a sacred thing, but I'm just saying, these are facts. I set him up with a really nice woman, and how does he repay me? By slandering my name. Fuck you. And fuck anyone who stands on his side. Okay? Who wants to call in? Come on, Karens. Come on, shit talkers. Derek, why don't you call in? Last year, Derek and I made up in person in Wisconsin. What is happening by the time I get back from New York City? Derek's got a video up slandering me again. What the fuck is going on? We just met in person. We shook hands. We made amends. And you know what? And then I said to him, I said, are you doing this because the trolls told you this? This isn't even true. And he's like, well, I did hear it through the grapevine. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. He's like, I don't even watch your channel anymore. Oh, so you don't watch my channel, but you believe what people tell you in your comments through the grapevine that's just bullshit meant to stir stuff up. God, have a fucking brain. And you're always talking about how much smarter you are than me, but you fall for that. You're not fucking smart. You don't have street smarts. You don't know how to present the work right. You think your decode's better because you connect it to the eclipse from 1532? Who gives a fuck? Be right back, everybody.
If you also stand for free speech, you can go to tfrlive.com/signup and sign up for a TFR supporter pass and help us in our mission to keep the airwaves uncensored and unregulated. TFR Live, your uncensored and unregulated protection from deception.
I said, is there some kind of a cognitive test that I could take? Like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, AJ. And they said, wow, that's amazing. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult, like a memory question. Okay, now he's asking you other questions. And then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, say, remember the first question? Not the first, the 10th question. Give us that again. You can do it. And you go person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, AJ. And they said, wow, it's amazing. They said nobody gets in there in order. It's actually not that easy. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. For me, it was easy. That's an easy question, and it's okay. If you repeat it out of order, it's okay. They ask me to, they give you 5 minutes and you have to repeat them, but then when you go back up, about 20, 25 minutes later, they say, go back to that question and repeat it. You can do it. And you go, person, woman, man, camera, TV. Wow, that's amazing. Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, TV. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, AJ. Could you repeat that? Person, woman, man, camera, person, woman, man, camera, AJ. And they said, wow, that's amazing.
You're protected from deception. This is Truth Frequency Radio.
Condition orange. Condition orange. Situation Delta in effect. Please enter your agent number now, followed by the #2.
Ouch. Don't watch. Don't read magazines. Don't even listen to NPR.
Time comes when silence is betrayal. More for themselves and less for everybody else. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed, well-educated people capable of critical thinking. They're not interested in that. That doesn't help them.
Think for yourself. Action authority.
This code has been compromised.
Okay, I'm going to assume that the music is winding down. Again, for people watching on YouTube, if you're watching this on TFR Live, the sound and audio for the commercials and breaks actually works over there. It doesn't sound all broken like it does over YouTube. And the reason it sounds broken is because it's not transmuting right through the application I connect to the radio show. So I'm trying to not talk over the sound, even though it's hard to hear. But anyway, we have Marco Power calling in, who's become a Karen. And Marco, why are you such a Karen?
Hey, Zach, off the top, let's just get this straight, okay? Let's be respectful in this conversation.
Why should I be respectful to you? You're online slandering me and talking shit about things you weren't even there about. I mean, it's pathetic. Go ahead. Go ahead, Karen.
One of the most Zach, hear me out, brother. You have the biggest Karen within your chat, brother. Her name is Charmed One. She's the one that even told you that I was talking shit about your ass.
No, Marco, it's not through Charmed One. I didn't learn about through Charmed One. Hold on. I gotta mute Marco for a second. I'm gonna put him back on, but that's just stupid. I didn't realize that Charmed One was talking shit or through her. I see the stuff that you're writing in other people's chats. I pay attention to what's going on. I'm on YouTube. And it's just obvious. You don't come around, you don't call in anymore. And I see you've been leaving comments forever. Oh, it's wrong what he did to Angel. It's like, oh, it's wrong what I did to Angel. I didn't do anything to Angel. I paid a whole bunch of Angel's bills and trafficked her all around town and picked her up at the airport in the middle of the night and, was still nice to her even though she poured water all over the New York trip before any of us went out there. And then it just got to be enough is enough. And then I kept the story anonymous. She's the one that made it all public. And then people like you got all caught up in it and were like, oh, it's wrong what Zach did. It's like, didn't even do anything. God, it's pathetic. Okay, Marco, now you can explain yourself, and please don't blame Charm One. And here's what I'll say about Charm One, too, since we're calling everyone out tonight. Charm One, it would be nice if you called in, okay? It is weird that you... Look, Charm One, here's things I'd like for you to stop doing. Stop spamming to buy my stuff. I actually don't like that. Stop on Twitter, writing things like, all I do is everything for Zach. It's just... It makes it look like the trolls say. Like when the trolls accuse me of being a cult leader, you make it seem possible that that's going on. And again, you do not call in, so nobody knows who you are. But here's the thing too, just so to even this out. It seems like you're sincere and you're helpful and you're sharing everybody's links, and that's great. But I don't need the worship online. I don't need the constant promotion of buying my stuff. In fact, in the time you've been here, Charm One, everything's gone down. Nobody buys the books. Nobody buys anything anymore. The support's way down. So what you're doing is obviously not helping. And I'm not blaming you for that either. I'm just saying, and again, it is pissing people off. I've been getting so many things in my P.O. box before I lost the thing. I couldn't believe that half my mail turned into Charmed One haters. And I was just like, why do people hate Charmed One so much? Isn't she just sharing links? I have gotten email or long written layers of screenshots where you block somebody in the chat that they didn't think deserved to be blocked. But then I would look and I'd be like, well, she blocked a guy who trolls on my Patreon. I think that was the right person to block. Why are you so worried about that person? But anyway, the point is, Charmed One, it would be nice if you called into the show. If you loved the work so much, how hard is it to have your voice over the air? So, because again, I'm suspicious of everything. Okay, to be fair, but for Marco to call him with this argument, that's so weak, Marco. Just seriously, shut up with that argument and explain to me why you're trolling me online and you care more about the Angel drama, which she started, not me.
Can I speak now? Can you hear me?
You're on.
Because before I even got to say anything, you done already placed me on a mute, bro. Zach, calm down for a second, bro, because you on a whole nother level. I'm super calm right now when I'm saying what I'm saying to you. And for the
I just didn't want to hear some bullshit. I don't want to hear you call him with bullshit. Address why you're doing what you're doing.
Let me talk, bro.
Then get to the fucking point.
What do you mean what's the fucking point? You just started talking when I started talking, bitch. What are you talking about?
Because you don't have anything. You sound fucking dumb. Charmed One? That's not even why I know that you're talking shit. I've seen what you've been writing all over for months.
I didn't even get to finish my fucking statement. You already in your little panties and shit. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Make your fucking point. I don't think you have a point. I think you're proving my point right now. You don't have anything. Yeah, you're real calm.
Shut it down for at least 30 seconds. Can you shut it down for at least 30 seconds? First of all, that's the first time that I ever heard you say anything to Charm One. Straight up. Because ever since last year, or maybe even a year
That's also false. That's also false. I've addressed the thing about the P.O. box and all the people who don't like Charmed One.
Hey, look, I'm going to end up doing my own live stream, and I'm going to expose your bitch ass for real.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure it's going to be a good expose. Yeah, make sure you connect me to the red bricks and the green thing up in the corner.
Come to B-More. I see how you took a U-turn and come to B-More. Where the fuck was you at? You went back up to Connecticut, up to Yale. You ain't come down south.
Well, the plan was to come down south. I regret that I didn't make it down there. I mean, you can critique me for that, but that was the plan to make it down there. I wanted to. I told you, I had to go back.
You stop. Look, that's part of the shit I want to speak on. Let me speak. Stop being a bitch. Let me speak.
Okay, speak.
Can I talk?
Speak.
Look, first of all, you promised us a news station long time ago. You promised us a first employee a long time
Okay, pause. No, let's go through this point by point. No, hold on, let me address that. Marco, hold on. Marco's gonna get his whole call, but I get tired of this shit. How many times have I addressed what happened with the employee hire? Have I not covered that like 1,000 fucking times? Hold on, no, Marco, you're gonna get on, but you're bringing up shit that I've covered a whole bunch of times, like it hasn't been addressed. So again, here, let's air it out, because here's another Karen in the world. Rambo's another Karen in the world. What a soft marshmallow man. What a soft marshmallow man to stop participating in the show because he's listening to trolls too. The first hire, you guys, was Rambo. Okay? Rambo was hired. Okay? I was going to pay Rambo a nice salary, and I wanted him to come out here, but he couldn't do it. But here's what happened. I asked Rambo to do some real simple shit. Some really simple fucking things to get a nice payday. I asked him to create a YouTube channel. Create a YouTube channel, Rambo. Name the channel. Okay? And let's start making some content. Because I was going to pay Rambo so that he didn't have to do his day job, so he could just focus on decodes and putting out content, because Rambo's shit is good. Like a week and a half went by, he still hadn't made a YouTube channel. I said, Rambo, where's the YouTube channel at? He's like, oh, I'm trying to come up with a channel name. I was like, dude, this is not going to work. And I asked him to do the simplest shit. He didn't do any of it. Rambo finally got a channel made like 2 years later, you guys. If you're going to say, well, Rambo had a channel. Yeah, that's like 2 years later. Rambo could not make a channel. Now, the thing was, while I was waiting for Rambo to make the channel, I announced that we had our first hire. And I said, I'll announce who that is eventually, but I said we got our first employee coming. Well, what happened is we had some good contributors in the community. They said, Zach, am I the first hire? Zach, am I the first? It's got to be me, right, Zach? It's got to be me. We had good people leave the community because they weren't the first hire. So what did I say? I ended up not hiring Rambo because he couldn't do some simple fucking things that literally take about 5 fucking minutes to do. Okay? I asked him to do something that takes 5 fucking minutes. He couldn't get it done in pretty much 2 weeks' time. That's not going to work for me. I work my ass off. If somebody's going to pay me that much money and ask me to set up a YouTube channel, I'm going to fucking do it. Okay? He didn't do it. He couldn't come up with a channel name. All right? That was a problem. Plus, the other problem came in was all the drama that they weren't the hires. Okay? So what did I say? I said, you guys, I need way more funding so that I can hire like 5 people at once. I just realized the conundrum here. We're losing good people from the community who are now mad because they're not the hire. Okay? Then what happened right after that? Did COVID not happen right after that? Did property prices not go through the roof overnight? I don't have enough fucking money to buy a building anymore and an employee. Shit's twice as expensive as it was when this mission started. Where's the support at? Never enough support came in. Okay? Things aren't cheap, Marco. So what did I do instead? I said, here's what I'll do instead. I'll set up the website that we've been trying to get that got torn down years ago with All for Truth. We got a website set up. It's not expensive. It's not inexpensive to have a website built. I put a lot of money into the websites. You know what? If I could go back in time, I wouldn't have put the money in because nobody's really come together. Nobody's used it to network or organize, but that was the intent, to try to put the money into something that would help build up people in the community, organize, network, and achieve a mission, which is to change the fucking world by getting out the knowledge of what's going on. I did all that shit. I addressed this stuff years ago. Like, how the fuck don't you know that, Marco? You're even in the trolls chats. We all know you're watching my videos, so to act like I haven't addressed this 1,000 fucking times is a joke. Now, do you want to continue?
Are you done?
I'm done. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to start this. I'm going to try this one more time. And when I speak, please don't cut me off, okay?
I'm answering your questions. I answered your questions. I answered your questions and I cut off the bullshit about Charmed One. Make valid points.
No, I wasn't done. My dude. You can let me finish a complete thought before you just straight cut me off for real. You're being real disrespectful right now, and you wonder why people feel the way that they feel. You just went off on daggone Itachi, who has a perfect match with goddamn cocaine, by the way. But you just went off on your main man for real. He promotes you all day. Dick rides you all day.
Hey, Marco, I came here on my own. I built this work up on my own. No one fucking helped.
You give a fuck about.
No, I called Itachi out for real reasons. He does contribute a lot to the drama, and he does call people out for shit he does. It's like, why are you criticizing everybody else sports when that's all you do?
And so does all them other bitch ass Marcos.
Make a valid point. You haven't made one yet. You haven't made a valid point yet, Marco.
Because you keep talking, nigga. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm going to shut up for 2 whole minutes. I'm not going to say one word for 2 minutes. I'm putting the timer on. 2 minutes to make your point.
What do you mean 2 minutes to make my point? You don't tell me, bitch. I go live on your bitch ass. Fuck is you talking about?
Go live. I'll watch the live and respond to it then.
Expose all your shit, bro. Fuck is you talking about? Why is your birthday Bavarian Illuminati in reverse? Why are you always talking about pound pavement, 58 and 59 like Freemasonry? Get the fuck out of here, Zach. I see right through you, man. And you want to sit here and keep talking this shit for real? Then your downfall is your mods, is the people that's around you. And you got too many yes men around you for real. That's your problem. I ain't no yes man. And you already know that. I've been showed you who I was. I've been showed you what's what for real. When you was talking your little racism shit. Because you want a little racist motherfucker too for real.
How am I racist? How am I racist?
What? What do you mean how you racist? You called Bro Sanchez a nigga.
No, I didn't. That's not true. That's not true. That's totally false. That never happened.
Bro, I heard it. Bro, I heard it.
All right. Then show the clip. Show the clip because I know that did not happen.
Bro, that's part of what you do. You make sure all your channels get erased so can't nobody go.
Oh, yeah. I've been erasing my own work intentionally. I'm sorry, man. This is a joke.
Yeah, it sounds like it because daggone, I know for a fact that you called Bro Sanchez a daggone nigga. I know that you sat here and been like, yo, I ain't gonna lie. That word is always on the tip of my tongue.
You're probably watching cut-up streams by Lispy, the guy with the tongue hanging out of his mouth, who's another fucking faggot, who's another slanderous piece of shit that edits everything. I never called Bro Sanchez that. I was on Bro Sanchez's debates 2 times. That's the only time him and I interacted. I never called him that. That's BS.
Zach, that's really not even the reason why I called them. Because guess what? As you said, which I will agree with, we all have some type of inner racism that's been fed to us by the powers that be. We all say some shit that we shouldn't say.
I did say that in the stream. I was making a point about that. And here, just to correct, here. No. See, I just get annoyed with this shit because he's in Lispy's chat now, cheering on Lispy's videos too, edits and cuts up everything, and he's talking bullshit because that never happened. I never called Bro Sanchez an N. I addressed Bro Sanchez for being a fucking fraud. Again, if you guys have not seen when Bro Sanchez and I debated, I said the stars prove the earth is. He's like, we're not talking about the stars, and we're not talking about gematria. And I was just like, this guy's a fucking joke. But anyway, there was a stream. There's a. If you guys have ever seen the kid who like literally looks like a mini Patrick Mahomes, he looks a lot like Patrick Mahomes. And hold on, Marco. I'm just you being on here lying and talking bullshit's not making good argument, blaming stuff on charm. So I'm just gonna address the bullshit you're saying because I remember because Lispy always replays this clip. He just loves it. But I said honestly, I said this little kid that looks like Patrick Mahomes making these bullshit ass videos. I said I have the same programming in me, and when I look at bullshit like this, I'm not gonna lie. Like I want to call the kid an N because I have that programming in me, and I know that word cuts. Maybe I shouldn't have said that, but it was honest, you know? And again, I wouldn't say that makes me a racist, Marco. I mean, do you ever see when I go out how the community comes out? I bring out a diverse people because I'm honest and sincere. I'm not really racist. I mean, it's a joke, but I did say that. And it was not part of the Bro Sanchez stream. It was part of the little Patrick Mahomes response because I was getting annoyed about this little kid making all these twerpy fucking videos. So, yeah, I did say that. I said the word is on the tip of my tongue. It doesn't really mean that I'm racist, like I said. We're all programmed with the same shit, so the stuff comes out when we're mad. We say things when we're mad that we probably shouldn't say. That's also the larger point I was making in that video. So Marco's in the background screaming, see, you admitted it! Are you even listening, dumb motherfucker? I just said that wasn't part of the Bro Sanchez stream. It was part of a totally separate thing that happened years later. So you're mixing up things that are not the same. And I also didn't call him the N-word. I said it was on the tip of my tongue, explaining how when we're mad, we say shit we probably shouldn't say. So anyway.
Can I finish my thoughts? Before you
Can you say anything that's true?
Huh?
Can you say anything that's true?
Can you stop cutting me off like a little bitch?
I'm sorry, Marco. You don't have anything.
You sad, Zach. You literally stole my whole meme today. The whole front end of your fucking show was my meme from earlier, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? You stole my whole shit. shit, and you want to try to act like people don't never help you, or like you just do everything all by yourself for real. Me and Ben wrote your second book, nigga. Fuck is you talking about?
How'd you write my book? Hold on, what did you just say? You wrote my book?
Tesla wrote your second book.
Who did? All right, who wrote my book?
Me and Ben Tesla wrote your second book.
How? How did you write my second book?
Bro, we helped you beyond repair. Like, yo, we were the motherfuckers that held you the fuck down for real. And now you trying to act like you ain't got no love. Bro, why is it that all of the people that did a birthday...
Hold on, like where in my book is what you wrote? Wait a minute, what in my book is what you wrote? You just made a big claim. You wrote my book?
You don't fuck with them no more. Why is that? Why they don't fuck with you?
Who?
Because you be on some bullshit.
Who?
You didn't decode for every bit of 3-4 months last year, and now all of a sudden you would act like you wonder why all the people dropped off Patreon. Well, I wonder why. Because you weren't doing no decoding, nigga.
When haven't I been? I've been working every day. What are you talking about? I haven't been doing any decoding. I work every fucking day at this.
Every day. You sat on your ass for 3-4 months with Sweet Lady. This is
when?
Time of April. That's what you did last year. I was watching you, nigga, because I was on your Patreon. And you ain't showing no love to the people like that. You trying to sit here.
Hold on. In April last year we went out to Oklahoma City and then I was out in Buffalo. Hold on. Sorry, man. I gotta hang up. He's talking nothing but shit, you guys. He said last April I wasn't doing anything. I drove all the way out to fucking Oklahoma City doing work every day. Then we're out in Buffalo in May. I mean, we're probably doing more work than ever. He just said I wasn't doing anything. I mean, this is a fucking joke. Go make your own video, Marco, and it's going to be nothing but lies and bullshit, dude. That's all these fucking idiots got. It's just a joke, man. It's like, you guys know I know Marco used to call in and be excited, but I used to always wonder about Marco. I'm like, is this guy is he serious? His decodes were always whack as hell. I mean, and it's just like what he just said. He's like, how compounding pavement equals 58 and 59, N? Oh, you called somebody an N? I'm going to keep saying N. Shut the fuck up, man. God. Pounding pavement equals 58 and 59, so I'm a shill? Man, get the fuck out of here. Is there anybody who's a critic of mine that's not a fucking moron? Here. 209. 209, you're on. You're wrong.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Okay. Zach, I was listening to that exchange, and I this is the first time I've ever called you, but a few months back, I only listened to your show. I don't have internet anymore. I was targeted in your chat room, actually. My screen name was Gen X, and so I'm trying to rebuild my life here. But anyway, a few months ago, I called the number to listen to the show, and I hung up after about 5 minutes because you were on the phone in this show a couple months ago, and he was talking about something about God, his religion or something. And I have never, ever, ever heard you say this, but in the audio, it was a recording because I think you were on a trip somewhere, and it was 2-3 months ago. And the recording of this older show had come on, and this time when he was talking about religion, you said to him in response, well, just stay in the Word. Just stay in the Word. And I have never heard you say that. I don't agree with you on religious aspects, but I have not heard you do that. So that's been weighing on me, and I'm really glad you just picked up the phone because I feel like you need to know that I've suspected for a long time that you've been targeted by somebody other than the game players, and I haven't figured out if you're part of it, if you know about it, or if this is something different. But I'm really glad that I was able to tell you this because it feels something's been messing in trying to cause problems that I know that it was, for me, it was one of the particular people. I don't know Charmed One, but it was your LAS that you had before. So they're probably the same person for all I know. but you have people, something's doing something to your audio, and it's causing problems with you and your people. And if they don't know you, then they're not going to know. But it causes confusion, and that's what we're dealing with anyway, is whatever these things are, the Jesuits or whatever they are, they're causing confusion. So I know that I've listened to you forever. I met you not ever in person, but I started on TFR several years ago when my Gematria game started. Some of us have actually been put through some individual Gematria games. So I don't know if you were part of that or not, but it's been quite the Gematria adventure for some of us. So I'm really sorry that these people that you're having all these issues. You're a tough one to listen to sometimes, but you're on the right track. And I have to tell you that some of it differs, but that's what happens when you're in individual games. And I think that's why you might be having some issues with these people, is because if they're looking at something coming from one angle and you're looking at it coming from another, not all of these things are universal. Not all the definitions.
Just so you know, I'm listening, but I'm not really following. I don't even know where we started with "stay in the word" because that's nothing I've ever said, and
okay.
I don't know what we're talking about with the game. I mean, it's like you're in a different universe to me. I don't know what's going on here.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I don't have anybody in my universe. Let's put it that way. So that makes sense. But what I am telling you is that I heard when I called the radio show, I call in and I listen on TFR's line. So it's you on your YouTube and you talk about that, but I don't watch your YouTube videos. And I call the number when they played an old recording of one of your shows. And the recording was different. So somebody changed it. I know it got changed because I've never heard you say something like that ever. That's why it didn't make sense to me when I heard that. So I'm calling now and I'm telling you, it's not about something Gematria. We could talk about that for hours, but I'm telling you now what that gentleman who had just called and you were having that discussion, he said something that prompted me to call you now. And he said something about something you were talking about, and you said I didn't say that. And that happened to me.
Okay, I got it.
I heard something come across. Do you understand?
I got what you're saying now. You're saying they can manipulate speech and make it sound like you said something you didn't say. Okay, I got you.
I think that's what happened. I think that may be something that's happening. Not a lot. I don't know. I don't get to watch your videos. But you should know that that's happening. It would make a lot of sense because you're dealing with really high-tech people. So thank you for picking up my call, and just know that. But I appreciate you, Zach, and thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for your call, and I'm sorry I was kind of rude, and I'm glad you made it clear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You have a good night. Okay, Marco called back in. I'm going to give Marco another chance. But Marco, what's funny is you've been online for 6 months spamming everywhere about how I did Angel wrong. I've seen you posted all over the place. It's fucked up what Zach did to Angel. I'm not riding with Zach anymore because of what he did to Angel. This has been the thing you've been posting everywhere. And you've been babbling on, talking all kinds of bullshit and falsehoods and can't get to your point and haven't addressed that. That's what I want to hear. Why have you been spamming everywhere that I did Angel wrong? Tell me about it.
You want to let me speak?
You're on.
Because you just hung up on me. Okay? So let me speak. Basically, first of all, you accused me of wanting some vagina from Angel.
I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if that's the case.
See, you already talking like, yo, what is wrong with you, bro?
Jesus fucking Christ. You guys, I don't like bullshit, man. I asked him a specific fucking question, and now he's starting with what I said tonight. I never said that before tonight. We'll be back after the break, and we'll see if Arco can actually talk a straight thought. This sounds like a very crooked man full of shit. You're the bitch. Shut the fuck up. Sit tight. We'll be right back. I'm talking to Marco.
From a store before, that's one thing. But if you ever got a suit tailored, if you ever got a tailored suit before, you know that it's different from going to buy a one-size-fits-all suit and then having a suit that's tailor-made. It fit different. The pants are different. The way you walk in it is totally different. Why? Because it's fit to you. And what I'm telling you is you need to have a tailor-made life. When you were created with a specific purpose, a specific design. You like a tailor-made suit, baby. You gotta stop trying to act like everybody else, speak like everybody else, dress like everybody else, look like everybody else. Stop putting people pictures on the wall and look at them saying that's what I want to be like. Baby, you're gonna do what they've never done. You're gonna go to places that they've never gone. You're gonna exceed limits that they've never exceeded before. You're gonna be able to accomplish things that they never dreamed about. So I need you to be you.
It's amazing how people have been raving about Aya Life all over Facebook. They've been posting their testimonials just because they want to get the word out because it's worked so well for them. If you're not familiar with Aya Life, it's a 99% pure CBD oil, but the secret is the synergy between the hemp and the ayahuasca vine, the non-psychoactive component of the ayahuasca tea. We recently received an email from a wife whose husband has Parkinson's. For the first time, he's been able to sleep through the entire night. Another customer reported that they're no longer using NSAIDs because their tennis elbow has been relieved with Aya Life. The reports have been phenomenal and much more than we ever expected. Everyone should have access to this. That's why if you head on over to ayalife.com right now and use coupon code TFR, we'll give you $5 towards your order. And we'll even ship it worldwide. That's ayalife.com, AYAlife.com.
Greetings, Earth Explorers. My name is Brooks Agnew, and I am your host on X Squared Radio every Sunday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Truth Frequency Radio Network. This is where the past meets the future. We explore the mysteries of the universe and of the Earth. We might go a little past your imagination, but have no fear. You will be safely traveling with us. We will dissolve the propaganda of dangerous people with dangerous plans for the planet. We will discuss the latest technologies and challenges for humankind. We will discover the safest place for you to stand when the thinkings and doings of mankind come flying apart, and how you can be one of the people that helps put it back together. Join us.
ERTFR.
Truth Frequency Radio.
To the velvet, but underground, back to
Okay, it's been an eventful show. If you got here late, you might just want to rewind and actually hear the part that's important. But we also wanted to open it up for the Karens tonight. We got a very special homegrown one here from Baltimore, Marco. Maybe the biggest Karen in the community right now. But also, we got to give him credit because he was the only one that showed any balls to call in. But the problem is he keeps talking bullshit and saying nothing but lies and can't answer a question straight. Marco, I only made the point about you trying to get pussy from Angel tonight. That doesn't address the last 6 months of you spreading this bullshit all over. So again, before I made that remark tonight, why for the last 6 months? And I'm not saying that's true. Okay, I was talking shit. So I'm not saying that you really wanted pussy. Maybe you're just simping. Who knows? Explain yourself. Maybe just simping.
Did that sound good when you said it in your head?
Sounded good when it came out of my mouth. I think that was the case.
Bro,
Simping.
if you know anything about me, you know that I'm that guy, like for real. And people can say that's arrogant or whatever.
Yeah, you wrote number games. You're that guy.
I'm older
Yeah.
than you, bro. Fall back. Can I speak? See, you keep doing this shit.
You can't answer a question. I'm that guy. That's why I've been spamming for 6 months.
That's what you
Simping.
seem to want to do. So go ahead and talk, bro. Go ahead. You wonder why your supporters falling off. Look at the way you act, bro. You act like a little immature bitch. For real.
How am I acting immature? How am I acting immature?
Because you ain't even let me talk. You ain't even let me talk, bro. Come on, man. Grow up, bro. Let me speak. Can I at least get the floor for at least like 30 seconds to a minute? Maybe 2 minutes at the most. That's all I need. Can I speak? Hello?
Make a fucking point.
Yo, bro, stop fucking playing with me, Zach. Yo, I will come see you in real life, yo. Stop fucking playing with me, man. Let me speak, bro. You know you playing games. You doing this little shit, yo. You and fucking Arthur did the same shit back to each other. Y'all go back and forth.
Another bitch. Another bitch, man. Another bitch. Another bitch. Another person who I promoted and built up.
Bro, let me talk. Are you fucking done yet? The whole time I've called you 3 times now, and you talked every time. And all I'm trying to do is answer your question like you said for real. But you keep talking. And if you're talking about Angel, bro, Angel did absolutely nothing to you. I watched the whole shit. I watched very closely, bro.
When did I say Angel did anything to me? When did I say she did anything to me?
Yo, I'm way more street smart than you. I know bullshit when I see it. You try to sit here and try to play people for real, bro. You can play all these nerdy motherfuckers in your chat, bro. You can't play me, bro. I'm too wise and too smart for this shit. I'm older than you. I'm smarter than you. Stop fucking playing with me. Do you know a lot about Gematria? Absolutely. Have I learned a lot from you? Absolutely. But you didn't also learn from me too, motherfucker. Stop fucking playing like you don't understand. Stop acting like you ain't learned a lot from Ben.
Okay, hey, what? Hey, Ben had some great contribution. I can tell you what Ben contributed to the community. Hold on. He said him and Ben wrote the book. So I can tell you what Ben contributed that is in the book, and I always gave Ben his props. Ben made the great find with the Titanic in the Federal Reserve, and Ben made the great find about Adam Weishaupt dying 201 days after the Illuminati's establishment. He's also had other good finds along the way, but those are Ben's 2 big claims to fame. And Marco, what's your here? Marco, to try and answer a direct question, what is something you brought to the community that I can even remember? I literally can't remember anything you call in because usually I'm having to be like, oh, hey, nice call, Narco. Hey, Marco, nice call. Hey, thanks for connecting that the red bricks equals the word green. Thanks for that fantastic, great find. So, Marco, you said you wrote my book. Tell me a great contribution that's in there from Marco.
Zach, I'm not answering your questions. You asked me to speak on what I felt, right? You asked the Karens to call in. First of all, I find it interesting that I called Charm one a Karen inside of Cuts one chat or whatever, and now all of a sudden that seems to be your title. You just sent Angel a tweeter or whatever, a day, whatever you fucking call that shit, because I ain't on none of that social media shit. But you just sent a message to Angel today calling her a Karen. So
I didn't send any message to Angel today. Hell no, I didn't. What are you talking about? You're not on there, but you know I sent a message that I didn't say. What the fuck? You guys, is this not the sounding of a fucking fraud? Did you hear what he said? You sent I don't know what to call it, a tweeter, but I'm not on there, but you sent it to her. Okay, I didn't send her anything today. You're not on there, but you know about it? Something I didn't send? What the fuck are you on about? You still haven't answered the fucking question. You haven't answered what's in the book. You haven't answered for why 6 months. Again, the story was never that Angel did anything to me. The story was that I was unhappy about what she was doing with her child. I kept the story anonymous, and then she made it public and attacked me and made it clear that I was talking about her. Nobody knew I was talking about Angel when I expressed the one thing I was uncomfortable with about the parent who wouldn't take their child home, which was causing a little bit of a problem. It was uncomfortable. Okay, here's Marco. Let's see if he can answer a question, you guys. Let's see if Marco represents my trolls and haters, and like I always say, these people don't have shit. Here he is.
Check this out. You want to see me out? Because you keep talking when the fuck I'm talking. And when 2 men are talking, you need to shut the fuck up for real. We take turns like we got walkie-talkies in our hands. If you don't want to do that, the only answer is you want to fight. You want to fight, nigga? What the fuck is that? I will come to your next event and fuck your ass the fuck up. What's up?
Okay. Come do that if that's what you want to do. Come do it.
You want a celebrity boxing match, nigga? I will fuck you all the way up.
That might finally get Gematria some ratings. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's lace up. Let's put on the boxing gloves. Let's rent a ring. Let's go.
What's up with the dinner boxing show? I will fuck you all the way up.
Okay. People can bet on it. Okay, can you answer one of my questions, though? Can you answer one of the questions? Can you answer one of the questions?
You know you're a bitch. And I hope Sports Gematria recording all this shit, because you're a bitch, bro. For real. You know you're a bitch. Stop playing with me, man. You ain't even about that life. You from fucking Portland, Oregon. Get the fuck out of here. Bitch ass. What?
Well, you get mad when I talk over you. I'm still waiting for you to answer the questions. What part of the book did you write?
Talking over me. You ain't gonna let me make 9 points yet. I ain't even been able to say nothing yet. You keep talking. What is your point? Why you gotta cut off everything that I say for real? I'm trying to tell you what's what. If anything, if you listen to me, you might be able to get some of those subscribers back. You might be able to get some of them Patreons back for real. But you keep running your fucking mouth. At the end of the day, let me speak, because I know you addressed it, but I'm going to say it again. You haven't bought a new studio when you had the chance. So you can say, oh, whatever, oh, shit has got like this, whatever.
When did I have the chance? When did I have the chance?
Justin Timberlake. Cry me a fucking river, Zach. For real. I want to hear that shit. You are a millionaire, nigga.
I'm not a millionaire. That's false.
Bullshit. You make over $30,000 a motherfucking month.
Who'd you get that from? Who'd you get that from? Lispy? Did you get that on Lispy's YouTube channel?
I didn't get shit from Lispy, nigga. I can do math real well.
Hold on. Okay, so not everybody pledges $5. Not everybody pledges $5. A lot of people pledge $1. Have you noticed the sports stream? There's like 100 people in there. Hello, there's like 100 people in the sports stream. Hold on. I do want to address something because this has also been annoying. So when I moved last year, again, do the math, you guys. I lived in Seattle, right? I bought my first house in Seattle before I knew Gematria. I bought it from the money I made. I got my first house for $200,000. That was in the end of 2011. When I sold the house in the middle of 2017, the house had become worth $500,000. And what's amazing is since then it's gone up to over $900,000, and now it's like worth $780,000 because the housing market's gone crazy. But anyway, I paid $200,000. I paid off nearly the whole house. I sold it for almost $500,000. And then I bought a house in Yakima because we moved there for Sweet Lady to go to school. And that house cost $300,000. So we were able to buy that home cash and have extra money left over. And we helped pay for her school with that. And everyone attacks me for these things, but this is from being smart and getting a little bit lucky with how much my house appreciated in, a little more than 5 years' time. But again, these are the facts. So $200,000 house becomes $500,000. Move to Yakima, where homes are a lot cheaper than Seattle. Buy a house for $300,000. Have money left over. Then last year when we moved, the housing market's gone up. So my $300,000 house in Yakima is worth $500,000 now. So we sell it for just under $500,000 because it was a bad time to sell. And we buy a new house for $500,000 that's the exact same square footage, the exact same kind of house, but just in Prosser instead of Yakima where we had to move to. Then I have all these people attacking me. Oh, Zach bought a $500,000 house. It's like, how come no videos were made when I moved from a $500,000 house to a $300,000 house that appreciated to a $500,000? Again, I spent the fucking money I had from the equity in my home. Now I got people attacking me for that? God, I mean, how pathetic is this? It's like, Jesus, have I not explained the story of how I saved up and bought a house and made it so I had a low financial liability, which was what allowed me to raise no money while I did this work for 5 years for free without raising a dime for myself? I mean, I got people attacking me over shit they don't know because they're listening to some fucking loser who lives in his mom's basement who's slandering and cutting up everything and misleading everybody. And now Marco's, here, let's put up fucking Lispy's picture. Here, let's see who Marco's hero is and all my trolls. And for all you guys who don't like tonight's stream, I don't give a fuck if you don't like it. Turn it off and watch the beginning part of the video, which you'll probably like. I need to address all the shit going on with all the attacks and slanders. If you don't get that, you don't understand a man trying to protect his own name and image, which is being constantly attacked by people who are full of shit like this fucking loser on the phone. I knew there's so many frauds like this guy who've been hanging around who've been just that. That's why every decode he called in with, as enthusiastic as it was fucking retarded, just like how he sounded tonight on the phone. Now stay on the phone for a second. I just want to put up the picture of your fucking hero and my stalker and slanderer who you're just regurgitating his gospel of bullshit in his chopped up false videos. Here's Marco's hero right here. Hey Marco, maybe you're offended that I said you wanted to fuck Angel because maybe you really want to fuck Lispy. So let me see if you can answer that question. Do you want to fuck Lispy? Is that the real problem?
Address you being a bitch. Address that.
I'm not a bitch. I'm not a bitch. Is this who you want? Do you want that guy to suck your dick? Because he will. I'll hook it up. Hey, Marco, if you want him to suck your dick, I'll hook it up.
Talk to me, nigga.
I'm talking to you.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking to you.
Huh? Bro, you've been addressing your chat the whole fucking time we've been talking. and you keep cutting me off like a little girl for real. I feel like I'm arguing with my lady or something, bro.
You don't have a lady. 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 Marco, put your woman on and prove to me you have a woman. Prove to me you have a woman. I doubt that. I doubt that you have a woman.
Prove to you that I have a woman. Bitch, I got 4 children. The fuck is you talking about?
That doesn't mean you got a woman. You might have children. I believe that, but you got a woman around? I don't believe that. That must be a house full of estrogen.
So you mean to tell me I had 4 children with the same woman and I don't have a woman? Nigga, if anything else, I'm gonna be able to fuck my baby mother. Fuck is you talking about? The woman, the mother of my children. The fuck is you talking about?
Okay. Marco, just answer a question though. Like, what part of my book did you write? Why you been simping for Angel? Why you on here talking bullshit?
Zach, let's be real. You don't know nothing about me, and I know everything about you, and I kills you. So now you gotta make up bullshit for real, like I don't have a woman. Yo, whether I get pussy or not, does that really matter what we're talking about for real? I get all the pussy in the world, bro. I'm good. I have no worries. But the fact that you're even talking about that, what does that matter with what I'm talking to you about right now? It has absolutely nothing to do with nothing. You a whole bitch. And that's called deflecting, what you're doing right now. You're deflecting on me, bro. And you don't
I'm gonna. You can stay on the line, but I'm gonna see if we got some other Karens that are more interesting than you. You're not interesting. You're just full of shit. Here, let's go out to 513. 513. Let's see. 513, you're on.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, 513?
Yo, what's up? What's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
Hey, I just got off work. I just tuned in to all the drama and shit, but
well, only Karens are supposed to be calling in tonight. You gotta pay attention to what the show's about. So you're not with the Karens?
Nah, I just said I got off work. I just tuned in.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but we want to keep the line open for all the Karens tonight. Tonight we want to hear from all the Karens, just like Marco.
Well, I was just about to say, like, ain't no man perfect. Everybody got flaws and whatnot, and I just think people kind of jealous that you got all the spotlight, even though you're not perfect. They thinking like, oh, he's not perfect and he's still in the center of the community. Keep it up, man. Just, people gonna hate. Y'all human beings. We all men. Men got issues with other men naturally, but yeah, I'm not no Karen though. I'm a loyal, long time viewer. But all right, though, I ain't no.
Well, hey, everybody else who was on the line after you just hung up because they must not have been Karens either. So you know what? You can stay on until the next Karen calls in. So if you got more to say, go ahead. Well, what do you think about what do you think about the last caller? Did you think he was making good points? Was he making?
Yeah, I was about to say, if I was judging the issue, I would say he ain't really got no points. He just saying shit that don't really matter at the end of the day. But I'm just tuning in and sitting back. I got some couple guys on Twitter. I'm in their group chat, and they all love you. We all love you. You're a legend in this community. That doesn't mean you're perfect. And then, all the money shit with the house and whatnot, people just jealous, man. Just jealous. Money drive people jealous and all types of shit, man. So.
And I already knew that. I already knew that about life. You're right about that. That's also why you guys. I was here for every single day for 5 straight years and never raised a penny for myself and lived off my own savings and the situation I had built up and also the business that got destroyed and I sort of rebuilt. But again, it was sacrifice to get out to work for 5 years. And I already had haters and trolls trying to slander me back then, but once I launched the Patreon, then it was just even more people just hating and trolling. And it's just like, I mean, come on, man. I mean, what? Like, where's the respect for what I did for the last 5 years? And now just like people slander me because I moved into a house. I didn't use anybody's money to use this. I used the money that I got from my other house. And so many people have fallen off of that. I see people posting everywhere. Oh, Zach's just been spending everybody's money to live in a nice house. You guys, I live in the smallest floor plan in this neighborhood. Could I have moved into a dumpier house and saved money from my equity in my last house? Sure, but what? Again, it's nice to live in a place that's nicer. It's good for your state of mind. Again, I'm not materialistic, but this isn't like some mansion. I live in a 1,700 square foot house. That's the smallest house they make in this neighborhood.
And then on top of that, nigga, that's personal. And then the shit when you said the N-word. I mean, like, I guess white folks ain't gonna say the N word, but that doesn't mean you racist. You say the N word. I got plenty of friends that say the N word and they're not racist. It ain't no big deal.
Let me ask you this: Do I not like literally spend half my time on here standing up for darker complected people and how the media is always programming and slandering and making people of a darker complexion look worse because it's part of a sick agenda? Is that not what I do here? Like, to call in and say that I'm racist and I think black people are bullshit, man. Like, do you even really believe what do you think?
Well, right, you're right. If you was racist, you want to be exposing the real racist people and the real agenda. And like you said, a lot of people do got natural racism, but it ain't hate. It's just kind of separation. But it's not hate though, man. And you don't hate black folks. You obviously don't. If you did, you want to do what you were doing. And you hook up a lot of black folks. I'm a young black teen, 23. I'm a young man, 23 years old. I know you're not racist. That doesn't mean we could be best friends or whatnot, but it's just the life we live in. Like, people get stuff too personal. And another thing is, the money is the root of all evil. So if they see you riding around and this or living in that, they gonna think, oh, he's scamming or he's doing this, he's doing that. Now, you might not be perfect on your picks, but that doesn't mean you're getting over it. Just like we all, and this another thing we all know, the judges, they control and shit. So perspective, it can be false. It can just be how things look, but it's not reality. But,
and again, what you just said, I mean, do I not always say all the time now that I don't hit at nearly as high of a percentage rate as I used to? And everybody knows from back in the day because everything was free. Everything was public. I didn't even have trolls back then. You couldn't troll me. I was nailing Monday Night Football every fucking week. It was so much easier to call games. They've switched the shit up because of what we've exposed. That's why I teach people now. I say, listen, man, to me, it's not really worth betting more than $5. The strategy is bet low, win big. You can, with this knowledge, you can still turn a $5 bill into a few $100s on the right weekend. That's what I teach now because I say nothing's as consistent. The last 3 weeks, years ago, everybody would have made their pockets fat, but the last 3 weeks, there was one football game that killed us each week, and everybody's like, every week it's like, how does that game not come through? That's always come through for us, but it doesn't anymore. That's because we've changed the game. I'm honest about that. That's why I teach the knowledge at a cheap rate and teach people an intelligent way to use it, and people do that. And people, there were days in baseball where people turned like a $10 into over $1,000. What the troll boy here? Hope you guys want me to remove from the screen. This fucking piece of shit. He's making it seem like we're some scammer. That Gematria is bullshit. He will never call in. He's screen recording right now. He's gonna make a video out of this. This guy's a fucking piece of shit loser who's never helped out anybody in his life. I've helped out thousands of fucking people. All this piece of shit can do is cut things up and make everything look bad. And he's the most motivated motherfucker in the world to make a video about me. That's what's frustrating. All you guys who whine and cry in the chat, what have you actually done? I appreciate everyone who financially supports. That does help. But how many times have you made a YouTube video to help support or cut up one of my videos and show the highlights of it? Almost nobody has ever done that. Okay? So there's not a lot of people helping me out. There's a lot of people who've been working against me for a decade. All you guys are like, Zach, I don't give a shit about your guys' opinions, okay? I'm going to handle things the way I want to handle it. I'm going to address all these sorry-ass motherfuckers the way I want to address them. And if you don't like that, then you can move the fuck on. But again, I'll remind you, who's standing up for the right shit, who's bringing the knowledge, who's proving what's going on, and who's not getting enough respect for it. I know who that person is. If you don't know who that person is, you probably shouldn't be here. So anyway, go ahead, friend.
And by the way, my name Lou. Halu. But that's fact because it's just kind of overwhelming though because Gematria in itself is not 100% hit. Like people think things gonna hit because you say when you mention it, then they say, "Oh, he said it, then it got to hit." But at the end of the day, who controlling this shit? You're not controlling this shit. You're just a regular man. You're a man just like all of us. So it's like the world we live in. It's a bad time right now. It's too much emotional feelings, jealousy, envy, lies. There's too much shit. It's just too much right now. But I'm gonna go after this man call in. Hey man, hey, thanks for answering the phone. Like I said, I've been tuning in for a while. Like even like today, Vladimir for Toronto, he was faked up to get a home run on the 656 game, but he didn't do it, and that just proves the point. Like, you can't just you can't put all your eggs in one basket. Of what one man says, or even the knowledge itself, because we don't know what the fuck. We don't really know what's going on. We just got a perspective based off the knowledge, And but yeah, I'm gone though. I'm tuning in. All the haters, man, it's crazy though, because like if you don't put in no work, you shouldn't be speaking nothing. If you don't put in no work, nigga, how you gonna speak on some shit that you ain't never put in no work? And you put in work for years. For years, man. And
I don't know if you heard it, but the last caller who called in just claimed the last caller called in at one point said that he wrote my book, and then I was asking what part of my book did you write, and then he was like, "Man, bitch, let me talk." I was like, "Okay, what part did you write?"
Yeah, right. You couldn't say none. Right. Like nigga, prove. Like if you say you did this, then go ahead and show us. This is for the inside of things, like not the inside looking out, not the outside looking in. But yeah, man, this is crazy. People just, but this will be the people, the leaders got everybody like this. Nobody want to unite and stay strong and go through the ups and downs. As soon as the down comes, it's everybody separate and whatnot, and that's not real shit. People are just not real. People just not real as they should be. That's just reality, man.
And people should know that I'm real. I go out and conduct myself the same way on the street I conduct myself on this YouTube channel when I'm talking about the things that need to be talked about in this world. Anyone who says I'm a fraud doesn't know what a fraud is. Anyway, man, I appreciate the call. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You have a good night.
Be careful.
Yeah, you too. Okay, let's go out to 201. Of course, we got to get a call from the 201.
Hey Zach, what's up? I had actually called in 2 nights ago on the Monday show, and you thought I was a troll.
Hold on, call in after the. I'll take your show. I'll take your call after hours because I know you're not a Karen, but you can call back on the 509 number once the show's over. Let me go out to 602. What's up, 602?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey Zach, how are you?
I'm doing all right.
Okay, I'm not a Karen, but I'm calling about one of your first Karens. Okay, remember a long time ago when you used to do, this was like back when you were doing stuff on paper, and you used to I used to laugh at how ridiculous this guy was, and he used to be like, okay, Zachary Greenblatt. Who is that guy?
Russian Vids or A Call for an Uprising, they were both always doing that. Or Dave. There was some guy named Dave something. That's actually the guy who started the Jewish Mossad rumor. Some guy named Dave. He doesn't post anymore.
Yeah, it was like a really long time ago.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? I know that your channels have been taken down, but I remember a long time ago going on archive.org, and they actually have some of those videos in there. On the Wayback Machine. So if anyone that's watching that's interested, they might be able to go back there and find some of that.
Okay, that's an idea. So you can get my old videos on the Wayback Machine?
Yeah, this was a few years ago, but I found some on there, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try that out. I didn't know that worked for YouTube videos.
Yeah, it was like some weird thing where I navigated through and I found some stuff. But yeah, I've been following you for a long time, and I feel your frustration,
Well, I appreciate the call and the long-time support. Thank you.
Yeah, and are you still in Washington?
I am.
Okay, cool, because I think I talked to you a long time ago. I lived in Olympia for a while, so I know where you're at, and it's nice and all, and you take care and have a great night.
You too. Thank you. All right. Her timing's good because that's the end of the show.
It's iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio makes you want to move. When you have a great melody, a song is right.
Instantly connected.
I love it when...
And the other thing that's sad, you guys, is, drama. It's what makes people turn in. Look, there's more people on the live stream than in forever. For people who are new here, there's 600 and some people on the live stream isn't shit. I mean, back in the day, we used to get a lot more than this, thousands. And remember, after Super Bowl 55, we nailed it. The stream was climbing to 10,000 people in the live stream. And YouTube, not only did they delete that live stream, they made it so I couldn't, like, log on for the next fucking 2 days. All right, truth does not exist. Truth does not exist since I'm critiquing everyone. I really do hate your YouTube channel name, and I don't know why you haven't changed it yet. And I wish you would do that, because truth does not exist is not a good name. Now, go ahead.
I came up with that name because I didn't really...
I know, but it's not a good name. Truth does not exist. Oh, let me listen to what he has to say. I mean, it's just first impression. It's not a good one.
Yeah, I guess. I haven't really had a problem with it anymore, but I just came up with it because I didn't know what else to come up with, and nobody else had that name taken. So that was basically what the story was. But, yeah, I had wanted to say I was on the Patreon, but they kicked me off at the beginning of this month, and that card.
They kick people off every month. That's part of the game too. And then I always get the trolls, like the gay guy who's up on the screen right now. He's always saying, "Zach lies about people getting kicked off." People get kicked off every month. Like I literally, like 2 ladies came out to Seattle this summer and said, "Zach, they won't even accept my credit card on your Patreon anymore." That's also part of the reason the support's gone down. But there's other ways to support.
Yeah, that was what happened. They wouldn't let me sign back up. But yeah, I think, if I didn't check the Patreon, I wouldn't know. But and also I wanted to say, Angel Baby, I remember a couple of years ago in New York, when you were out in New York, whenever she had the camera, like she was the worst camera person.
That's what my mom said too. My mom told me, she said that she's like talking over you. She's like, Zach, I don't think she even really cares about the work. I think she's just clout chasing and trying to get her name out there. A lot of people said that.
Yeah.
My mom's only said that about her. My mom never said that about anybody else, but she said that about her.
Yeah, like I remember she was like being really snappy with all the other people. Like I remember like someone was just like, some people were talking, they were just having a nice conversation. And then she was like, "Get out of the way, you're in the frame of the video." It's like, dude, lady, what the fuck? Just like chill out. Like people are having a good time here, whatever. You're not like it's not that serious. Like, you don't have to be like that with people. You could just say, like, hey, can you move over a little bit? You're in the frame. You have to be like, get out of the way. I'm trying to record here. It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? I also wanted to say, like, a lot of these, like, just these virgin losers that call in, it's like,
here, hold on. Just another thing I want to address. A guy in the chat writes this comment. Zach, my qualm is with making claims of calling outcomes beforehand. Do I just make claims of calling outcomes beforehand, or have I been calling things beforehand?
You've been calling shit since I fucking came here 4 years ago. I mean, like, yeah, you just called so many things on point. It was amazing.
And the point of understanding that is it shows the worth of the work, and that it shows that we understand who's running the show and the agendas and for what purpose and why they do this shit the way they do. So your comment of your claims, you're coming from a position of ignorance. You might be new here and you've been watching the trolls and the shills who slander me. You don't have the experience of being here and seeing how many fucking things we've nailed that's super important. So again, just dumb comments from dumb people. Go ahead.
Yeah. I remember a couple of months ago on the sports stream, you said basically who you thought was going to win, and I wrote it down. The day came like 2 days later, and all your bets came true, or like all your
Again, we've had better sports days in the past, but like this wild card series, the wild card series that looked the most dead on was Minnesota sweeping the opponent to face Houston, and we understand why. And it's a lot to explain, but it's perfectly synced up with their bullshit news story of George Floyd, who's from Minnesota and Houston. George Floyd equals 119. It's the year of the 119th World Series. Minnesota was plus 119 and runs scored. A lot of people can't fathom this stuff, but this is what's going on. Their scripted news becomes part of their scripted sports, and it's important to understand and expose these things so people can understand how bullshit the whole thing is. It's the same reason that in Major League Baseball, the two Kevins are getting humiliated on the same day that Kevin McCarthy's getting kicked out of Congress on National Kevin Day. So I get so annoyed at these people like, oh yeah, you claim that you've called things. Shut the fuck up, dumbass motherfucker. Not only have we called a million sports things, politics things, news things, the day fucking storms are gonna fucking happen and flood. Angel baby who should call in and explain why she's such a sensitive person. Did I not save your life? Because that's your own claim that I saved your and your daughter's life. So all it took to lose your allegiance was telling an anonymous story that never even mentioned your name about how you needed to take your daughter home, which you did. And that's part of the problem too. That's part of this cultural shit that's going on. Like, women just think that they always have to be right. They always have to be in control. They can't accept anything else. That's another big problem with what's going on in society right now. And that's exactly what I'd say the Angel story sums up to too. If I saved your life, then you should be able to accept that I told an anonymous story of how you should have taken your child home, because I know I wasn't tripping about that either.
Yeah, and what's funny is that not like I was saying that you had gotten all those predictions right. You know, not only did you get those predictions right, but I had tuned into what Sports Gematria's video was going to be on a good day, and he just like got these clips and said that you picked all the opposite people of who you actually picked. I was like, what the fuck? And then like made it look like you had like a really terrible week.
That's what he does every week. That's what he does every week. I mean, sometimes we do have bad weeks, and then, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, but to manipulate, make it look like we had a bad week when we didn't, I mean, the guy's a fucking loser.
Yeah, and like, because I was using some betting app. I mean, it's illegal here, so I haven't been able to figure out how to do it, but, you know, the calculation was like I would have made like 300.
Oh, okay, hold on. Here, okay. That's great, but the guy in the chat who's going like, here's his response. Well, if you are focused on predictions rather than solutions, I guess we don't agree. Again, the point is that I'm not focused in predictions. I've said before, I don't need to predict any more shit. The reason to do that is because it makes people understand the importance of the work, and it wakes them up, and it makes them realize things. Do you know how many people have seen my predictions and only cared about sports, and now they're like, hey, Zach, I used to only care about sports, but now you're showing me what the fuck's up, and now I get it. Again, don't judge my methods unless you're doing something better. It shouldn't be about predictions, but that's the thing that gets a lot of people to snap out of it and understand the importance. Again, the times we've had the surges of people coming to this work is when we've predicted things. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish I didn't have to spend any more time on sports predictions or predicting anything else. The point is, that is an effective way of reaching people. If you don't get that, it's because you don't get anything. You don't have enough understanding of anything, and that's why you're making a bunk bullshit argument. And that's what I see from almost all of my critics. Bunk bullshit arguments from people who think they know what they're talking about, but who don't have a fucking clue. Okay? All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's fine. I don't mind you interjecting. You know, I like to hear your thoughts, and I can like bounce off of that. But anyway, you know, yeah, I remember when I first came here. You know, you were making all these predictions about, you know, the
Here, hold on. Another troll in the chat says predict a rapper's death. Then have we done that before? Did we not like lay out essentially when King Von was gonna die? Have we not said, hey, circle this date because there's gonna be a rapper death? And who ended up dying on the day that Jonathan and I circled was, what's his name? 21 Savage's brother ends up getting murdered, who's a rapper in the UK. And who they used in that ritual right before the Super Bowl the other year in Atlanta. And there's been other things too, I forget. I mean, but the point is, like, you guys who asked me to do this shit, it's like, I've already done that. I've already done that. Been there, done that. Isn't that a Dr. Dre song? He's been there, he's done that. You know, he's full of shit. He sacrificed his son 187 days after his birthday. You guys don't care that I'm exposing that shit to you? Anyway.
Yeah, I remember. I was literally fucking there for when you predicted King Von's death. And, you know, I didn't give a shit about, I don't really care too much about the rappers. But, like, I saw that, and, you know, I was already in the work. I already, you know, it wasn't like I don't want to say believe it, but I didn't. I like, knew it was legit at the time. And I was like, whoa, that's like insane. Like, I remember the old video of them saying that guy was going to die on October, whatever day he died. And then, like, back at up to when it happened, like, the guy died on that day, the very same guy that you fucking said. I remember you said King Von was going to die in October something, and it fucking happened. And that was incredible, like 8 months later or whatever. Like, how the fuck can you possibly predict that unless this is a pattern, unless this is all fake? You know, when I first came here, that was what was most impactful to me, was those, like, crazy predictions. that came true. That was just insane. That, you know, it's impossible that somebody would be able to get all that stuff right. January 6th was another one. I remember the stream the night before, January 5th, like late at night. It was like 3 in the morning, and you made that video talking about how that was going to happen that later that day and everything. And, you know, and then the next day it came true, and it was this huge thing, and people have been talking about it ever since. And now, you know, with the Woo's news clip, like now we saw we saw really in depth about how fake that was. And I don't know if you watched the director's cut, but he has another version that's longer, that's like 2 hours, that has more like different information. It's like a slightly different cut, and it has a lot more information. I would recommend that, you know, everybody watch that. I don't know if you've seen that yet, but that was really good. And, you know, also I wanted to say, you know, you were talking about, this is a little bit more on topic too. You know, you were talking about the idiots, how they were saying today that, the graphene in the injections, you know, that's when the alert goes out, people are going to turn into zombies. When the 5G turns on, they're going to turn into zombies. And, like, just how fucking stupid these people are. Not only did that not happen, but, like, just what these people say is retarded, you know? It's like, they talk about graphene. Like, how many of these fucking low IQ retards do you even think know what graphene is? They just heard somebody say that, and then they just keep fucking repeating it. Like, these fucking idiots don't know what graphene is. These fucking, like, troglodytes. You know what graphene is? It's actually graphite. Graphite is made up of graphene sheets that make up a three-dimensional structure. Graphene is basically the two-dimensional structure of carbon. Graphene is not a compound. It's just fucking pure carbon, just like coal, just like, you know, charcoal and you know, and activated charcoal and all that stuff. That's all just pure carbon. It's all the same exact shit, you know. It's the same as any other diamond, you know, structure. And what's funny is that electromagnetic radiation, when it hits graphene, it just turns into heat. It doesn't turn into electricity, and it doesn't turn into anything. So, you know, that wouldn't do anything. And then the other thing is that if that was inside the vaccines, it would be fucking black because that shit's graphite, and that doesn't even fucking dissolve in water. So, like, these people just make stuff up. And, you know, like, I'm going to say it's about DK because he was ripping on me a couple of weeks ago on the stream, saying that I was wrong or whatever. I made a video. If you could put it up on the stream, I'd appreciate it. It's really just show like the first 2 minutes of it, and that's it. About the whole Maui blue laser thing, that the blue stuff can't get hit with a blue laser, and that the blue light just reflects off. I just made a video with a laser gun that I have, that I shot a bunch of blue objects with, and they burned instantly. If you could show it on the screen, I'd appreciate it. You can put it on silent. And, you know, it's like these people just repeat stuff without ever investigating, without whatever. And, you know, DK's one of these people that do this too. And, you know, I know you've gotten a lot of negative messages about him. I don't really know what that means. You've probably gotten a bunch of nasty emails about me, I would imagine. But, you know, this guy, he'll go on stream and he'll say a bunch of really stupid stuff that, like, you really can't prove. And, you know, maybe he says something that's true every once in a while, like once in a blue moon. But like this, like he was saying that the electromagnetic radiation goes into your body, and then when you touch the doorknob and feel a spark, that's from the electromagnetic radiation. It's like, where the fuck did this guy even get that? That's from static electricity, which is a completely different force. Like, that doesn't even make any sense. This guy's saying, oh, if you use a microwave oven, it's going to melt your brain. Well, what's funny is that, A, the microwave oven blocks most of those microwaves. And then the other thing is that this guy is so afraid of microwaves, yet he probably goes into the sun, which releases like 90 watts microwave squared, which is a huge amount and a lot more than you're getting from your microwave that's coming from the sun. And yet you're going out in the sun every day, and, you know, your brain's not melted yet. So clearly that's not a concern. You know, the people saying about the 5G, oh no, the 5G, oh, I'm gonna die. And then, you know, they have a fucking like 5G router in their house that's been there for like 10 fucking years, and nothing's happened to them, and they're still here, and they're still fucking brain dead. You know, like, it's like these people are just so stupid. Everything that they say is stupid, and this is how they fucking get people that are outside of the community that think, oh, those crazy conspiracy theorists, oh, those wacky people. Oh, have you heard the latest wacky thing that they're saying? There's like these conspiracy theories that like the moon is a spaceship and it's hollow and like just really stupid shit. And, of course, Google, I've noticed they're letting it go viral. It's been getting like, thousands of views. I mean, not thousands. It's been getting millions of views. These videos aren't censored because this is what they want out, just like the flat earth. Google didn't censor it back in 2015 and they're not doing it now because, they want people to see these stupid theories. They want people to say, oh, see, that's what the conspiracy theorists are saying. They're all just saying all this stupid stuff that you can believe in. And, it's like, you're also showing the graphene I see.
Because somebody's in the chat saying that it's one of the ingredients. And the thing is, like, I didn't really want to argue about this because they had people take jabs that with big white sheets with no ingredients in them, so people don't even know what the fuck they're getting. I don't want to go down this content road because we all know how the censorship works too. But again, if you guys missed what I showed in the beginning of the show, Operation Warp Speed equals Donald John Trump equals graphene oxide equals 220, which was the time the emergency alert was supposed to come. And the viral conspiracy theory was that the vaccines from Operation Warp Speed were going to turn everybody into zombies because of the graphene oxide in the jab, okay? So the point I'm making is how they cooked up this whole thing by the numbers to, again, make a part of the truth community look like wacko nut jobs when the alert went off today and nobody turned into zombies, okay? That's the point I'm making.
And what were you saying about the guy who said to put his phone in a Faraday cage for the alert? What was he saying about that? What was his reasoning for that? Because I know a lot about technology and all this shit, so I can probably disprove already what he was doing.
Again, I don't even, it's just, like that's another person who seems like a good contributor, but sometimes I wonder about them. Somebody in Oklahoma City told me they knew for sure he was a Fed. It's hard to know who to trust, but I find certain things curious, like again, how he was promoting a major troll on this 9/11 anniversary when a year ago he was out with us in New York City. And that same troll he knew was like trying to tear down what we were doing and talking all kinds of shit about it online and saying I was a cult leader and a fraud. And it's like, so really on the 9/11 anniversary, you're going to share his bullshit work about graphene oxide being the reason Maui burned down rather than what I'm showing about Maui?
Which is even more laughable. Which is even more fucking laughable.
So that's why I just wonder about everybody hanging around here. And I know, that person hangs out with Angel Baby and anyway.
Yeah, and well, you don't have to say who it is, but what was it that they said about putting the phone in the Faraday cage?
That's what they were doing. They were putting it in a Faraday cage and far away, and they're super afraid of their cell phone.
How come? Because of the emergency alert message?
Yeah, they thought that, I think they were talking about the graphene oxide thing, sharing that information.
It's so stupid. It's just so laughable. Like, yeah, the emergency alert isn't gonna fucking do anything. Obviously, if they want to do something with your phone, all these Android and Apple, most of these operating systems are closed source. You can't see what's going on, and they have a backdoor into everything. They can control everything. If they're gonna fucking put something on your phone, they don't need to do it through the fucking Amber Alert system. They can put it right in there. They do it already. It's already been done. All these ROMs are proprietary, so you can't see the code, which means that there's backdoors in there that you're never going to be able to see. And they'll just upload it on there. You think that they fucking need the alert to do it? I mean, these people are stupid. And like, what's that going to do? What are they going to do? Spy on you through the phone as if they don't fucking do that already? These people are stupid. I remember a couple of years ago, I was talking about the hydroxychloroquine, I think it is. They're stealing this from the children, from the children's blood. And this is another stupid thing that people are repeating that they don't know anything about. I actually fucking did the research, and I figured out that not only could you get hydroxychloroquine for a really cheap amount, you could get like a big liter bottle of it for like $300, which anybody who knows like anything about drugs means that that's extremely cheap. These people don't do any fucking research. And like I looked into the science of why you couldn't harvest this from children's blood, why it wouldn't be the right amount, why you could already buy this shit online. It's not like some substance that's super difficult to get. They make it super cheap. You know, just I keep like disproving these stupid things that people say, and you know, it's like it just gets dumber and dumber, you know? Like people keep saying these lies. It's like just fucking get over it. These things that people say that we're given, you know, like it's clearly the Shill Network and these people that all come out with this stuff. How often did I hear about the Maui blue laser thing? I heard about that before. You know, I even called into the show, like the day it happened. It was already like on Facebook. My dad was telling me about it. It's like, this is what they want to get out, you know? This is the kind of stuff that they're putting out there. You know, there were videos that I was seeing about the Maui blue thing that were like clearly fake, that you could see that the blue stuff that they were taking pictures of was planted there. You know, that was it. So it's like these people just don't get it, you know? And it's like the flat earthers and all these other people, you know, they just like to repeat things that they can't prove. And, you know, all day that's what they're talking about. And then, oh, people don't get sick and it's terrain theory and all this stuff that, like, you know, it can't be proven, but it can be proven otherwise. And, you know, these people just keep believing it. And, you know, it's just, it's frustrating. It's like people won't share this work, but, you know, if there's some other work that's like, you know, really stupid and can't be proven, then everybody goes for that. You know, it's like, it's ridiculous. And you have all these psycho people like, you know, sports gematria. It's like, I mean, I just think about like how sad of a person.
Here, speaking of which, since he's watching right now, no doubt about it, why don't you call in, buddy? And I promise if you call in, I won't, you can just lie for 5 minutes straight, but then I'll address it, but I won't say a word for 5 minutes, because he always says, I'd call in, but he won't let me talk. That's what he always says to me. I'd call in, but he won't let me talk. I'll give you 5 whole minutes, cocksucker.
And you know what? I'll second that. You know what? If he doesn't trust you, if he doesn't believe you, then he can call in on my show where I'll bring you both on.
No, he doesn't. No, I don't even want to do that. Just call in here, buddy. You got 5 minutes. You get 5 minutes. Number one cocksucker.
Oh, you know he's not going to do it. He's probably jerking his little ding dong note to your voice.
He probably is. That's probably how sick it is. Here, somebody's calling in. It could be him. I'm gonna try it out in case it's him. Let's see. Keep it up. What's up, 629?
Hey, let me turn this off. Wow, I can't believe you answered. Hey, I'm the Everything Forever. I've been following you for so many years. So many years. I just think that all of this is, even though it's sad to me, it's almost like I saw it coming. Because anything with like groups, people aren't really committed. And I can tell that these people were kind of just getting in to be a part of a community and not really for the work.
Right.
I also want to speak on, I've been following you for, I know at least over 3 years, probably definitely more than that. But I do remember that moment. I'm Black. I remember that moment that you were going back and forth with the kid or whatever, and I remember it kind of going through the community about, oh my God, that's a racist and all this stuff. And I didn't particularly see or hear the part where the N-word came up or anything, but I remember you admitting to it and acknowledging what happened, what you had discussed that happened. And I remember that made me, okay, I immediately got offended and I followed. But then me growing up and knowing these things and more of the organic side, because I remember when you started to realize that there is an organic side of like not just about murder, not just about, death, not just about the Illuminati, that there's also an organic side that is attached to these numbers or in these codes. So I remember when you had started doing that, and I remember I'm like, this information is just much too important for me to let it go. And you being a master teacher, because you are a master teacher in Gematria at this point, as many decodes as you've done, as much as the information you put out, the things that you predicted, which I think that's very, it's kind of like childish of these people to keep wanting you to predict this, predict that, do this, can you do this? And I mean, you've done it over and over and over with the numbers, by the numbers, to the T. But I just remember understanding that this information is much too important for me to let my pride get in the way. And then for you to acknowledge it, and you know what I'm saying? Like, I immediately followed you again, like probably a couple months after that, because this is something that is groundbreaking. This is something that will help rip the veil off the world. And I think it's bringing communities together. Like I said, like that was an immediate, hell no, I'm getting the hell away from him for me whenever I heard about that. But then I had to really sit and think, well, you're kind of the highest level of this information. You're unbiased. And I can say that as well. You're very unbiased. You're very truthful. And I admire that. And I think that if people cannot understand that and see that, even with this information, you would want someone to be unbiased and blatant and truthful. You wouldn't want somebody to pacify you with things. And like I said, shit, I'm very passionate, and I've been knowing this information for, most of my life. And whenever I would tell people about it, they think you're crazy and all this shit until you can prove it over and over again by the number. And so you doing that, I'm like, I can't afford to let that get in the way. And then me knowing that I've known this all my life and how passionate I can get when people slander my name or call me crazy or dismiss me. I know how passionate I can get. And I'm gonna say some fuck shit to get under some people's fucking skin. And especially if I know it's the truth and I can ether your ass, I'm gonna do that. So I just want to land my plane on this and end with this, that again, I always like to say, James Baldwin, to be conscious and in this world is to be enraged at all times.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's definitely a level of frustration that comes with being awake, as I put on display all the time. So.
Yeah, and I think it's really sad. I really, my heart is going out for you, Zach, because I feel you, and I know how that shit feels. I hate this shit that is going on, but honestly, as soon as you started to talk about the group and employment, I saw the vultures. I just felt it in my soul, because like I said, I'm more of the organic side of gematria and things like that. I'm just like, this is not going to be good. This is not going to be good, because people, with what you're doing and you have a passion for it, it'll just have to be unbiased, truthful people. And there are not a lot of unbiased, truthful, unemotional people. And at the end of the day, they will put their whatever they'll put themselves before this knowledge, before truth, before saving the world. Pretty much that's all it is. At the end of the day, you're trying to do something for the collective. And at the end, to be honest, most people don't give a fuck about the collective.
Sure. And again, just like how you were provoked by what I said and you left for a while but came back, and thank you for doing that. Again, you got to put yourself in other people's shoes, you guys. I literally get trolled every day, and I've been dealing with this for a decade, and it's not just online. I've had people trolling in my own life and messing with my own life, weirdo stuff in the mailbox, people threatening me for Christmas Eve only for a car to crash through my house. Days after that, another person threatening me, how I'd end up dead like a squirrel, and then I open up my door the next day, and there's literally a dead squirrel on my doorstep. FBI coming out to my house and falsely accusing me of things I never done. Again, that's it's just like, did you guys see what happened to me when I went to Oklahoma City? When I got to the museum, they were waiting for me. They physically, 3 guys come out and start shoving me around and tell me if I come on the campus, I'll be arrested. I got a guy stalking me around town, giving me threats. I get back to my car at the hotel. Somehow they found it. They keyed the hood. I mean, how many people would have quit a long time ago? I've been dealing with nothing but bullshit the whole time, and then just even more people just getting on the bullshit wagon. Like people who I used to... Like Marco, who called in, even though I never really did care for Marco's decodes, I felt like he was a legit supporter at one time. Ben, who we brought up, Ben got butthurt because I told Ben, and I don't regret what I told him. I said, dude, that girl that you're in the relationship with, I said, she's not, come on, man, you can do better than her. And why did I say that to him? Ben's a very intelligent guy. That girl's a ditz with big tits and a bimbo, and nobody misses her phone calls either. And again, I mean, that might sound hurtful, but it's true. He doesn't need to be with some drunko bimbo with big tits who's 10 years older than him. He should be with somebody who's smarter like he is. That's what I told him to him off the air. He got all butthurt about that. And again, I think someday he'll realize that I was right. I've always been good for Ben. Ben and I always had a cool relationship. He had problems with his parents and stuff going on in school. I always gave him good advice. He got all hurt when I told him that, dude, you can do better than that girl. And I wasn't tripping when I told him that. That was good advice, man to man. Somehow that became part of the drama because other people are talking about it. Marco's spamming, oh, Zach even did Ben wrong over whatever her name is. I don't remember her name, but I'll remember Ben's name because Ben was a good contributor. But it is sad that people have fallen off. And, you know, I mean, so anyway, yeah, the reason I'm mad and say shit is because I'm getting fucked with all the time. If you guys go back and watch my videos when I started, I was like Mr. Rogers at first. I was real nice. Everything was nice and easy. But, man, you get messed with every day, you start to get mad. And yeah, maybe I could have handled things better along the way. But at the same time, you know what? I've always been authentic, and I don't, there's things that I shouldn't have said, but there's not really anything that I regret that much that I've ever said. Maybe I should have said it different. It could have been nicer. Was it a bad moment? A lot of people did turn on me when I said, you know, sometimes the N-word's on the tip of my tongue. I just said that because it's true. And in the moment, I said the reason that is because I live in this society where that's a word you say when you're mad. For example, where did things like that come up? Who remembers, what's his face? What's his name? He said he was a chosen one, a prophet. He was a young guy. I cannot think of his name. RFG chosen one. RFG chosen one. Okay, here, let's go back to this. Let's go back to this drama. That kid copied my Super Bowl 50 prediction, and he got national attention for it. So did I. But he got attention for copying my work by the author who wrote the book, Field of Schemes. And that kind of annoyed me because I was like, dude, and the thing was, I promoted him, and I didn't make a big deal about it. But I said, in fact, I congratulated him. I said, hey, good pick, even though it was so obvious that he copied me. But then after that, he started talking shit and saying I copied him. He flipped the script, and then he didn't even have a reason to make that pick. He didn't know what he was talking about. Every year after that we would nail Super Bowl, he'd be way off, and then he'd be on his telling people that Zach Hubbard's a racist. He's a bullshitter. He's a scammer. And it's like, who is this fucking clout-chasing kid saying I'm some racist? And what it really felt like is he didn't like that his supporters, because anytime he went after me, he got blasted in his own comments. His own community didn't like it. But he kept slandering my name too. And then, you know, here's the worst thing I ever said. I called that kid a monkey. Now, I shouldn't have called him a monkey because he was a young black kid. But the reason I did that is because he's making video after video saying all this racist shit about me, about every derogatory racist thing you can say about a white person. So I said, okay, you want to play like that? Okay, you're a dumb fucking monkey. I should not have said that. But it came out because it was being provoked. So that, and then trolls, like this guy right here, this little troll right here, he likes to play that clip and see Zach's a racist. No, I was responding to a sorry-ass fucking clout-chasing piece of shit who was racist as hell, who I ignored for a long time after doing nothing but help build him up and give him his reputation and compliment him. I was nice to him at first, even though I knew what was going on, but then after I saw how he was trying to attack and sabotage me, and maybe that's why Marco said Bro Sanchez, because those two used to roll together back then. RFG Chosen One and Bro Sanchez. I did call that kid a monkey, and I apologize for that way back then, too. I mean, that shit's back in, like, 2015. So, anyway.
I think it's sad to see, man. It's really sad to see, but I would love to just keep encouraging you, Zach, because what you're doing is just so important. And I know that first of all, they're already watching you. You can go to any fucking Gematria site and they have cold messages for you constantly inside the sites. And I'm like, damn. And I remember even when I had unfollowed you and I was decoding some shit, and that was also nudging me. I'm like, damn, I need to go back and see what Zach's doing, because they are sending these messages to him every fucking Gematria site I go to. And then for me to see the whatever NFL commercial that just came out, and they were talking about Gematria, and I immediately was like, they are throwing some shit at Zach. They are throwing some shit at Zach. And you know, anytime that you're like a pioneer in something, and especially in these days where you're helping to lift veils up, it's sad to say, but any and everybody around you needs to be vetted. You have to vet any and everyone around you, because a lot of people are not going to be on what you're on. They're not going to be about the truth and nothing but the truth. They're not as passionate about it, and they're willing to cross you for, money, fame, acknowledgement. People will cross you for that shit, and I know you know it by now. I'm sad. It's sad to see you going through this shit, because I know how passionate you are, and I've seen you help these people. I've seen you bail Ben out, like giving money and shit. Like, I've seen you do this shit, so that's why I'm like, damn. And then now I didn't even know that this shit was going on with Angel, baby. I thought she was your rider.
Well, just to be clear, I don't think I've had to give Ben any money, but I have given plenty of people money and helped them out. But I don't think Ben's wealthy. Ben's dad's actually a big shot for Merck. Ben comes from the vaccine industry, and that's why he was part. I think that's also kind of what happened, because his dad was putting a lot of pressure on him to quit contributing to this community. And again, he's in the career world right now, so I think that might also be part of what happened to Ben.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. But just keep going, Zach. Fuck it. Fuck them. Like, who? And it's. I think that I would hope for you to realize now that it's not many of us. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the sad thing, man. It makes me sad that there's not a lot of us. It makes me sad that there's not more of us. That's the big problem.
I know. Yeah, I know. And I know that that's what you've been. That's what I'm saying. I just don't want you to get discouraged, man, because I want to let you know. You've definitely helped me. You've helped my little sister. We grew up in the hood in Tennessee. Like, you've definitely helped us piece some shit together that we've been going through and we've been seeing our whole lives. I mean, and this is coming from a black girl. Like I said, like, I forgave you for, that the incident of you being trolled and shit, you snapping back. I understand how that is, because I've been on these platforms. I've gotten banned from a lot of them for doing the same. So, just keep going. You got this shit. And it's going to be for those with eyes to see and ears to hear.
Well, I appreciate your support. And again, that you forgave me and came back. Thank you.
All right.
You have a good night. Thank you. Somebody does keep calling in from Florida, and Lispy does live down in Florida. I'm a nice guy, Lispy. You clicked on a link you shouldn't have clicked on. Somebody did that in the community, and it tracked pretty much all your information. But I'm not as big of a scumbag as you, so I could oust you if I wanted to. I have a lot of your shit. You should not have clicked on that link. If you guys don't know that, sometimes it's dangerous to click on links that you don't know what the link is, because it can put something in your computer, and then they can pull a whole bunch of data and information on you. And poor Lispy, we got some of his stuff. But what's up? Is this Lispy?
Hello?
Is it? It's not. It's not. I already heard your voice. But what's up? What's up, Florida?
Hey, okay, so I'm so happy that you answered. Okay, this is the only thing I genuinely want to ask you. That I hope you're having a great day. Blah, blah, blah. So, we have a star named Polaris. Polaris is the only star that supposedly does not move off its axis. Now, I'm a photographer, so I've photographed this star, and it literally stays in the same
Right, it's the pole star.
Okay,
right.
So that's... Huh?
No, I get it. It's the one it's always right up in that spot. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. Then they recently destroyed the Georgia Guidestones as well, which was also like the thing that kind of explained why it was important. And then also I look at the United Nations map, the United Nations logo. If you look at the United Nations logo, it's the flat plane map. And I'm just like, how more could they put it in our face? And I want you to please prove me wrong. Please. I just want to know.
Hold on. Are you trying to say that because that star doesn't move, that's the proof that the earth is flat?
In my head, yes.
Okay, hold on. So let's go over this, because what's funny is I tried to bring this up with Bro Sanchez.
One more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
There's also the Sweden midnight sun, which means that the sun does not ever go past the horizon.
Okay.
And then it literally is sun. You see the sun the whole entire 24 hours.
Okay, so again, that star that you're talking about, it cannot be seen from the southern hemisphere. You know that, right?
Okay.
It can't be seen from the southern hemisphere. So I just want you to think about that on the flat Earth, because you cannot see the star that you're talking about from the other side of the world. And you see different stars in different hemispheres. So you have to think about how this would be on a flat Earth. I mean, it would have to be something like the Truman Show. I mean, because it's you can't really explain it on a flat Earth how you see different stars from different hemispheres, including the star you bring it up. Now, what science says, and I know science lies to us about a lot of things, but they say the reason that star doesn't really move, it does move a tiny bit, but it practically does not move, is they say it's because it's so far away, but it's so bright, and it's also because of the position of the Earth where that star is relative. It's just like, you know, if here, you can't see my screen, but I have a tree here in the corner, right? If I'm right here next to this tree, and I move over to the left, now the tree looks way over here. It moved a lot. But if like I could see this tree from 1,000,000 miles away, if I moved a little bit to the left, the tree's not going to move at all because you know, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I get it. Okay, so here's my also thing. We have so many photos of different planets far, far away and blase, blah. How do we not have a actual solid picture of the Earth and the Moon in the same photo? But yet we got photos.
I agree. And listen, man. Listen, I'm not arguing that they've ever been to space. I mean, what is it? Warner von Braun, who on his tombstone talks about the firmament, the guy that supposedly invented the rockets that went to space. So it's like, why would he put that on his tombstone? Listen, I've never argued about that. I just don't think the Earth's flat because I cannot explain a flat Earth in light of the phenomenon that we see on this Earth. We could be in some kind of enclosed system.
Have you ever seen the dream catchers? And normally the dream catchers have this circle in the middle, and then it has all the different lines.
But is that really how you want to argue with the? I hear what you're saying, but is that really how you want to argue what the shape of the Earth is?
Well, I'm not. Look, I'm not trying to argue. I genuinely appreciate what you do because you're somebody that has actually opened my mind to so many things. So I don't want to argue with you. I appreciate everything that you do.
And here, I just want to make here because we didn't even address that tonight. We didn't even address the whole flat Earth thing tonight, but that's also a reason I have a lot of haters because I never went down the road of flat Earth. And I showed people from the beginning why I thought it was a psyop and a distraction because my whole lines from 2015, I've been saying the same thing since 2015 when that went viral on Google and YouTube. I said, we don't have time to argue about the shape of the Earth in light of what's going on Earth right now. And that statement's only become more true since then.
And you're 100% because every day they are coding history different. Like not 10 years ago, you could Google what the moon was, and it literally says that the moon is the natural satellite to the Earth.
Okay. So, but yeah, just now the chat's turning into a flat Earth discussion, and it's just flat Earth gives me a headache, man.
I appreciate that you even answered my call. Thank you so much. I genuinely hope you have a great night. I'm a 21-year-old young man from Florida. I'm just genuinely just trying to learn more about where I'm at and just, you know, all the things that are around me. So I appreciate everything that you do. I hope you have a great night.
Well, here, let me give you a compliment before you leave. I thought you were a lot older than 21 because you sound really mature and just the way you handle yourself. You got something I don't have, and it's good to be questioning things. So keep looking into it and find what you find. But I also appreciate the call.
Thank you.
All right, you have a good night. His voice sounds older than 21. What's up, DK?
Man, you sound like me tonight. What's happened?
Well, I don't know about that, but
well, I became somewhat unpopular, which was just basically the trolls because I was rattling the cage a little bit a few times about certain individuals. But I told you a long time ago, the cabal has built a house around you out of bricks made out of fake Jews and desperate sold out niggas. You know, that's the majority of people that are around you. And as they start falling off, I'll still be here.
DK, come on, man. You know that's only going to provoke more people, though.
That's okay.
But see, that's what a lot of people think. A lot of people think that you're just in the community to be an agent provocateur. Like I get so much hate mail about you, Charmed One. I pretty much get hate mail about everybody who contributes to the show. But sometimes I do wonder if you are just trying to provoke.
Yeah, but you got to look at who the heck those things are coming from. You know, faceless, nameless people. You know what I mean?
That's what I said. So not all of them are faceless and nameless. Some of them have been around the community longer than you. But I say, listen, DK came out to California and he was cool and he spoke. And yeah, I might not agree with him on everything, but again, it doesn't have to be everything. That's the thing. All people criticize me, man. I let everybody bring their own opinions and ideas, and I promote all kinds of people. I don't agree with them. I definitely don't agree with everything DK says. In fact, I probably don't even agree with half of what he says, but a lot of you guys do like it. And again, he talks about things I don't know about. So it doesn't, just because I don't agree, it might be I don't have enough information. But sometimes I do think you're trying to provoke things like, why'd you just even say that to that? I was like, come on, man. I mean, but anyway, I do think DK has come out and shown he's a real human being. And again, I mean, I'm not going to run off people who are showing up here and doing things. If you guys don't like him, you can tune it out. Or if you don't like DK on the mic, you know, come out and speak on the mic next time too. So anyway, go ahead, DK.
Or come out in person and you can tell me to my face what you want to tell me in front of everybody, which I know ain't going to happen because, you know, like you said, these small dick fake Jews, they don't got no balls either, just like they don't got a pee-pee either. So, you know, they ain't gonna do it. And the only reason I do that to, you know, I'm a retired professional athlete, so I'm a shit talker. When I see people that are, you know, weak or infiltrating or whatever, I'm gonna poke at them, whatever, regardless if it rattles the cage for everybody else who's just too weak to realize why that's happening, you know. And I told you a long time ago, the real supporters you have are the people that come out when you go out to these places. You know, some of the lames will show up in person once or twice to make it look like they're real supporters, but you know, I stick with what I said from the beginning. When I first, you know, started listening, you know, when I was first turned on to your work, I would listen to the just regular videos you would put out that were usually, you know, kind of short, 15, 20 minutes or whatever, kind of a little bit of a rant and a monologue. And I'm like, oh, everything you said there is, you know, on point. And I always thought the lowest IQ thing you were doing was the TFR, not because of you, because, you know, you would do your monologue and then the low IQ stuff would start. So that's basically the only reason I started calling in, be like, let me bring some sanity back to this. So it seems like some of the callers are actually halfway decent, you know, but it's still the same thing. You know, it's still, your opening monologue was good, a little bit of a rant, which is usually my favorite part. And then the low IQ stuff started, and it's been going on since your rant was over. But yeah, I mean, they surrounded you with a bunch of frauds. That way, if they built your house, they could tear it down easily and cause a bunch of infighting and all that stuff, which is, you know, what they do. And I still stand by what I said. Every single fake Jew you have around you, I don't care who it is there because they're a plant. Every single one. And a lot of these, you know, characters, seems that you have a huge, like, black following, and a bunch of those guys are desperate fucks who are probably getting paid a couple $100 just to, you know, troll or whatever. A lot of them are, like, from these obscure cities like Baltimore and stuff like that, you know, but
come on, man. Baltimore is a pretty good-sized city.
I know. How many people you got over there calling?
Well, I had a dude come all the way out from Baltimore when I was in Portland to come out and stand with me. Shout out to Tyrone, wherever he is.
Yeah, there's always going to be some diamonds in the rough, but, you know, in general, it just seems like, you know, pretty much all the people that are calling in are just like time wasters. They talk about stuff that nobody cares about, or that's easily debunked and has been debunked by people who actually know what they're talking about as far as like the science and.
Well, here's the reality of the situation, though. Again, where's the people who do have good input? And I mean, maybe it's my fault, but why are there not more great callers phoning in and sharing information? That there are some people every now and then, but I agree. Again, a lot of the calls I get on TFR, I'm just like.
Well, they're drowning us out. Like I was putting in the chat right now, all these people who are calling right now after the show are doing it to block my call from coming in because it's going to have some sanity, and they're just, you know, just a bunch of gibberish talking about stuff that doesn't matter, that we talked about 5-10 years ago that's already been debunked, and just, you know, going over. It just makes your whole show look like low IQ, you know, unfortunately. And this is something I haven't mentioned, but when you last went out to what was that? That was Seattle, where the drunk guys, you let the drunk guys on the mic, and I was just thinking, like, you know, I'm just picturing myself, if I was just some random person walking by and I heard those guys, I would immediately dismiss everything that's coming out of that whole entire group.
Sure, and that was not the plan either, but, I was saying out when people came by talking shit, I'd say, it's open mic. If you want to say something, then come say it. And then, who wanted to pick up the mic? Those guys did. And it's like, well, yeah, I get that. But it's just like, that wasn't the intention. That's what happened.
No, I know. Obviously, you're looking back at that and go, geez, I wish I didn't let those drunk guys talk for like an hour. But, I was just thinking, like, maybe basically when you're out and about, people that are gonna get on the mic, maybe like make sure they're vetted like before they just get the mic. Like the kid, what was his name, Austin? He was great, and just people that that can actually speak instead of just some random people that get on and just make everybody look dumb. I would be, if I was talking and then somebody like that got on after me, I'd be kind of like, I don't want to be that's why I've never been part of any group or anything, because there's always infiltrators and a bunch of idiots who are maybe even not infiltrators, but they're just so goddamn unawake and stupid and still ego-based that they make everybody look bad, and they talk about stuff that it's irrational, and it doesn't even, like, they don't know how to put dots together on anything, I guess maybe I'll just talk a little bit about the 10-4 thing, since that was the big thing today. Even your buddy, the Fullerton Informer, I didn't watch his whole thing, but I watched a few minutes of it. He was doing a live about how it's a psyop, and he had his phone out with a frequency measuring device to measure all the frequencies that are going to come out of the phone when the message comes out or whatever. And they've been really, they blocked me for 2 weeks. They locked me out of my account. Then I got back on, lasted like 5 days, now blocked again, because I was just slicing and dicing the narrative like with a samurai sword, just chopping everything apart. So they didn't want me to get all that stuff out there to the community, the new age woke community who doesn't really know the science behind all this stuff. That's why I always usually call in with those type of comments based on the fake science, like the blue laser thing. I was the first one who said that's all a psyop. As soon as you got fake Jew channels like Donut and shit talking all about it, you can just mark it down, fake, bullshit. But anyway, and to reiterate, there is no 5G phones. Nobody has 5G in their house yet. You have a 5 gigahertz and 2.4 gigahertz oscillating dual band router. That's not what they're talking about with 5G. 5G is 5th generation wireless, which is a bunch of different frequencies, all going pretty high up into the gigahertz range, up to like 80 gigahertz or so. So anyway, what this thing really was is they've been launching a bunch of satellites lately, probably last like 5 years. They claim Elon Muskrat is responsible for it. It's under Project Leonid. They're all the spy satellites that are literally out of the movie Enemy of the State. So obviously those are not operating on 5G, because 5G travels like 100 feet. So they're not beaming 5G from space down to the ground when it can't go 100 feet on the ground. But what it is they were just sending out a ping to, because now they may have enough satellites up there to where they got like a whole new network, kind of like when you get a bunch of people on a computer network and then you want to send out a signal to get, so the actual like base of it can get every node uploaded, and then it has it like it's passively uploaded. That way, if you ever want to send a message again, it's already hooked up. Just like making somebody like your one of your contacts on Signal or Zoom or whatever, then you don't have to go back in and search them anymore. They're already there. You just click on it and it calls them or connects with them. So that's all that was. It was part of the surveillance, the new surveillance grid. And I told all my people a couple weeks ago, I'm like, listen, it's not going to activate anything. If that was the case, it would be doing it the whole time already. It's not going to like instantly activate everybody to go into zombie mode like, Channel 54 and They Live. What it is just part of the surveillance state, and they want to upload every wireless node to it. And that's why they've been cutting down trees everywhere and all this stuff, because they plan to put up these 5G receivers on every light pole. So the 5G is not for us. To reiterate for the millionth time, the 5G is not for us. Our phones are still operating on the same quad band frequencies they've been operating on for over a decade, 700, 900, 1300, and 1800. And even you could see, go watch Fullerton Informer's video, he had the frequency meter and it was oscillating right between all those numbers right there. The low ones, the 700 and the 900 are for triangulation, where the phone actually is. And the other two are for the data, the higher with the 1300 and the 1800. And it was oscillating between all those numbers. It jumped up once a little bit above 1800, almost at 1900, and it went down to, a little over 700 something. So it's still all in the same frequency bands, which we've had since just after the flip phones went out and we got these newer quote unquote smartphones. That was the introduction of the smartphone, where they added the other two bands, the 1300 and the 1800. Originally, when we just had the text where you had to hit the letter, 3 times to get the letter C and, to get the letter F and stuff, those were all just dual bands. So they couldn't carry all this data. Once they changed the phones to quad band, they added those two, which are the ones that carry the data. You could turn your cellular data off on your phone and you'll see that your phone just works like a basic phone again. You can't do any of the internet shit and all the smartphone features. As far as the, vaccine and stuff like that, the graphene oxide, which, we don't know if that's in there or not, that would just be like a liquefied metal, like a liquefied graphene. And, in some of the circles that they've talked about is basically it's like a self-replicating lattice network in your body, which has a pyramidal shaped connection, just like our DNA, where the telomeres end, it's a pyramidal shaped connection. That's the antenna that's connecting your soul to your body, so you can only run one body because it's your DNA. Just like identical twins will have different DNA because that DNA is an antenna. That's where your presence is. That's how your soul is delivering your personality in this world through your flesh avatar that you're walking around in. So whether they have graphene oxide in them or not, it doesn't matter. It's not going to activate it. If you hit metals with frequencies, electromagnetic frequencies, it causes ionizing radiation, which is heat, like a microwave oven. Those are ionizing radiation. The cell phones and these other ones, they're non-ionizing radiation, which has been talked about for many years on many YouTube channels about those are the harmful frequencies from the Project Bazaar that can mess with people's consciousness a little bit, make you anxious, make you tired, make you aggro, like you want to go out and riot. And they've proven all this stuff. You could anyone could Google all this stuff up. They know every frequency that triggers a human being to do whatever it is, because they put people in those states of mind and then measured what frequency they were at. They can make a cat be happy or sad or whatever. This is all old stuff, like from the 50s. If you look at, the Nazis did a lot of work on these mind control frequencies. So are people going to turn into, apocalyptic zombies or whatever? Possibly way in the future. At the rate now, no, we don't have that type of technology inside people or whatever. Most of it is probably just things that, make people sick. As far as what's been going on with people, the people that did get those symptoms where they were super tired, they lost their sense of smell and whatever, that was malaria. That's all coming from all these genetically modified mosquitoes they're releasing, billions of all over the place. These little tiny black ones that bite during the day that are ankle biters that don't make any sense, because these things operate off of infrared, off of heat, so they can't really even see where you are till at night, but these GMO mosquitoes can. So allegedly it was they were using some of this stuff to inject into people, which was connecting with what they were breathing in from the chemtrails, which ends up looking like spider webs out on your car and such like that. But in your body, it kind of does the same thing. And then when it starts coming out of your body, they call it like the Morgellons. I don't know if you've seen that, where people have these fibers that start coming out of their skin. If you don't have a good diet and vegetables and herbs in there that'll detox you from these liquefied metals, then you may get symptoms of that. But in general, most of the stuff they're talking about is not scientifically feasible or possible at all. So this was just, I told my people, listen, if you want, just turn off your phone, put it on airplane mode and turn it off. After you put it in airplane mode, just turn it off, and then that's it. and you'll be fine. You won't, it's not going to trigger anything. It's if people in your house are vaccinated, it's not going to trigger them to act any different or, make them sick or become zombies or anything like that. It's just it's a psyop. And that was all, proven to be correct, obviously. I was out all, pretty much all day. Didn't have anybody attacking me or anything. Just usual fake Jew lies that you see everywhere, and same old thing every day. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. But yeah, I'm still standing by everything I said before. The CIA has placed a bunch of frauds around you to create a community to make it seem like there's all kinds of support. And then they'll just crumble that down in different ways. People leaving, infighting and such. As far as the people getting, kicked off your Patreon, I'm sure that's going on too. But I would say that's a fraction of it. Most of it would be like them just kind of pulling the cord, on you.
Yeah, I don't know about that, DK, because a lot of people have gotten kicked off, and it's just like somebody just showed me this month. They said, man, all the times you talk about it, I never got kicked off, but look, it kicked me off this month. So...
No, I mean, I get it. That is definitely going on. But I think, I don't know what percentage, but I would venture to guess that more than half of it is probably them just pulling the cord on you on purpose, to make it.
Here, just so for people don't know, DK's theory is that when they robbed my house and took everything out of it back in 2014 when I lost my business and the safe and all the money, he's saying that their karma system is that they'll end up giving it back to you down the road. So he's thinking a lot of the support that came in through Patreon was giving some of that back. But then since we went out and pounded pavement and brought people together, now they're pulling it back. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know that they really would give anything back. I mean...
Yeah, and I mean, is there ever going to even be, like, an actual way to prove that? Probably not. Maybe, in a future time where like, the Akashic records, so to speak, are released where every we can go back and look at everything that happened in history at any point in time, maybe then, but realistically we're never going to be able to prove that, just like we're never going to be able to prove if any of these rappers are really dead, which we both highly doubt. We're never going to be able to prove which one of the people are drag queens and which one are been changed in vitro and all. We just I'm sure there's some of them, but we don't know which. Why would we sit here and argue about stuff like that? And then when you try to tell these normie people about shit like that, they just look at you like you're a retard. Like there's no way you're waking anybody up with any of that kind of crap like that. You have to stick with the basic stuff, which basically, your rants. Those are your monologue and your rants are the basic things that are the best for for just the general crowd. Gematria may be a little too advanced for people because people are so mathematically challenged, and as soon as they see something that they don't understand fully, they get turned off right away. But, you don't just stick to Gematria when you're out in public. You just talk about a lot of basic shit.
Indeed. And we can talk about more basic shit on the street, which I'll do next time I'm down there. I'm going to let somebody else get in, DK, but I appreciate the support as always. And for all you guys who hate on DK, at least he comes out and pounds payment with us when we're down there. So thank you again.
Okay.
All right, let him in. Oh. What's up, Gary?
Hey, Zach. What's up, man? Hey, I wanted to call to reach out to you in light of what all the negative shit people say about
Hold on, Gary. Before you get into this, I want to address something because we were talking about in the chat. I didn't think it was necessary for DK to use the N-word the way he did. He didn't use the ER ending, the racist. He used the ending like how black people greet each other and... Yeah, and again, when I say black people, we shouldn't even be saying that because we're not really colors, and that's all part of the division too. But also for all the people who got all caught up in that, and again, I give DK the benefit of the doubt because I've met him and he came out with us. But sometimes I wonder, I'm like, why did you need to say that? People think he's agent provocateur. Is it possible that he is? Again, a lot of people hang around the community who really only have bad intentions for it. I've met people in person who were cool at first, and then they became a problem later on. So. Again, I don't know DK. I don't vouch for everything he says. If you don't like him, you don't have to like him. Some people do. I've always given people a platform on here. And, but yeah, for all the people who get caught up in that too, if you are darker complected and use that word, realize that is part of the game. And that's part of why they introduced that to culture because it's created this dynamic, right? I remember I was a kid. I was probably like middle school, elementary school. It's right around the same time Tupac died. But I was in the car with my dad. My dad's driving. I'm not old enough to drive. And he was listening to sports talk radio, and these guys were having the conversation about that. And one of them was Michael Thompson, Klay Thompson's father. And they were just having a conversation about, like, should white guys be able to use the N-word the way we throw it around? And then my dad, like, turned out, he's like, I don't understand this whole N-word thing and why they should just be able to say it, but we can't say it. And I just said to myself, well, you know, it's like, it's their word to, like, take away the hate energy of the word, and then they use it as just, like, a way to say, yo, what's up, friend, or something like that. He's like, that doesn't seem right to me. He said, that just... And again, you know, it's just like, everyone's looking at this from different angles, but I really do feel like that's just another ingredient that was thrown into society to create this division. And I always just remember that riding around with my dad when they were talking about that on the radio. And again, here we are years later. You know, I feel like DK kind of did do it in a way. People think DK is a little bit racist. I'd have to say, from what I've heard about DK, he does seem to be a little bit racist, but he also seems to be a little bit all right to me, and everybody's a little bit racist. So that's what I mean. I don't try to make drama over that. If I ever knew one day that DK was a total agent, I'd be like, all right, we got to part ways. But he didn't show me that he was a bad guy in person, and you know, he came out and he pounded pavement and he spoke, and I didn't agree with everything he said, but hey, it's just like, I want other people to come out and speak and share their mind and try to get people to think about things. And anyway, I just want to address that little end part. But this is Gary, you guys. Gary's been around for a long time. And what's up, Gary?
All right, so yeah, I mean, the whole with the N-word thing. If you look back at history, not with the hard R, but with like the friend type of N-word, that was around in during the 1800s and early 1900s, where slave owners would use that word to call them. And now, in culture, it's been ingrained in everybody's minds through music and all that to say it to each other. And that's just the way they play racial games. And yeah, it's pretty sad, the state of things. But I just wanted to call to kind of give an example of how I view you, you know, in light of all the negative things people say about you. When we were in New York City last year, and the last night we were out there, we were out till like 4 or 5 in the morning, all of us. I remember all the homeless people, a lot of homeless people, beggars, whatever you want to call them, were coming up to us and asking for money. And the only one to reach into their pocket during that time was yourself. You know, you're the only one that gave money to a lot of these homeless folk. So much so that I remember it got to a point where I think it was Shark. He put his arm around you and told you, like, let's go, Zach. Let's not give him any more money, you know, because they're begging. But I could tell how much it affected you seeing people that were homeless, that didn't have money, that were down in the dumps. You were the only one that, you know, gave to those people that were in need. What did they use that money for? I don't know. That's not the point. But you're the only one that did that. You know, in addition, you paid for dinner for us. You brought everybody together that year in September. You know, I've never experienced anything like that. You know, I'm 30 years old. I've done a lot of cool stuff in my life, had some cool experiences, but never to the point where I was around so many like-minded people where we just clicked in the first few seconds. And so I just wanted to call to throw my 2 cents in at the type of person I view you as, somebody that is a genuine person, that deals with a lot of bullshit every single day from a bunch of idiots in this world. But you keep going, you keep working day in, day out for a decade now. And, you know, I just want to say I appreciate you for that. And I hope people understand that. You're going to have people out there that are pretty fucking stupid. And that just comes with the territory. But yeah, I just wanted to call to let you know that's how I view you, man. That you're a very important person in humanity, for what it's worth. So.
Well, I appreciate it, Gary. And again, thanks for being out there and being part of New York. I mean, we had a good amount of people come out, and it was cool. Because, again, anytime we've gone out, a really diverse group of people come out. Conversations kick off right away. There's a lot of nice relationship building. But at the same time, I was thinking it was New York City, and I sent a lot of books there. I was thinking we were going to have more people than we did. But, yeah, it still was a great time. And I do regret that I didn't make it out there this year. But what do you think? Do I have the wrong attitude about it? I mean, I want to be out there. I love doing this. But it's at the same time, it's like, well, shit, I did that. And, like, the support majorly fell off. And now I feel like I'm nowhere near hitting any of the goals and aspirations that I have. Because, again, all the people that hate on me, it's like, I put so many resources back into this community. And it's like I don't ever see anybody, like really, like, ever say anything nice about it. It's just like, is there anybody else who's, like, doing is I don't feel like anybody else on YouTube is doing nearly as important work. I'm just gonna be honest about it. And I don't see anyone putting anything back into anything. I just see them selling shirts and buy all this shit, and I watch these people that just talk about politics like it's real and get $5,000 in super chats in 20 minutes. And I'm just like, the fuck, man? Can we get some resources? Shit, so we can do something. This guy doesn't have anything. This guy is waking up and he finally thinks Donald Trump's a fraud, so he should vote for Ron DeSantis. It's like, that's your big epiphany in 2023? Shit.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, they're caught up in the system today, and they can't get out of it. They're terrified to get out of it. You know, they're caught in their jobs. They got families, all this bullshit, and nobody has the balls to stand up and do anything. I don't know if I want to say the balls. I think people do want to stand up and do something, but I think they're just caught up in the matrix. I always use this as an example. So if I go out somewhere, I mean, obviously I don't do it as much as I used to, but you know, I like to have a couple of drinks every now and then. If I go out with a couple buddies to a bar or something, right? I'm sitting down and you got a couple guys that are ranting and raving, like these construction guys, ranting and raving about the government, what's happening. They're tired of the bullshit. They're tired of the politics. They're tired of all this stuff. They're talking like they want to do something. And on the TV screen, all of a sudden, on the TV screen is da-da-da, 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 da-da, and all of a sudden, like a fucking, like it's like a trance. They just
right.
start talking. They start talking. They look right at the TV.
It is, dude. That exactly the same music over and over for all these years when the game's on. You realize it is part of the mind control.
It's a jingle.
Yeah.
And they're people are just, they're kind of like, they can't get out of it. There, especially when you're so young. Like when you're young, you're born into it. You know, you think of all these kids that are in sports and shit like that. That's fine when you're a kid. Yeah, definitely play sports, be in sports. But I know a lot of kids, like my second cousin. He's really big into baseball. Smart kid. He's really big into baseball, though. Knows all the players, knows everything that's going on, you know, which is fine. He plays baseball, but that's all he cares about is baseball, football, hockey, basketball. He knows all about it, right? But at the end of the day, it's like, dude, it's the circuses, man. Like, and when you're a kid, you're born into it. You're born when you go through slave school, you learn about all this bullshit, and you're born and raised into it, and it becomes who you are. It becomes your de facto personality. And people have a hard time snapping out of it. And I'm a firm believer that I think you have to be born to be able to snap out of it, like naturally pick up on like what you're teaching, like to look at it and be like, yeah, this makes sense. You know, some people just don't have that intuition where, you know, they can't grasp it. There's other times too when the whole, give an example of adults, how they act. When the whole Benghazi thing was going on, Benghazi, all that shit, with the Hillary Clinton bullshit. I remember one time I brought a map with me when I was out and about. I brought a map with me in my back pocket because this is all people were talking about, Benghazi. I go, hey man, do me a favor. I rolled the map out. I said it wasn't a big map, but it was a little map. I said, do me a favor. Can you point out Benghazi on a map for me? They're like, what? I'm like, point out Benghazi on a map for me. They're like, right over here. And they point somewhere in fucking Spain or something, you know? And it's the same thing with Ukraine. All these people talking about, let's help Ukraine. I said, okay. Most of these people never even heard of Ukraine before everything. But then you say, hey, point out Ukraine on a map for me. They're like, it's like, dude, I mean, so not to go on a rant. But my point being is, yeah, some people, they're too far gone. I think every day you're picking up more and more people on the train here of truth and knowledge. The people that matter, that is, you know, the people that matter. Everybody matters, but at the same time, it's like some people are they're bringing down society, so they kind of got to go. But the people that matter pick up on this work. They do their investigations. They pay attention. You know, they don't get offended. If they do get offended and leave, well, that's their problem. You know, if they can't see, you know, the truth, and I mean, that's their problem. It's not your problem. And I sent you a long text earlier too when the whole rant was going on about like Marco and Angel and all that shit. I think that stuff is just, them guys are just filibustering, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
He had nothing. He literally had nothing, and he showed that.
But they do that purposely. You know, it's like his task was complete. You know, he took up all the time saying bullshit, getting you upset and all that stuff. And it's just not even where, like, it's like watching someone that's educated like yourself fucking talk to a goddamn tree. You know, it's like there's no comparison. And but it's them people. All they do, all their job is to distract from the truth, take up time, and that's what they do. You know, and it's frustrating because you deal with so much bullshit. Stuff that we don't even see, you know, that you deal with every day, that you probably don't talk about. You deal with it all that we don't see. And it's got to be frustrating. But when these losers come around and they start talking shit, and it's like and I said in my text, I said it's like a bully or an older brother that says something, they want to get a rise out of you, you know, and you know, at the same time, yeah, you got to defend yourself. But it's like, some of these people aren't worth the time of day. Yeah, I like to see, like, you argue with someone that's like, I don't know, someone that has a fucking master's degree.
Me too. Me too. I tried to debate Professor Dave Explains because what he was talking about was like the perfect topic. And again, I did a fair video and I complimented him. And then what was his response? He had my video taken down for copyright for playing. And that's the annoying thing too. I played like 2 minutes of him talking so I could show people what I was addressing. And again, I mean, a guy. I know that people in this community are flagging Lispy's channel. I don't flag anybody's channel, but I know a lot of people flag his channel. His channel's never been touched. Why can I not respond to Professor Dave Explains and what he's saying, essentially attacking someone like me without putting my name in it? And then, you know, I ended up getting suspended for a week over that too. And it was like, okay, I didn't attack him. I complimented him. I said, let's debate about this then.
It's frustrating. It is. And the people that have degrees too are also some of the dumbest people in the world, I've noticed as well. Like, it's I don't know. It's a sad time we live in, really. But I think it's just best if we just stay the course, try our best to reach out to people that are intuitive thinkers, you know, that have an interest in real truth, you know, not the flat earth bullshit, it's not the Trump shit, like, it's just, we got to focus on that. So, and if somebody talks shit, I'd say just hit them with, you know, a one punch and then just move on. Because again, in the text I sent you as well, I said, the work you've done precedes you and it'll succeed you as well.
Let me explain the situation of what's happened. Because I have so much content online and so much video content, and this guy right here, literally, you guys, if you guys don't know, this guy's been trolling me every day since 2015, and he'll correct me and say I'm lying. He's only been trolling every day since 2017. If it wasn't him in 2015, it was somebody who used the same avatar as him. So it might have been the guy paid before him to troll me every day. But I've been dealing with trolls every day, and this guy's been the most dedicated, and he sits here and screen records everything, and he's watching right now, and he's too much of a pussy to call in. And if you wonder how he got his image, it's because he fucked up. He didn't mean to, and he quickly took it off. But when you saw it, like, oh, look at him, man. He's like salivating while talking to me. What a fucking weirdo. But yeah, this guy's been screen recording everything. And he's smart enough to know where I said things that I should have. So he just keeps bringing it up. He keeps bringing up the mistakes that have already been addressed. And he's like, oh, look when Zach said this in 2015. And oh, look, Zach still hasn't addressed this. It's like, fuck you, dude. I've addressed that 1,000 times. I apologize for that. I said I shouldn't have said that. But he just keeps doing it because that's what a troll would do. And then people see that who are just coming along me like, oh, man, this Zach guy looks pretty bad. This guy's got a pretty good video over here with all this shit edited together. Yeah, you guys have to understand, I have like 10,000 hours of streaming and videos on the internet over the last decade. And this fucking loser's been here with the sole mission of trying to make me look bad. And he's watched us do all this unprecedented, amazing shit, and he just skips over that, and he tries to slander and cut up things and make this look bad and make this look like that. He's a fucking scumbag. And again, I mean, another guy who you don't know his name, and the only reason you know his face is because he fucked up one time. So thank you, NetVoid Video, for having this fucking loser on for that one mistake so we could actually capture what this human piece of shit looks like. So, anyway, for all the people who've been persuaded by him, which includes Chigozi, Marco, Ben, Derek, Dan Barrett, whoever the fuck else, you guys are all fucking losers, literally. And you're instigating a human piece of shit who doesn't care about the world or anything, who has no integrity, yet makes a video. That's what sucks. Like, if you search my name, all you find is this fucker's videos. who works to slander me. And he says I'm the liar and fraud when that's exactly what he is, who is too much of a pussy to call in. Stop leaving the comment, he won't let me talk. You've never even tried to call in, fucking loser. Call in and I'll let you go at it so we can explain. You can explain why you've been trolling every day since 2017 in your words. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, I agree with you. Those people, they're borderline psychopaths. My thought process in a psychopath is somebody that lets their subconscious overtake their conscious. They operate on instinct. They don't really think. They let anger take over. They let sexual desires take over. They let fucking just those kind of people. And those people, they cause nothing but problems. And the people that follow them are exactly the same. They let subconscious take over the conscious, and they're no good for the community. So like for Chigozie and all them that fucking left, they don't belong, you know, and it sucks, especially for those people that have been around for a long time. It sucks, but fuck them. You know, the real people, if somebody sees a video that's slandering you, the person that has intuition is going to say, you know what, I'm going to look into this guy. Whatever he's talking about is interesting. And then they can form their own opinion. If they can't form their own opinion, well, that's on them. It's not on you. It's frustrating, but fuck them, man. You just got to do what you got to do. Keep doing what you're doing. And fuck the haters. But I got to go. I might lose you here. I'm in a garage, so.
All right, Gary. Well, appreciate the call, man. Thank you.
All right, brother. I appreciate you. You take
All right,
care.
have a good night.
You too.
And by the way, we generated $3.01 during the live stream on Cash App. So shout out to Tracy. And actually my bad, we got $1 tonight, and I got $2 on Saturday, which I didn't see. So shout out to Isaiah on Saturday and Tracy tonight. But if only we were talking mainstream politics, we might have made $1 million. 757.
What's up, Zach? What's going on?
Yeah, what's up?
Man, I just wanted to call in, give you your flowers, man. Say I love your work. I've been following you since, I say, the end of 2019, right before COVID started. And you do good work, man. You open my eyes. You helped me see a lot of the stuff. I didn't get it at first. I watched, did my own research. And now it's like it's evident. It's real evident. And now I made my own YouTube channel. I'm trying to promote myself and promote just the knowledge and, you know, get it out there. And I did want to just say one thing. I was watching one of your lives the other day, and I seen Charma. He had said something about the mystical side of about the knowledge, and I totally agree with that. It seems like it's so many moving factors and so many, like he was saying, it's like too many pieces for like the knowledge to happen every day, and it's like it's in the media every day, and it's like too many moving pieces for it to just be like totally manipulated by man. It seems like it's like some magical, mystical things going on that we may not.
I agree. I feel like they put a system into motion. I completely agree, because I mean, there's more to. We see the obvious manipulation, but there is something greater going on. And again, you got to study Hermeticism and the rules of Hermeticism, because it's part of this. But it's very obvious that in the 16th century, when they put us on this calendar and the language was standardized with 26 letters, and we're getting the scientific understanding of supposedly how the world is and how all this stuff is synced up, it's obvious that it's there's some kind of sorcery to it. And again, I think that it's also part of the reason that the patterns persist and we see the same stuff over and over. But yeah, there's an element of man and there's an element of something else. It's like it's demonic. And again, I almost want to study the Goetia more and these 72 demons. I feel like whatever these things are, they're inside a lot of people. And it's why they all have the same programmed reactions and illogical thoughts and hate truth and hate people who try to wake them up to things. I mean, it's like so many people have the exact same thing inside of them, which doesn't really seem logical on the surface. Like, whoa, why are you tripping out so much because I shared this information with you? So, go ahead.
Hey, man, you're doing real great work, and just keep going. And I did want to know, like, you know, I live on the East Coast. I live in North Carolina. I was trying to see when the next time you was having like an event, you was going somewhere. You know, I would love to come out and show my support.
I appreciate that, and there will be more events. And what part of the country are you in?
I live in North Carolina. I'm from Virginia, but I live in North Carolina right now.
Okay. I really do need to make it down to that part. I especially want to make it down to Atlanta, so I don't know how far that is from you. But
like 7-8 hours. You know, I'll travel all across the world. You know, this knowledge needs to be out, and if people can go travel to go on vacation, you know, you can travel and go spread knowledge. And, you know, I'd rather do stuff like that.
Indeed. Well, I do. I'm overdue for Atlanta, and that's probably at some point in your neck of the woods. So appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call.
No problem.
All right. You have a good night. 916. That's it? What else? Well, why is that all you can say? You'd get along with Cuts 1. Why do you call in so often and do this? If any of the Karens out there are getting more provoked by this than me, feel free to call in, because I'm just going to let this. He's been doing this for years now. I'm just going to let it go on until somebody else calls in. I want to see how long this goes on for. I'm envisioning a guy with a chain around his neck in a padded room. What do you guys see? No caller ID is going to replace you. No caller ID.
Is this Zachary K. Hubbard?
Well, you know who you're calling.
You're a funny motherfucker, man. You really are. Well, I love it when you're in this mood, dude. I replay these videos back and crack the fuck up. One question, Zach. Can you show us one bet slip?
You cut out. What'd you say? Can I show a bet slip?
Can you show one bet slip?
Why does his voice turn into Darth Vader? I can.
Let's see it.
But do I need to?
I think it would help.
What would it help?
It would help with people being all right with the fact that you sell the sports picks.
People are very happy with the sports picks who've been with the knowledge for years because they've made a good deal of money and they've woken up to how the game's rigged. So again, it's an illogical argument.
What do you think about your slogan, "Welcome back, Truth Seeker," being an exact match with Central Intelligence Agency and many cyber?
Just like I've taught a million times, who gives a shit? That's not the way we use the code. We use the knowledge to expose the people who are fucking over the world. How am I fucking over the world? Why does this guy keep going into Darth Vader mode? Are you using some voice thing to hide your voice?
Doing that now.
It's really weird how it keeps doing that. Okay, this guy's too weird. But yeah, these people are losers. It probably works for the IRS. Fuck you, it's illegal to gamble in Washington State. That's what they really want. Ooh, Zach, illegal gambling! Get him taken down! Get his Patreon deleted! He's doing things that are illegal! That's what he really wants. Fucking moron. Welcome back, Truth Seeker, you guys. Oh, that makes you CIA. Dumbass. Welcome back's a common thing to say. Like I said, I used the phrase Truth Seeker because it was Manly P. Hall's thing and also Mike Malloy's thing, who I also like Mike Malloy. And again, I learned about Gematria through Manly P. Hall, so it only seems right. I didn't say welcome back, Truth Seeker, because it equals CIA. It'd be a fucking retard to come to that idea with no discernment. 407?
Yo, what up, Zach? It's open up from the chat.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think the yelling was Cuts One getting plugged up by Lispy.
Oh, come on, man. Lispy's little needle deck and his gaping ass, he wouldn't even fill him.
Yeah, but I just want to call in and say I just started up TikTok with doing like short E codes. Like I did the one on the 70s that came up with the Dolphins. And I have a few other ones on there that I just started up. And they do get like a little bit of traction. Like a few of them have like 400 views. I know on TikTok that's not a lot, but I mean, it's more than nothing. And I use like a program. All I have to do is like write up like some of your notes. And then it creates like an AI video. And I could put in like whatever pictures or clips I want. So it's something that I started up, and I just do it whenever I get free time.
Very cool. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's on the Open Up channel on YouTube?
What was that?
It's on the Open Up channel on YouTube?
No, TikTok.
Oh, on TikTok. Okay, I got to get on TikTok.
Yeah. So, I mean, just for anyone out there, like, it doesn't take, like, a lot of work. I mean, Zach does most of the work. You could cut up, like, a short, concise part of it and put something out there. Even if one person views it, that's one more person that would have never seen it, you know?
Indeed. Absolutely. If everybody was doing that, we'd begin spreading the word a lot further. So thank you so much for doing that. Plus all your generosity. And like I said the other day, man, save some of that money you're donating to me, because I do wish more people are donating, but you don't need to make up for all the donations, and make sure you're taking care of yourself, because there's some rainy days coming ahead for America. So.
No, you're good. My finances are fine. You know, I work and all that. And the main reason I donate is to encourage others to donate, because, you know, it's kind of a contagious thing when people see like a donation and support. It kind of pushes them in that direction. So it's more to get other people who never done it to see that, oh, people are actually supporting this, and I support this. But, you know, some people need like a little encouragement.
Sure, but you're donating almost $5 every stream, and sometimes you donate multiple times. And I mean, you add that up. I stream almost every day. You're donating $150 a month. $150 a month times 12. That's over $1,000 a year. I think it's too much to donate. I mean, unless you're a millionaire, and I doubt it, because most of us aren't. But that's just the way I see it. I mean, it's like you're one of the only people donating, but at the same time, it's just like Sarah Sutherland was doing the same thing in the past. She was donating all the time, and she finally stopped, because I kept telling her, I said, you donated so much. I mean, it's like, it's not your job to make up for everybody else. The reality is just few people are givers, and most people are takers. But you don't have to make up for everybody else. And maybe if you do want to donate every stream, maybe instead of donating $5 each time, just donate $1. So, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's no worries. And then the other thing I wanted to ask, your progress on the books, because I'm looking forward to mostly the Kobe Bryant books so that I can hand some out.
I'm going to end up finishing the Kobe one first, because I got to make sure that's ready by the statue day. So it's coming.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I appreciate all your work. And then for the trolls, like, I mean, you already said it all. Like, they don't have anything. They don't have any points. Like, I haven't been here as long as most people, but I never knew who that Marco guy was. But he didn't answer a single question. Like, and then when you gave him time to talk, he said, "Oh, give me time to talk." That was his time to talk. Was talking about giving him time to talk. Like, he didn't answer a single question. So.
Well, what's sad is he used to be like one of the most enthusiastic supporters around here, and he was on the phone telling people that they need to support the work so we can get the GematriaEffectNews studio. I mean, he was really invested in that idea. We never got enough support, and then COVID came, and everything got super expensive. And I mean, it's still the plan and the goal. I'd love to have a real studio where we meet with a group of people who are dedicated to the cause. But I mean, there's not enough resources. He's listening to how much money I'm making from Lispy. That's not even true. This guy's talking out of his ass. Lispy, see what Lispy does, you guys, is he shows when I first set up the Patreon. When I first set up the Patreon, I made it so that you got my book for $11 and you got all the Gematria School lessons. So almost everybody signed up for $11 or whatever it was, $10 when I first started. So he has that old screenshot of how much it was when there was a small group of people. Well, I don't do Gematria School anymore. I give away the book for free. Majority of people are signed up for $1. There's it's just... again, it's bullshit what he's doing, and I had people that wanted to tear down the whole channel when there was like $3,000 a month of support coming in, so I was like, fuck it. I mean, if it just motivates this many people to make videos and try to hate on me, I'm going to hide how much money there is. Here's the reality. There's not nearly enough money coming in for how important this work is and for what we want to do and achieve. And for everyone who's not down with that, then fuck off. Like I say, why don't you go fuck with Jake Tapper, who gets paid $10 million fucking dollars a year to lie to you every day on the screen and helps push these agendas that are fucking up the world? Like, how can you be dedicating all your time? Who's on YouTube 24/7 talking shit about Jake Tapper and what a fucking scammer he is? Again, this is the point I'm making. I'm making a tiny, teeny tiny, itty bitty, insignificant fraction of what Jake Tapper makes and working a million times harder and doing something that's actually righteous and worthy. What the fuck is really going on here? It's because the same cocksuckers that can afford to pay Jake Tapper $10 million a year are the same ones who can afford to pay some bottom dweller probably $15-20 an hour so that his full-time fucking job is to harass me and the other fucking losers that are on the same fucking payroll. And all you guys who can't figure it out are fucking morons. And that includes Marco, who needs to wake the fuck up. Marco, who woke you up to the way the media was programming racism? You used to support that shit. Now you're here simping for Angel. And it must be true because you couldn't fucking address it.
Yeah. And the funniest part about all of this is, like, nobody goes against your political decodes or your news decodes. It's only when they bet money and they lose it, which is not your fault. I mean, no one put a gun to their head and tells them to bet money. But everything that's against you is in sports. And I understand, like, the sports is, like, one of the biggest ways to get people on it. But it's also what creates the most trolls, which, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword.
I always had trolls, though. The trolls have been here since even before we were decoding sports. They've been here since day one. They've just gotten worse as time, and that's because the work's gotten better with time. But yeah, somebody in the comments said all the sports decoding does is bring bottom feeders into the community. That's not true. There's a lot of good people who've come into the community through sports.
Yeah.
So again, all you guys who leave comments like that and think you know what you're talking about, you don't. You might be right that it's brought in a lot of bottom feeders and people who don't need to be here, but it's also brought in good people and some of the best decoders. So...
yeah. And like you always bring up, like, discernment is a big thing. Like, if you don't understand that, like, Zach is the one who brought this information on, like, he's the forerunner of this, and he's the one who woke up most of you who are still now using the information he brought to make money on your end, yet you're against him. I mean, that doesn't make any sense to me. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to mention I started that TikTok to start putting stuff out, and, you know, just keep doing what you're doing. I'm always going to be here supporting. Oh, the last thing I wanted to add is when you mentioned Charm1, message for Charm1, like, you're great in the chat. You're always, you know, supporting in every way. It would be nice, like Zach said, to call at one time, you know, just so people know that you're an actual person. I mean, I know you don't have anything to prove, like, you've never done anything destructive, but it would be nice just to bring closure to some of your so-called haters.
Yeah, again, it is a little bit of a problem, Charmed One, because you become a prominent member in the community because you're always here. And again, like, I don't have any real thing to complain about, but I do wonder myself, like, why can't they call in? Like, how hard is it to call in?
Yeah, just a simple call. Like, it doesn't even have to be a minute. Just call in, hey, this is Charmed One, just to confirm I'm an actual person, and that's it. I mean, it's not too much to ask, I don't think.
Yeah, because again, by not calling in, essentially what it does is it just, even though it doesn't make any sense, because the trolls are, Charmed One is Zach's alt account, and it's just like, everybody should know I don't use alt accounts. I write all kinds of shit online I shouldn't write under my own account and always have, and people are like, look at what Zach. Well, that's the other thing that's annoying. For a while, people were making all these fake accounts that look just like mine, and then writing crazy shit to people and pissing people off. I lost a lot of people in the community that way because they thought I was like spamming them out, and it wasn't even really me. It was some troll on a fake account with my avatar. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
But other than that, Charm One's great. Itachi's another good one. He was able to take the criticism you had.
He always takes the criticism. I'm always giving Itachi criticism, but Itachi does annoy me a lot too, and he knows that. So, and sometimes again, I felt like my criticism was right on. Why are you talking shit about people who just do sports? I mean, what do you do besides sports? So, anyway.
Yeah, but Itachi's good. He's not going to turn into a troll. He's always going to be here, so that's a plus for him.
Yeah, there's people that think he's an agent provocateur too, and again, I don't know at the end of the day. I don't know Itachi, but I think ultimately he is trying to help out, and people can be hypocritical. But I'm just like, why is he going on a rant about how people are lowlifes around the community that only do sports? And it's like, I don't think you're a lowlife, but all you do is sports. Again, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, but I mean, all of this comes with the territory. We're doing what the system does not want to happen, so there's always going to be stuff going against it. But at the end of the day, I always appreciate what you have. Your information is always on point. As far as betting, I don't bet, but I use the bets to show other people who are into sports that, the thing's rigged. But appreciate all your work and keep going,
Appreciate it, man, and thank you for being so generous. Doesn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you.
No problem.
Later, man.
Take care.
Okay. Well, it's been a long stream, you guys. We're over 4.5 hours in, and again, there were it's sad that whenever there's drama, there's always more donations. I mean, I do appreciate the donations, but I'm like, is that all people want to support for? Is this drama? 201.
Hey, Zach. Yeah, I just wanted to finish my thought real quick. I'm not going to go on as long. But, yeah, Charmed One's definitely a real one. I've talked to her before, but, she's real. She's helped me out with, just personal issues. I've talked to her, and she's been really helpful.
You've talked to Charm One on the phone.
She's a great person.
Hold on. You've talked to Charm One on the phone?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I never talked to Charm One on the phone.
Yeah, she's real, and she just, she doesn't want, she doesn't want people to think that she's an agent or whatever, but also she doesn't care about that stuff. She just wants to help out, and she's a good person. She's great. I support her. I love what she does. And that's just what I wanted to say, because I know there's a lot of trolls saying a lot of bad stuff about her. DK is one of them. But yeah, she's a great person, and she's done nothing but good stuff. She's done nothing but support. And I appreciate
Sometimes she's quick to block people, and even after I asked her not to block people at night, she was still blocking people, and that's the thing a lot of people have been really concerned about and written actual letters in the mail about, that she censored a lot of people who actually weren't bad people. And yeah, but I don't think she's doing that for negative intentions. She might just be short on the band stick, so.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say also, I lost 40 subscribers for YouTube just removing subscribers. So if people could subscribe to my Truth Does Not Exist, I'd appreciate that. It's pretty sick what they've done, since last time. And I also have another channel called Extreme Spamware. You guys can look up. That's also another comedy channel. But I just wanted to talk about another thing I wanted to say was hydroxychloroquine. Is that 20 years ago there was a show, the medicine show about, it was fictional, about how there was a coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, we covered that. I'm pretty sure that's in my book too. I'm pretty sure that's in my Number Games book.
What, that hydroxyl was the cure?
Yeah, that we've definitely shown that episode before. It's like maybe early 2000s. Yeah, so I can't even remember what the name of the show is right now, but I know we definitely. I'm pretty sure it's in my book too.
Oh shit! Okay. But yeah, I also wanted to say, you know, since people are talking about the satellites and stuff, satellites prove that the Earth is round. You know, you can actually connect to satellites with your, if you get a little dish and download a couple of programs, you can actually connect directly to the satellite. Not only pick up information and stuff, but like you can get live images and live video and stuff. And, you know, they even have live video from satellites where they can track people and see where they're going and stuff, like track their car and stuff. You know, and that's like a real thing. And also I wanted to talk about sports gematria. It's like, you know, you had that picture of him up there, and, you know, like he's there licking his lips. Like, I mean, I'm straight and I don't even do that to women. Like, that's just he's such a weird, creepy person.
He is a weird, creepy person. You guys have to think about how creepy this guy is. Can you imagine harassing somebody every day for, in his words, since 2017? Oh, okay, so it hasn't been since 2015. It must have been your clone before that. But just think about that. That's your life, to sit there and wait for them to go live so you can screen record. And it's just, I mean, how fucking scummy. Well, I mean, literally no life. And again, like, out of all the people in the world to harass, like, well, you can't tell me this guy's not being paid by somebody to harass me. Why the fuck would you target me out of all the people in the world? Like, I mean, if you're, like, usually people are obsessed with celebrities and shit. Not some guy who has a relatively small YouTube channel, mostly thanks to all the suppression and censorship. But no, this guy, I mean, this is a guy who deserves to have his head knocked off his shoulders. So.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like, how much of a loser can this guy possibly be? 6 years he's been here. You said since 2017. That's already been 6 years ago. He watches every single video.
He's watching right now. I guarantee you he's watching and screen recording right now. Guaranteed.
I know. The last Monday show where you were calling into, you know, you had the whole Cuts 1 drama last Monday on the Monday show at like 3 in the morning. It was 3 in the morning my time because I know he's in Florida too. And he was there in that Cuts 1 thing talking shit about you or whatever. They're listening and like leaving comments or whatever at 3 in the morning, and you never go live at that time. So it's like, what's like, this guy has no life. How does he do this? You know, like he 6 years of his life he spent watching every video. I can't even watch every video, even just from the main channel. He not only watches videos from the main channels, but he also watches your Patreon videos, all your Patreon videos, which is hours more videos. He looks at your documents and your pics. Reading all that material is more time. He looks at your website, all this stuff. Like, how much time this guy puts into this? Like, this guy has no life. This guy's probably never touched a boob in his life. You know, he clearly doesn't have any friends or anybody to talk to. You know, he's all alone. He doesn't have a job. Like, this is a complete loser. He's probably not even a gamer. I mean, if he was gaming, at least he'd be too busy to be doing this. Like, this guy has absolutely no life. You're basically his entire life. You know, you're all that he thinks about, all that he's thinking about, like, every single day, every minute of the day. He's obsessing about you. You know, he's there waiting for you to talk about him so, you know, he can get out the lotion or whatever it is that this weirdo does. And, you know, he probably jerks off with tweezers, you know. But, you know, this guy's just such a fucking loser. I mean, how can somebody possibly do this? I mean, he's clearly, like, in love with you or something. I mean, even if I was, like, madly in love with somebody, I can't imagine dedicating this much time towards somebody, you know, towards, like, probably, I don't know, like 5 hours of content you make every day and editing these videos and all that stuff. You know, I mean, he's clearly, like, obsessed.
That's the one thing you got to give him credit for. He knows how to edit a video, and that's what's annoying too. It's like, dude, if somebody was actually trying to highlight all the important stuff that we've done and all the dead-on predictions and doing this quality of video editing, I mean, it would be great for the work and it would help out the world. But he's putting, that's the one thing you got to give Lispy. He knows how to make a video, and it's probably why he's also paid to do what he does. I mean, there's not really anybody in this community that watches and would like to support who knows how to put a video together as well. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I can't do the same thing that he does. And
well, if you make the claim, then you got to prove that. So He knows how to make a video. He knows how to video edit, that guy. I mean, that's the one credit I'll give him. But other than that, he's a human piece of shit.
Oh yeah, I've made videos with video editing. That's pretty good. Like you know, the NetVoid video, but also the videos on spamware and stuff. I've done it in the past. I just don't do it typically. But you know, I'll do it for you. I don't care if you ask me to do it. I'll do whatever it is you want me to do. But yeah, I mean, he's just a piece of shit. And yeah, taking time to edit videos does take time. So on top of watching all his content, he then has time to screen record and download and keep track of all his videos and find them and edit them and like write a script. And like, I mean, all these things just take so much time. It's like, this is this guy's entire life, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. For the person in the chat who said ranting's not helping, maybe not, or maybe it is. And again, in terms of how we do need resources to accomplish things, this stream full of ranting generated more revenue than the last 8 TFR episodes, which isn't a lot. We made about $180. I mean, a lot of the shills get on here and make that in 5 seconds talking about nothing. But again, that shows you how little we made in the last 8 TFR episodes, like an average donation rate of probably $12. So, and those are 3-hour shows, which is about $4 an hour, which reminds me that I could be doing a lot better things with my time. So, my book generated a whopping $8 last month. I made $8 off my well-written book that really should be selling 1 million copies a month, honestly. Yeah, so again, and just have people just like trying to undermine and get people to not support and just lying all the time. It's annoying as hell. There's not, for what I've done, I'd say, not to mention how much I lost from the business I had and everything that was stolen. I mean, this has not been a great financial move the last decade doing this. There's not a lot of people who support financially this. Thank you to the people who do, but is it worth it? I mean, I like essentially can't be hired by anybody. My teaching degree is pretty much out the window. So anyway.
Yeah, and your rant videos, you know, they do a lot more than, you know, people just like liking the drama. It's not about that, you know. You're like the only person that has the balls to talk about the truth, you know, to actually like say what a lot of us are all feeling. And you know, that does help. You know, it kind of keeps everybody sane, and it helps us to like hear like just at least one person that knows what's going on and isn't afraid to talk about it and say you know, the quiet part out loud. So that's what a lot of us appreciate about your rants. You know, you call out a lot of BS stuff, not just trolls, but you know, on these rants you say a lot of stuff about society and, you know, the way people act and people's behavior and stuff, and it's very true, you know, and that's what resonates with a lot of us. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. If you could play like the first 2 minutes of that laser video, I'd appreciate it. It's really short, and I just show the blue stuff burning fine.
Okay, here, I'll put it on the 420 video. So you're saying this, because for people that know the Maui thing, the thing that went viral is how nothing that was blue burned. Everything else burned. This was, even my mom called me up about it. She's like, did you see that? How nothing blue burned? And I said, yeah, I mean, I'm sure something's wrong with that. If it went viral, there's a reason they want people to see it. So.
Yeah, that's the video. And yeah, that's what I was debunking. And you know, yeah, that's you could clearly see that they were like planting objects. I'll probably make a video about that too. One of the videos I saw where this guy was pulling out a blue shirt out of like this burnt rubble. Like there was burnt rubble on top of it and underneath it. Like, so how did the blue thing not burn? Even if the laser couldn't burn blue fabric, then how is it that it didn't catch on fire if everything around it was on fire? Like the heat from that would have set it on fire. So how did that not happen? You know, and also I did burn blue cloth in a laser inside my video, which I show. If you'll show that to people. And yeah, that burned just fine. It burned through the cloth like instantly, and my laser wasn't even that powerful for a blue laser. But yeah, if you could just show that on there. Also, if everybody could subscribe to Truth Does Not Exist, and also my other channel at Extreme Spamware. That's like a comedy channel. I'm hoping that, you know, maybe I can get around the algorithm if I make just comedy videos, like the content's just comedy and jokes and stuff. Hopefully that'll get around the censorship, I'm hoping, but you know, we'll see.
All right, I'll play the video, and while you subscribe to Truth Does Not Exist, you can also subscribe to Zenith of the Alpha. He's been one of the more important contributors in this community over the years, and he used to be a regular caller when this show started. So I was talking about his 218 finds at the beginning of the stream.
Yeah.
All right, I'll play your video, but thanks, buddy. Get some rest.
All right.
All right, take care.
Okay.
Yeah, if you guys were here at the beginning of the stream where the actual important content was discussed, I brought up Zenith's channel, and yeah, again, he's been on the 218 trail since before anybody else caught on to it. And it's become a lot bigger trail. And it's been nearly a decade now. It's been 7 years, I guess, since he made the first observation. All right, so he wants us to see his debunking the blue laser video of Maui, and here he is, Mr. Young Science.
Hey, truth seekers. So I just kind of wanted to, debunk the whole stupid Hawaii thing about, the thing with the blue laser, it reflects off. Yeah, it doesn't. So I actually have a blue laser here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can see it. That this blue thing's actually going to start burning on this blue laser if I just hold it steady. I don't know if you guys can see the smoke, but yeah, clearly not true. So if I get this box, this blue box, what's going to happen? Just hold it steady. See that? Oh, well, DK Stonewood, I guess you're gonna have to get back on your meds. What's this? Another blue box? Oh, and like instantly starts smoking. Oh, wow. And just so you guys, look, this is a red box. Also starts smoking, so it doesn't matter what it is or what it's made of, it's gonna start burning with this laser. Let's see if there's some other blue stuff around here. Yeah, like this bag. Let's try here.
You got a lot of shit.
Yep, starts burning instantly. So yeah, all of this stuff.
The problem with this video is I can see that it starts, but maybe you need to do it outside so you don't set your house on fire, but just set the shit on fire, because people, that's the problem with the video right now. It's hard to tell exactly what's going on, but I do see where it's starting to smoke a bit. And I understand why you're pulling off quick, because you don't want to start an actual fire. But yeah, way to test the theory and prove it wrong. So, yeah, 218, again, the Holy Roman Empire has the 218 connection. It folded on the 218th day of the year. We know it's a number that has to do with time, and like you're pointing out, the Jupiter connection, and it goes with Trump having the 218 connection, and then his whole arrest thing and the mugshot on the day Pluto was demoted, and what you just brought up about the landing in the 218. But yeah, again, you were picking that pattern apart before anybody else saw it. So that's for sure. Yeah, it has been a long ass stream, and we can wrap it up. And here, just while I do the write-up for TFR for the show, I'm going to hold the line open for Lispy. Come on, buddy, you're screen recording. You can be part of your actual own one videos. I want you to call in, and let's hear in your own words how I'm a liar and fraud, like you say in every video, but let's see what happens when you actually have to talk to me. Because if you guys missed it, this did happen. I actually got to talk to him on somebody else's stream, and that's when he accidentally revealed his face, but he was looking like a real asshole and dumbass. And then, unfortunately, the person who had that recording, they took down the video afterwards, which annoyed me, because I wanted to just get it myself and download it so we could see what happened when I had Lispy on the line. It has happened one time, and he didn't look too good. This isn't Lispy, is it? Twavith?
Oh, no, this is Brandon. Hey, what's up, man? This is Brandon from Michigan.
What's up, Brandon?
What's up, man? Hey, I got two things. I thought I was going to see a video pop up. I don't know if you heard or not, but September, I believe it was September 26th, Mr. Oriole Brooke Robinson passed away.
We definitely covered it.
Oh, okay. So you got a video on there and everything?
His nickname, Human Vacuum Cleaner, equals 101, and they finished the year on 101 wins, and that's the 26th prime, and they finished the season 26 days before the World Series, and the next day, Stephen A. Smith on First Take said that he thought their death was going to put his death was going to put the Orioles in the World Series, and yeah, again, big time death. Another Baltimore connected thing, and his full name equals 104, like it's the 104th NFL season. So we definitely covered it.
Yeah, I definitely love them. I mean, I looked at the line right now on DraftKings, and for them to beat the Rangers in the series, it's minus 110. And I'm like, dang, man, I thought they were going to be. I mean, they're the number one seed. You think they'd be more?
At the beginning of the year, I did point out, at the beginning of the year, I suggested people, like, I saw something interesting about the Rangers before I saw it for the Orioles, and at this point, I got a few different scenarios that could play out, but at the beginning of the year, I did tell people to put in a future for the Rangers because, again, just skull and bones, the Bush family, and the Texas teams. Texas's first game this year was against Philadelphia, which is the 267 area code, and it was exactly 267 days after Bush's birthday, and there's some symbolism in the score. And Rangers are a very interesting team, and you got a great argument for the Orioles or the Rangers, really. And I'd encourage you, if it is the Orioles, look at what the Orioles' record was in the regular season, because there's a team in the National League that has those exact numbers that we talk about all the time with that city. So.
Okay, so the regular, so 101 and 61.
Right. If you put $10 on the Orioles and that team with the 101 and 61 connection, and what's funny is if that was the World Series and the Orioles beat that city, they'd end up having 65 wins in the postseason. So I'm just going to quiz you. Do you know what city equals 101, 65, and 61 in the base ciphers?
After we get off this the phone, I'm going to go on.
I call it the 65 city all the time because it was established on the day leaving 65 days left in the year. But only $10 on that. Well, now that the game, this was before we talked about this before the postseason started. But $10 just on those two teams would pay $300. So if they met,
well, I'm definitely going to take a look at that, man. Because honestly, dude, I was looking at the Orioles all year because, like, dude, I'm on the Ravens too, man. It's so much like in our face that it's like if it's not there, I'm like, wow, man, they put like so much, like just there's so much lines up for the Ravens. It just seems like I don't know.
Yeah, and what two cities are on Interstate 95 that we talked about could be the Super Bowl?
On Interstate 95 is Atlanta.
You must not be on my Patreon. Sign up for the Patreon too and support the damn work. Man.
No, I'm sorry, the Saints, yeah. But honestly, dude, I think they would either be Dallas or the Niners because I really don't think like Seattle or the Saints are even good enough to.
You're not even in the right place, man. That's not who's on Interstate 95. But anyway, Appreciate it, man. Later. He doesn't know Gematria very well. He hasn't been around that long. But people like him also don't support the work, but then want information too. That's what also is annoying. Calling in for free, can't donate $5 a month. I don't even know why I'm trying to help them out, really. They don't deserve it. But, hey, Lispy. Lispy's going to put that in his stream. See how greedy Zach, see how rude Zach was? See how he said it's all about money? Call in, fag. And explain why you screen record every fucking video and chop everything up to slander. Let's see. Is this Lispy?
Hey, this is Evan.
What's up, Evan?
So I heard you were just talking about the Rangers, and did you notice that the World Series starts 3 months and 22 days after George W. Bush's birthday? I think it's a span of 3 months and 22 days. But
3-2-2, huh?
Also, something that's interesting is that obviously I think George Walker Bush equals 177, and he was born on the 187th day of the year. And
Texas as a state is 177 years old, and Texas, since it became independent from Mexico, is 187 years old. And of course, those are both Jesuit numbers.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. So, good research.
Right, and also last week we had the death of Brooks Robinson on 26/9, which also happens to be the 269th day of the year, and that's the 57th prime. And then the death of Tim Wakefield at age 57, World Series equals 57. And the only connection that I found with 57, maybe there's one more, but the one that stood out the most is that Bruce, if the Rangers win the World Series, and again, that's an if, Bruce Bochy will get his 57th playoff win.
Bruce Bochy from France. Do you know that he's from France?
Yeah, because I used to be a Giants fan, so I remember when I was younger, I think I knew that.
Yeah. He's one of those top managers in the league, so that's the other thing that makes them interesting. That's why at the beginning of the year, I advised the future for the Rangers. So haters can hate all they want, but that's a fact.
And we'll see what happens. The Orioles also, they got the 41 connections in light of it being Skull and Bones year, so we'll see. There's still a long ways to go.
Indeed. We'll find out soon enough. So,
all right, I got to get to sleep. So, talk to you later.
All right, thanks, Evan. Take care. $650.
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
Hey, calling from the San Francisco Bay Area, unfortunately. But I just wanted to say that I'm on the sports Patreon as well, and your work doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm trying to spread it as I can. I have an Instagram page called Gematria Awareness, and I'm literally just spreading what you're saying. Every now and then I'll just literally just link your articles from GematriaEffectNews. I'm on Free to Find Truth as well, and it's really hard to talk to people about this stuff because they just shut down immediately. I've lost a lot of friends. My family kind of they shunned me for a while, but they shunned me even more when I went deeper into this, and just really, I just hit a point where I was just I can't do this fake pretending to go along with society thing anymore. There comes a point where the truth is the truth, it's not biased, it's not it doesn't care about feelings or your stupid beliefs. The truth is the truth, and it hurts people. But I just wanted to say that, and I just want to give you some quick stuff. I sent you that super chat on the day that Trump, his Twitter said that he was going to die in 2024 or something. And then I told you that 201 days from that was 8/8. That was wrong. And it was actually 4/8, the eclipse. But just some stuff that I had from that day. So from Trump's birthday to that day was 98 days. And Michael Jordan dead is 98 in reverse reduction. And so is Donald John Trump dead, 98 in reverse reduction. You were talking a lot about 4/24 that day. And Barack Hussein Obama dead. Wait, is it dead? It's just dead or dead 2023? Let me be sure that I'm not giving you the wrong thing again.
Question: When you talk to people about this work, I know people can shut down. What kind of stuff are you showing them? Are you showing them things like that, or are you showing them things like Flight 77 and the 77-foot tall Pentagon and all that? What kind of information are you showing to people when they're shutting down?
I do that sometimes, the 77 thing. Just the things that just can't be explained by coincidence, the things that just line up so perfectly. I try to do 49ers stuff a lot because I'm here in the Bay Area, and people love the 49ers around here like they do the Seahawks where you are. They run this place, basically. This place lives and dies by the 49ers. So I try to do that when I can. maybe sometimes I do rant a little bit, which I need to work on. Sometimes I think I go a little too far, even with my own family. So maybe I need to stop doing that. But
again, I'd always stick, when you're showing this work, I'd always stick with the most concrete things to show people. Like the thing that you were just showing me, I mean, it's interesting, but I don't do decodes like that. Again, I'm showing people why Jordan might be in trouble with the 60 thing, but I'm showing that through something that happened with Kobe, Moses Malone, and Daryl Dawkins, and where all these numbers come together, and people obviously understand the parallel with Kobe and Jordan. So, yeah.
Okay. Also, just another thing. I got invited onto a podcast tomorrow. Someone on Instagram. I'm kind of nervous about it in a way because it's like a.
Well, look here. Just let me tell you how to do it. Go on the podcast, and even if you don't do as well as you want to because you're not used to this and you're nervous, don't beat yourself up over it. Just next time you go on a podcast, you'll do better because that's the way life is. It's just like once upon a time I wasn't comfortable speaking in front of people, but now I don't have any problem because I just did it enough times. So, yeah, do it, and it'll be an experience, and maybe it goes better than you expect. But if it doesn't, don't hesitate the next time you get invited. Just you'll do better, and you'll do better each time. So.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. Thanks. I'll try to do good, and I hope that he's not doesn't shut down on me because he's religious. It's a religious podcast, so.
So I always meet people where they're at. I just show them the most simple cipher, right? He's probably Christian. Is he Christian?
I'm not sure exactly.
Probably. It's likely. And even if he's not, if he's Jewish, it would fit in, or even if he's Muslim, it would fit in, because you can show him all the same thing with just the most simple cipher and all the things connected to 74, from Jesus to Muhammad to Jewish to gematria to English to occult and all that. I mean, anyone with a brain, when they look at that, they're like, wow, what are the odds that all those things, all the things that equal 74, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and I'm also going to try to give them the Ephesians, the 6, 5 through 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Blues.
Yeah. There you go. 42 generations of Jesus, New Testament 42, math 42, Matthew's 27, the 27 chapters. Yeah, just stick to the facts about the Bible, and fourth book of the Bible, Numbers, Genesis 3:2:2, the Kabbalistic tree of life, 3 pillars, 22 paths. I'd go through all that stuff with them because all the people know their Bible. They'll be able to look at it and be like, oh, that's all true. I didn't realize that before.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll listen back to that. And I'll try to go through all that. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, don't beat yourself up if it doesn't go as well, because being nervous when you're not used to these things. I remember the first time I did an interview. You know what? But that's actually part of how I got a TFR show, right? I got interviewed on TFR before I had a show on here, now that I think back about it. And I did all right, but I was kind of nervous too, and it wasn't the best, but we got better from there, so.
Right. Now you're the best at this.
Well, not according to a lot of people. A lot of people think they're the best. They're the best, so. But anyway, you'll do great, man. And hey, when you're done, let us know, and we'll come support where you're at. So I appreciate you getting the word out there.
Yeah, I will. All right. Thanks, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. Okay. All right, I'm shutting it down, you guys. Lispy's not going to call in. Shout out to, I can't see the name, but thank you to who sent $10 on the PayPal. All right, hold on. One more call. 954?
Yep. Hey, Zach.
What's up?
I was wondering if you had seen any of the stuff about Chandler Jones, the old Patriots player who's now in the Raiders.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I talked about it the other day.
Last week he was posting all kinds of stuff on Instagram, and then they involuntarily committed it to the psych ward, and one of the things he was saying was that Aaron Hernandez didn't kill himself, but Josh McDaniels was involved, who's the coach of the Raiders, and then they put him in the psych ward.
Yeah, I covered that the other day. I didn't know that he got put in the psych ward, but I saw that they were questioning his mental health. And again, I mean, Aaron Hernandez dead the day that the Patriots were at the White House with Trump, and TMZ had the headline that day. And I was just showing it the other day somehow how TMZ's original headlines is that in where Aaron Hernandez was found dead, the word Illuminati was written on blood in the wall. So
unbelievable. Well, another great stream today. Really appreciate it.
All right, man. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. All right, the line is shut down. His call got in at the nick of time, but I was just clicking the button to shut it off. But hey, it's 11:11 out here on the West Coast. My first real girlfriend I ever had. She said, "Hey, it's 11:11. You got to make a wish." And that was my first introduction to numerology. I thought she was just straight up tripping. I was like, 11:11, so I got to make a wish. Well, maybe if I could just go along with this in the moment, it might give me what I want. And anyway. We'll leave it there for now, Truth Seeker. Thanks again to everyone who's liking the share. Thank you to everyone who supports the work. And for all the trolls. Again, I mean, I give you guys the floor all the time or the opportunity to call in, and you guys just don't do it. And Marco tried to do it tonight, and he didn't represent well for you guys. So, I don't know. I mean, you guys should really take a look in the mirror and ask who the fraud is. I think we both know the answer. Till next time.